Welcome back, everyone, as we continue with the 2026 operating budget for the Regional Municipality of Buffalo, Season 4. I'd like to start off by doing 6.12. Yes? Yeah. I just see Matthew there, and that's not the line he's listed at. Matthew, nice jersey sweater today. What are we celebrating?
Well, thank you, Mayor Bowman. I've got a story for that, actually. First, just for the record, good morning. My name is Matthew Harrison. I'm the Chief of Staff. I will be presenting the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, the budget, on behalf of Interim CEO Jody Butts. And I have a little story about this sweater. It's Team Alberta North, and I was thinking about budget as we enter the fourth day, Season 4, and how this will hopefully be the last of the days. Possibly not, but it's a bit of a circle back to the first day, this tie into this sweater. On the first day, you heard from the facility operators. So one of those facility operators were the Ptarmigan Nordic Ski Club. And my kids participate in Nordic skiing. And one of my daughters has qualified to be on Team Alberta North for biathlon at the Arctic Winter Games. And both of my daughters have qualified to be on biathlon for the Alberta Winter Games next weekend. So the point I wanted to make in this full circle kind of look is that the investment and the decisions that you're making at the table, that's investing in our community. So your funding of the Ptarmigan Ski Club, your funding of the RRC, all the different facilities that we have, these are all areas that we gather as a community. These are all areas that you're investing in for the health and well-being of people, whether it's recreation, whether it's sports, whether it's arts. We've talked a lot about a piano, and one of my daughters has also been at that Casman Center area, or at the Center Fire little performance area and playing that piano. So these decisions, they all come together and they all create this quality of life. And Councillor Bousset was kind of joking at the beginning about me going on a holiday, and later at some point today I'll be headed down 63 to Edmonton, and the girls will be participating in another cross-country ski meet in Edmonton. And we'll come back and people will probably say, well, how did they go, how did you perform, and where'd you place and stuff? And that's not really the question to ask, I think. I think the perspective is that they had the opportunity to go, and that they had the opportunity to participate and to gain skills as a team with their colleagues. And they also had the opportunity to be ambassadors and to tell people like, wow, yeah, we train in Fort McMurray. Like, you should see our ski club. You should see our trails, the facilities we have. It's incredible. So the investments that you're making over these 3, now 4 days, that just spreads out. That spreads to the whole community. And it's not just for us. It's for the young people, for our kids, for many of your kids, younger or older. So all that to say, there is that aspect, but the group I'm presenting is the Chief Administrative Officer, and so we're here as a group, the Chief Administrative Officer and the Chief of Staff Office, to support you, to support your priorities and your work. So that was my very long introduction. The budget for the Chief Administrative Officer has in years past been referred to as the executive offices, and that's due to the central role this group has in guiding the municipality's strategic direction. And while closely aligned, each office and its employees have distinct responsibilities. For the purposes of budget reporting, the 2 groups I will be speaking about are, first, the Office of the CEO, which includes administrative and support staff for the CEO, myself, the Chief of Staff, the proposed Chief Operating Officer, and the Mayor's Office. And I also want to note that I've mentioned the Mayor's Office here, but in the next budget presentation, I'll be speaking to individual councillor budgets as well as the Mayor's budgets. So stay tuned for that. The second group that I'll be speaking to, the budget, is the Chief of Staff Office, which includes the branch's corporate records, which is led by Manager Lorianne St. George. Unfortunately, she had a bit of a family emergency where a loved one has passed away. She's actually en route to Newfoundland right now. As well in this group, there's Council Relations led by Manager Nadia McCrone and Strategic Communications led by Manager Megan Lampap. The CEO is the municipality's top administrative official and reports directly to council. This position is responsible for implementing council's policies, bylaws, and strategic direction with focus on the areas of strategic leadership and policy implementation, interdepartmental coordination, council relations and corporate governance, budget approval, and overall financial stewardship. Looking at the proposed 2026 budget for the CEO, the overall proposed 2026 budget is $8,358,354. This proposed budget strengthens the municipality's administrative capacity to support council's direction and strategic priorities and deliver core public services. Key investments proposed by interim CEO Butts include establishing a chief operating officer to enhance coordination and operational performance, adding 2 strategic advisors to strengthen government-to-government and community relations, expanding employee relations to support a positive and connected workplace culture, and advancing the records management modernization project with dedicated consulting support. The total 2026 budget request increase associated with these investments is $1,326,455. Now, for delving deeper into the numbers on your screen, I would like to touch on staffing. From a personnel perspective, there's an overall proposed increase of $450,129 in salaries, wages, and benefits. That's compared to 2025. As of September 30th, the areas reporting into the Chief Administrative Officer account for about 32 full-time employees. 6 new full-time positions are being brought forward for 2026. The ICO proposes the establishment of a government-to-government position, which you've heard a little bit about in the last couple of days, and a community relations position. The ICO views these 2 positions as essential to closing current gaps and strengthening the organization's approach to engaging with other governments and the community. Now, just as a point of clarity for that, so just as maybe a bit more of an explanation, we do government-to-government relations, but having a position like this, it would strengthen that, provide more of an ability to proactively monitor, to keep an eye out on what's happening provincially, federally, also with our Indigenous governments, and then create more of a strategy to help you and support you in your advocacy. Additionally, the ICAO, as already noted, there's the Chief Operating Officer and a Senior Administrative Assistant position for the COO. Funds are also proposed for 1 temporary position, which was not funded in 2025 for an employee's leave of absence coverage. That was a mat leave. Now, regarding personnel within the Chief of Staff office, an administration coordinator position with council relations has been added to support the needs and work of council. There are cost increases in corporate records where 1 funded FTE was transferred into the group in 2025 for the manager of corporate records. Now that position is existing, it's just a transfer in from another area. Additionally, a new assistant of corporate records position is proposed for 2026, and that's to support the implementation of the records management system and related records and information work. And lastly, in strategic communications, an additional supervisor is proposed for 2026 to support the disbursement of supervisory duties and improve the working capacity of staff and leadership. I also want to note that in 2025, the organization underwent adjustments that established Nadia's Council Relations Group, or your group, and placed it and strategic communications under the Chief of Staff office. Prior to that, those staff were budgeted in a variety of different areas throughout the organization. Okay, turning from personnel to the overall budget for each group, I'll begin with the Office of the CAO. Again, this group includes the administrative expenses for the offices of the Chief Administrative Officer, Chief of Staff, and the Chief Operating Officer cost centers. The 2026 proposed expenses for this branch are $3,056,198, which is an increase compared to 2025. Changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to the 2025 approved budget for this branch are in the following areas. In salaries, wages, and benefits, there's a proposed increase of $849,926, which is driven by a combination of FTE transfers, which I mentioned in the previous slide, positions which were not funded in 2025, and then the introduction of new positions to support the programs and initiatives for each office discussed in the previous slide. In general and contracted services, there is a proposed increase of $169,828, which is mainly due to employee relations, where there is an increase for the June Jamboree, as this event was expanded in 2025, and it was also transferred from Human Resources to the CAO office. Conference registration and training has increased as well by $70,000, and this is due to some larger ticket items. So that includes funds for attending and supporting Council at Alberta Municipalities, the Rural Municipalities of Alberta, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities conferences. The FCM, the latter, is actually in Edmonton this year. As well, in this area, $20,000 has been included for council governance training. And then there is a larger training request, an investment in our senior administrative assistant staff. Many of you, when you're interacting with us, you're interacting with the director, but the key person with the power behind each director, I would say, is probably their SAA, and unfortunately, they haven't had the training opportunities, let's say, as maybe other areas have had the opportunities. So we've taken on in the CAO's office to propose some training for 15 senior administrative assistants that would allow them to participate in some virtual training, as well there is some in-person training where we're trying to cycle through the SAAs so that we can invest in them, as they are the backbone of our departments and provide critical support to our directors and senior leaders. And that concludes my overview of the Office of the CAO. Moving on to the Chief of Staff office, the mandate of the Chief of Staff role and their office, or my office, I guess, is to support the CAO, senior leadership and council, and whatever I'm told to do. The office provides executive supports to the CEO and mayor, manages industry relations, as well as oversees corporate records, council relations, and strategic communications. These areas work together on behalf of the CEO, the mayor, and council to ensure high-quality service delivery and advancement of council's strategic plan and other priorities. The 2026 proposed revenue for this branch is $90,000, which is the same as 2025, and that's from us going out and asking for change at different, I don't know, I was trying to make a joke, that was terrible, but the revenue's for transit advertising, actually, so let's just stick to the script. That's like, would the numbers come up? Just read the numbers. Don't deviate. Okay, the 2026 proposed expenses for the branch is $5,392,156, which is a increase compared to 2025. And the changes to the 2026 proposed expense budget in comparison to the 2025 approved budget in this branch are due to the following changes. So there's actually a decrease of $399,797 in salary, wages, and benefits due to a combination of FTE transfers out of the cost center and the introduction of new positions to support the programs and initiatives which we've previously discussed. And the most significant increase is $704,323 in contracted and general services. The increase is due to, one, there's an initiative as part of our employee relations that's coming through the strategic communications group. And it's an increase of $120,000 to launch an organization-wide branded merchandise program for staff, which council will also be able to access. In the past, we've ordered products for you, and we had a very kind of clunky way of keeping products on hand. This way, we'll set up an online store so people can order things as they wish, and council can order as well. As part of this, the ICAO has designated a set amount of funds for each employee, kind of to get things started, and we hope to have that launched later this year. Also within strategic communications, there's an increase of approximately $23,000 in printing and binding to meet the higher demand for documents and signage. However, strategic communications has a decrease in general services contracted by approximately $53,000, and that's due to a lower requirement for some photography work, some event audio visual production, as well as the conclusion of a calendar contract. Now, conversely, the big increase you'll see is in corporate records, and we're proposing an increase to consulting services by approximately $595,000. Now, this builds on some very successful work that we've done thus far for a new records management program. This funding supports the organization-wide data migration and disposition work required for the SharePoint records management transition, which represents the next phase of this project that we started this year. This critical records modernization initiative ensures legislative compliance, better information access, and operational risk reduction. Just as an aside, one of the earlier presentations, Legal Services spoke about a FOIP request and going back to 1972, and their group having to dig up all these records. Well, unfortunately, we have a warehouse filled with boxes and boxes of records, and the SharePoint records initiative is taking our records from very clunky paper form and taking the digital records we have and organizing it together in a way that things can be tracked and accessed much more easily, so that we're adhering to our record disposition bylaw, which could be doing much better at. So this program is a continuation of work that started this year, and it will definitely make us more efficient, and it certainly is a program that will reduce the risk to us. Okay. To summarize, the Chief Administrative Officer Group is proposing a 2026 budget of $8,358,355. The proposed 2026 increases and additions strengthen administrative and operational capacity to advance service delivery, compliance, and council priorities. Investments in strategic communications, council relations, employee engagement, and corporate records improves efficiency, transparency, and organizational culture. A Chief Operating Officer role bolsters operational focus and coordination. 2 strategic advisors expand collaborations with other governments, partners, and the community. And collectively, these investments reinforce governance, accountability, and service delivery for 2026 and beyond, and create more opportunities within our community. So that concludes my presentation for the Chief Administrative Officer's 2026 proposed operating budget and 2027 and 2028 financial plan. I would be happy, along with my department colleagues, to answer any of your questions.
Thanks, Matthew. First question is 6 additional positions, 2 government-to-government relations, 1 COO, COO's assistant, a strategic communications person, and an employee relations person?
Yep, so the 2 advisors, one would be a government-to-government relations, the other would be a community relations. The COO, I believe, is actually in the 2025 budget, but it would be a SAA to the COO. And then there's the council relations support person, there's the corporate records support person, and then there's a supervisor in strategic communications.
And how many people are in council relations right now?
There would be 4, including the person in the budget that I just named.
So it's
sorry,
3?
5. There would be 5. Sorry.
So it's 4 currently.
No, there's 5. There's 5. Yeah.
So that would be 6.
No, we are 5. We are fully staffed at 5.
But adding 1 will be 6.
That person has started in their position.
Oh, so it's in the budget,
but it's been added from the 2025. Yeah. Sorry if that's confusing.
So we're not asking for a position. We're letting you know we have a position.
Yeah, that's in there.
Yeah. And the government to government, I know we added 1 person to IRR for government to government relations yesterday for the indigenous governments. Meaning that, would you need 1 then for government to government when it comes to Alberta or the government of Canada?
Well, if ICO Butts wants to step in at any point, he's welcome to. Certainly the 1 that's proposed would be, so there's the two positions, but one it would be more in working with the community, and the other one would be working more exclusively with the province, with federal, Indigenous government. So there's two positions, but there's separate functions.
Right. What I'm just stating is that we added one person to IRR's budget, an advisor position, to work with basically Indigenous governments. That would be our governments we have around the community.
Yeah, I would still say that the need to have someone who could be doing the tracking, monitoring, advancing issues with the provincial government and federal government, still having that position would be of value.
That one position, yeah. Perfect. Okay, thank you. Councillor Vardy? Or sorry, do you want to add anything, CEO?
Yeah, through the chair to the mayor. Unaware of the motion that came forward, and I just referencing the motion that was specific to a regional water strategy. What Matthew was speaking to is that's a very specific, I guess a specific function. The government to government relations position would recognize all governments and track that for us, and I guess prepare those mayor and council when they meet with those governments. And I want to emphasize that it's in my view, a position that our organization can mature in, and recognizing our Indigenous as government to government. So we have regional governments, we have provincial governments, and federal governments, and that's what I believe is an area that we can do better at.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, to the presenters. First, a comment. I agree wholeheartedly in adding the government relations, specifically around provincial and federal strategy. When we were talking about budget, Lori and I had asked if her team has the capacity to proactively look at the federal budget beforehand and see if there's any synergies of ways that we can connect or have future plans that line up with federal dollars. And she's like, that would be great. We don't have the staff. So I think that would help fill this gap. My question is actually for you, Megan. Are you responsible for public engagement within your department?
Thank you for the question through the chair, Councillor Vardy. Yes, that falls under me. So my team is responsible for project-specific engagement in the region, in Fort McMurray. In the last few days, some developments have, I guess, unfolded so that the regional project-specific engagement will now be moving under my team, that responsibility. So that's a mandate that we used to have. About 2 years ago, when there were significant organizational changes, that shifted, and the team for public engagement was very much impacted. So we went from about a team of 10 public engagement professionals, trained strategists, coordinators, a manager, a supervisor for a very brief period. We went from about 10 to about 3, I want to say. Some of the numbers, it was a pretty cloudy period of time, so I don't remember all of it, but right now it's shifted. So the number of staff dedicated wholly to public engagement is a lot smaller.
Sorry, just so I can understand. So you put in your budget here for September, and recently now you were responsible for Fort McMurray, and now you're responsible for the whole entire region.
Well,
that's
yes,
a lot.
Alongside Dennis's team. So Dennis's team is still very much part of that rural engagement, the Indigenous engagement. I would say that is theirs entirely. But what I want to kind of stress is this project-specific engagement. So, for example, Director Smith the other day mentioned that we'll be doing some rural transit engagements. So that's a great example. So in urban, my team developed the public engagement strategy for that alongside a consultant, rolled that out. It was a massive exercise. So if we're looking to do that level of engagement in rural, my team would wrap itself around that alongside Dennis's team.
Yeah, thank you. My last question, I'm actually going to take it from Lance. Do you have enough people to meet our level of service as expected?
That's a good question. Right now, we're primarily structured to support urban. If we are expanding project engagement to rural, I don't believe that we're staffed at the level that would meet council's expectations or the community's expectations.
And sorry to put you on the spot. So I believe public engagement is very important. If we were to solve this problem right now, not looking in the future, what would you recommend for staff to support you right now?
Immediately, I would say it's a bit tough, but I would say Probably 2 strategists and a coordinator. Right now, we have strategists who have a lot of strength in communications, and we have a number of strategists who are experienced in public engagement. We've looked to cross-train our staff so that we have that additional capacity, but you still need that skill set to be able to go into a room and bring down the temperature and heated discussion. That facilitation skill set, it's a niche skill set. So off the top of my head, Councillor, my recommendation, if you're asking, would be 2 strategists and 1 coordinator.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, or Mayor, thank you, Megan. Mayor Bowman, I might bring a motion at the end of this conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, super. Thanks, Councilor Vardy. And just reference to that, when we did have a strong public engagement group, it was kind of broken up when the organizational chart was changed. And a lot of those people are actually still in the community, but no longer working here. They decided to go in different roles. Councillor Scott?
Thanks very much, Mayor. I'm not sure who this is best directed to, but do we have a dedicated lobbyist in Ottawa for federal funding? Because I've certainly seen other cities utilizing that, almost every city across Canada. We contribute disproportionately, so I'm just wondering if we're making the effort to get any back.
Through the chair to Councillor Scott, we do not have a federal lobbyist. We do have a provincial or a firm that we work with, but we do not have a federal.
Yeah, so I'll bring a motion to that effect at the end, and I assume that's your office.
Through the chair to Councillor Scott, yes, it would be.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First off, I'm really excited about merchandise. Do we get a chance to kind of look at it and see what's going through it, or is it just the regular regional municipality of Wood Buffalo white old corporate logo?
I can take that.
All right.
I know how much you love your hats. So I can promise you that we will have a hat that is similar to yours, but it will meet brand standards, Councillor.
Awesome.
And so, yes, so the storefront, it's customizable. It's essentially what it will be is a catalog. And so staff will be able to choose what they want. You will be able to choose what you want, but it's going to make sure that it's compliant with our logo.
Awesome. And we'd love to see brand standards come forward and just kind of take a peek over it. And it sounds crazy and funny. And I can't take credit for the actual hat. It was Megan from Legislative now Council Relations who came up with it. But it was just my passion to drive it, because we've seen how excited people are for those hats and,
Yes.
and to wear it around. And I think it's proud to be part of the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo, and to see the swag get out there and get excited and people trading hats and going through, having the right merchandise. You know, when we talk about, we know the sports and going far, it is actually a big piece of culture. And so it's huge. So thank you for that. And I'm super stoked
Thank you, Councillor.
about that.
Through the chair, if I can just add to that, Councillor Weigel, I think the advantage of the online store too is that we're not carrying the merchandise. In the past, we spent a lot of money on merchandise, and for whatever reason, it might not move, and so you have a lot of inventory, and it's been a wasted investment. So this way, at least, it's ordered as required, and the person can pick it, and so I think it's a much more cost-effective way to go, and it's a way that we've seen other organizations. I know Megan did a lot of benchmarking, a lot of looking into it. So
that's super cool. Another thing, just to kind of add on there, a cool incentive would be to send it to the schools, and then we could have a contest that one piece every year comes from, a local student that we could put in the catalog that we could wear out. I think it would be really cool to engage them. A couple other questions. When you were talking about the 2 new positions about government advocacy. You were saying one is government to government, and the other one's government. It was community facing. What would we need a community facing government agent for, or position for?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, and again, I'll let the ICO jump in at any point if he'd like to, but the idea behind that is to be connected in a bit more into the pulse of the community, let's say. So someone who could work with different groups, whether it's Kiano or the Construction Association or school boards, just to find out what their concerns are, where there's shared interests, where there's shared ability to leverage and work together. There was some discussion earlier this week, and it's a bit of a mush, but I can't remember what the particular topic was, but it was about recruitment. And I know some of the work that we've been doing with our industry relations, and we've been talking about localization and talking about recruitment and bringing together maybe, Suncor, RMWB, and Keano, and the schools, and a bunch of groups coming together. So it's someone who could be tapping into that and moving that forward. I don't know if that captures everything, ICO, or if you have anything to add.
Yeah, through the chair to the question. Yeah, I echo those sentiments. There's other issues like with our construction association, the procurement concerns, even our local businesses that are impacted by the projects that we perform out there. And you're probably well aware of that one. So
Absolutely.
How can we make sure that they're recognized? And to yesterday's point, if there's impacts to their business, we should be sitting right alongside them instead of what we do today.
Right. Okay. No, I appreciate that. So it's more of a stakeholder engagement like position where we're working with our stakeholders, kind of like what Dennis Vroom does with industry. I would say, and I know how advantageous that position is. Dennis does a great job there.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Buggle. Yes, that's a good comparison. Actually, that industry relations, and Dennis is already in that role, and then that government relations is the idea they would be kind of working those same ideas, same channels. So.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Last question here. Megan, you were talking in your languaging. You were talking. There was a conversation back and forth, but there was different languaging between public engagement and project engagement. Can you explain the difference?
Yeah, so there isn't a difference. Public engagement, I would say, is the umbrella term. It's generally recognized in the industry. I'm using project-specific engagement today to make sure that I'm very clear that my team will not be leading the engagement efforts for council relations or for Dennis's team, for that matter. We work alongside each other, but I won't, for example, be taking over Dennis's Indigenous and rural engagement. That's very different. So project-specific engagement, councillor, would be, to my example earlier about the rural transit. That we are supporting a client, that we would be supporting Keith in his work. Another one that I can think of off the top of my head would be the water intake in Fort Chipewyan. So right now, an engineering consultant has been brought in to work alongside Dennis's team there. And we want to make sure that the work that consultant is doing actually aligns with our public engagement framework and policy. Right now, there's nobody making sure that that's happening. So we're going to fold into that.
Awesome. Okay. No, I appreciate that. Thanks for the clarification.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Lance Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through the chair. Thanks for the presentation. The government position, what's our role then? Council and the mayor?
Through the chair to Councillor Lance Boussier. That's an excellent question. Council will always be the spokesperson. You'll always be leading the advocacy efforts, but you need support. And so an easy example would be Alberta municipalities that we went to back in November. We met with the Minister of Municipal Affairs, Dan Williams. So in that instance, I was there to take notes, there to do follow-up correspondence, there to share briefings in advance to council. So that position would be very much supporting in that capacity. But it could also be so right now we're a bit reactive, but we can be more proactive. So it could be someone who, if there's a particular interest that we know a councillor has, for instance, Councillor Brandon is interested in animal welfare, this person could be doing some research, checking what other jurisdictions are doing to see if there's neighboring communities that are advocating for this, and to point out, hey, we could be working with such and such a jurisdiction and pushing this. We could be leveraging RMA as a municipal association to bring forward a resolution to promote this more. So it's someone who can be more responsive in tracking and developing strategy, in developing briefing information for meetings, and also for developing relationships. So as a council, you're talking back and forth with the minister and sometimes with a deputy minister, but to have that administrative connection, so you know who the scheduler is in the Minister of Transportation Economic Corridors, so you can reach out to them and have that conversation about setting up a meeting, things like that, that's beneficial to us. And I believe that supports council in making your job more efficient and effective and less less worrying about the details, where you can actually go into the meetings and have those conversations and advocate for the region.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And the one thing that has changed was council finally received support when ICAO butts started. It wasn't like that the previous 8 years. Like, we had little to no support, or some of us did, maybe others had lots of support. So that helped with Nadia and her team and you. I think that position was in 13, we had that position, and in my opinion, there was no value to it. Now, it could have been the person in that position or whatever. So I just think it's more the mayor's job to advocate for the community.
Yep.
I don't think hiring someone is beneficial on that front. I think it's mayor and council that will have more opportunity to push for the community than some employee that we're going to hire.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussy, I think I am familiar with the position you were talking about. And I didn't work with that person necessarily, so I'm not sure exactly the things that they were maybe responsible for. But again, I would just point to that even if Mayor Bowman is advocating with a minister, or if he's down in Edmonton meeting with the premier, I know he'll reach out about getting some key messages, or, hey, what's the latest update on such and such a thing? And so that person would be able to track this information and be able to pull it up and provide that to council to support you, so that you don't have to worry about tracking things down and, you know, waiting 3 weeks to get some information, that it's more readily accessible. So I don't know the specifics. I'm aware of the position in 13. I don't know the specifics of it, but I think this is someone who would definitely be supporting your work and whatever the will of council is for what you want to advocate for. There's certainly probably a top 5 list of items that we're advocating for, but I'm sure there's many more that we're just starting to learn about with this new council, that as a new council comes in, there's new issues, there's new topics. So certainly I see that position. I know ICO Butt sees that position as being able to better serve you and support that advocacy piece.
Okay.
We can talk more about it later.
Through the chair, Matthew, at one time I think we had close to 70 employees between communications and public relations. It might have been prior to you.
Well, through the chair to Councillor Boussy, we had a large group. 70 would be excessive.
I don't think so. If you find an org chart from many years ago, it would be close.
It could also be because Pulse was part of the group. And I know with the full-time and the casuals, that's a large number. I do remember we were probably in and around the 50 number. Could be 70, I can't remember. But
so where are we at today?
So right now, the CAO's office is a total of 32. I'll buy some time for Megan to do the calculate. Oh, it's 17. 17 in strategic communications. Nadia has 5 people in corporate records. If the 4th person goes through, well, right now corporate records has 3.
And how does that compare? And I'm not looking to get people laid off. How does that compare with other communities of our size?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, we're no longer as a group communications and engagement, so we can't really compare apples to apples, because right now Megan's group is separate from that full 32, or not separate, but I couldn't comment on, like, say, corporate records or Nadia's group, how that would compare. In terms of communications, I don't know the comparison offhand. I know that we're staffed for what's being demanded of us, and I think that there's been a shift in municipal communications, and Megan might want to comment on this, but I think there's been a shift certainly in maybe it's post-pandemic, I'm not sure, but where there's more of a demand for information. And I think some of that has to do with changes in technology, where you have platforms on social media, there's more of that interaction, and there's more of a demand for that two-way communication. So I know that some people might look at the number and say, oh, this seems maybe higher, But I can certainly tell you that our staff is, they're at capacity, they're working hard, they're responding to the needs of the community and the needs of the organization. So that would be my answer to that, and maybe Megan has something to add.
I'll keep it short, but for me, what I've seen over the last 15 years here is a real change, not here in the organization, but honestly globally. And it comes down to trust in government. And so I follow this thing called the barometer, the Edelman Trust Barometer. And over the last 25 years, you've seen a deterioration in trust in government. And so why am I bringing that up? It's because we actually have to work a lot harder to get clear communication and clear messaging across. 60% of people who were part of the trust barometer exercise this year have said that they have a grievance with institutions, including government. And so how do you combat those grievances? By building trust. And how do you build trust? Through transparent communication, through consistent communication, and not just one way, two-way. So for me, it's, 17, Councillor, is that a big number? It might be a big number, but we have social media properties. We are seeing a dwindling media landscape. Before, when I started here, we had 10 reporters that worked here. Now we have 2 or 3. So we have to work harder to get our information out, and not just to one audience. Audiences all over the region. So it's not apples to apples. I wish it was, but for me, that number is critical.
Okay, no problem. And I will go on record saying that I certainly have received a lot more respect and support since Butts came in that seat. Because, and whether it's because we have additional staff to help council or just a different tone from the top. But yeah, no, I do appreciate that. The government to government, to me, that position doesn't make sense. And I mean, the person and the mayor's got a sense of humor. So when he goes down to the Oilers game, he should go a day early, do a little politicking, enjoy the game, come back and run the show here.
Follow up to Councillor Boussier's question. If I advocated any more, I would have to headlock a minister. We may have to get we have high legal expenses. And if I do attend an Oilers game, I generally do get to go. I actually have pictures of myself and the Premier wearing Oilers jerseys in her office. Okay, good.
In the world, so maybe use the headlock.
And I believe I am. And a lot of my strategic communication actually come from, I have to give hats off to Adam Hardiman. That's a lot, his knowledge of politics, not only in the province, but even the country and across the world, is a huge asset to my office. But I just want to ask the team here, because Matthew's been around since we've been going to
Too many.
up to the point of headlocking ministers. Assault was not a factor. But what difference would it be? So let's take the last meeting with Minister Williams. What difference in that meeting would a government-to-government relations person make in a meeting that we had there? We covered a lot of different topics in that meeting.
Yeah, through the chair to Mayor Bowman. I think that role, you could have the information being tracked and followed up on. I don't want to make it sound like it's a side of the desk project, but right now a lot of it's falling to me, and to be able to look after, we're not able to do the things that I see we could be able to do. Like there's Councillor Vardy had a very good question for me before Christmas about, hey, and actually you kind of brought it up in talking with Lori, like, hey, are we proactively tracking things or reading budgets or things like that, like a federal budget, provincial budget, and providing a report back to council. And we're maybe in my capacity, if I can get together a summary, that's great. If not, maybe I can pull it from somewhere else. But to have someone who can go through things like budgets and say, hey, there's funding that's been assigned to the ministry where EMS comes under, we should start pushing for this change to EMS to improve this. So to have someone who can be monitoring these things and being a bit more proactive, and have a bit more of a, I think it really is a proactive piece. So in that meeting with the minister, taking the notes from that meeting and then being able to follow up more thoroughly on all the issues. Maybe you can hit 2 of the 5 topics that were talked about, even though I think we only talked about 2. But and then they can follow up with the office and they can develop that relationship. So I think it would give us more capacity, and I will say as well, and I mean, Mayor Bowman doesn't need to hear this, but the mayor does a phenomenal job making connections with the ministers. And, you know, we have a very good relationship with some of the ministers, some of the key ministers. I'm thinking of perhaps the Minister of Transportation Economic Corridors, for instance. So that allows us access as well. But I see that we could grow the government relations work we do so that we could be more effective. And, I mean, realistically, you've heard Councillor Scott say it over the last few days, like, working with other levels of government, it's glacial speed. It is so slow. So it takes time, and it's the long game, and it's a bit of a grind. So to have someone who can keep pushing things along is of benefit.
Okay, now I can understand it more now. So basically, your office needs help. So if I'm driving to Edmonton, meet with the minister, and I text you and Adam, and I need briefing notes, maybe that person could help.
Yeah, so we're dropping stuff right away. It's like, get something for the mayor. So
Okay,
yeah,
fair enough. Thanks. And thanks for the compliment, Councillor Boussier, being the toughest mayor in the region. Thanks, appreciate that. No, toughest mayor. Councillor Luana Boussier?
I won't say it. Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. And thank you for all that you do. What has become abundantly clear to me in sitting here listening to your presentation, make a note, Nadia, is that in all of our schools that we had, Elliot would come, everybody came, and we never heard from you like this. And this I felt a little bit like blindsided is a bad word, but I felt lacking a lot of knowledge about what was coming with positions and what was going on. And so a note for next year, like, we also need to hear from you. So I'm sitting here learning on the spot, like, I saw the budget, but I couldn't wrap my head around what these positions were. So yeah, so we can make sure we do that next year. I'm well aware of what this organization has been through from the outside in terms of changes in structure and people being moved and departments being moved, and certainly trying to follow the budget about, well, it was there last year, I don't know. And I am very much wanting to support the staff, you leaders, getting what you need to try to realize your vision. What I am going to say, I'm going to support it. I'm going to give you guys the opportunity as leaders to get things organized. But I'm hearing throughout this week of siloing, and it's scaring me. This person's getting a water specialist, and you want this, and government to government, but Dennis speaks to industry, but we want someone to speak to industry, and Keanu, and then someone's going to speak to Stu, but I know Elliot's people are going to speak to, as a businessman, I mean, and I've got a lot of pause. Like, I got a lot of concerns that this organization is siloing, and if I've said anything from the beginning, it's finding synergies, working together, being collaborative. I said it on my campaign. And I'm going to say this really worries me. So I'm going to task you all with making sure, Megan, that you guys are communicating. Like, that's your expertise. So, you know, start yanking on somebody. But this worries me. It worries me a lot. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Brent?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start off with the government-to-government relations. I apologize for the non-gendered quote, but it comes from swingers. It's the guy behind the guy behind the guy. And contrary to what Lance thinks, is one enough?
Through the chair to Councillor Brand, I would say yes. I think we would be well positioned to have that other position. There's a lot of positions there. But also Councillor Scott did make a reference to the lobbyist as well. So, and there are supports that we have through the provincial lobbyist. But I would suggest certainly one would be sufficient, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'd support that. So I also understand the one is concerned with siloing. So that's why I ask. And then just for a line item question, just for my understanding, electricity. $10,700. Why do we have electricity in the chief of staff budget?
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt, we need a lot of phone chargers because our government relations person will be making a lot of phone calls. No, that's actually electricity for billboards.
So we just spread it out throughout the departments? Is that kind of
No, that's we're in charge of the billboards on Highway 63. I don't know if Megan, you want to comment on that or.
It's I've tried to get it out of my budget for 15 years. They make me keep it. It's to power the light bulbs on the highway billboards. And Councillor Boussier, I know you're going to ask me about the billboards now, every year. So we are in the process of renewing an MOU with Alberta Transportation. Once we have that MOU renewed, we're looking at rewrapping them. We're not sure how long they will be viable. Elliot's team has them listed as assets, but right now they are okay. They are in good shape and we are paying the electricity bill on them.
Yeah, my other couple of questions were already answered. So yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Boussier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through the chair. How many billboards do we have?
Through the chair, we have 10 billboards. So the first one is at the mile marker. I don't know the mile marker, but it's as soon as you come in the region. And then you, like coming in from Mariana Lake there, it's double-sided. Okay. Can you picture it? It's very faded right now.
By Mariana?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the next series of billboards begin kind of right when you're coming in town there after Airport Road, all the way up to the McDonald's intersection.
Doesn't Pattison own?
No.
So they're back in-house?
We've been back in-house for quite some time. So we actually aren't selling any of that space, Councillor. So we have 2 or 3 for our own purposes, and then we've given them in kind to ECDEV. So you see now when you come in, it's promoting RMWB.
We gave ECDEV $4 million. They can buy their own billboards.
Okay.
But, so we're back in control. Okay, that's good.
We have been, yeah.
But we're not actively trying to market them to create any revenue opportunities.
No, it was not worth the effort, the staff time.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, it's also important to note we did go to RFP to have someone like Pattison to sell it on our behalf, and there was no interest.
Can I do it for free as a politician? Go seek advertising? No, I'm being serious. Mm-hmm. Can someone check into that? I'll do it for free. I know people that paid advertising there.
That's something we could follow up on, Councillor Boussier. But
yep.
That's okay, Chief Butts? Okay, I don't want to break any rules, but yeah, if you could. So the question I was going back, just follow up to Luana. What's that?
it would be a line painting billboard.
No, but I'll do the billboard. So now that we're being brutally honest in council chambers, there's a few people of the 1,500 that work here that like me. Few, not many, but a few. Besides the silo, because I've heard the silo stuff, you know, the different departments, a few people have said that they enjoy working here, the few that I talked to, but they're not challenged. They don't have a lot of work. And I don't speak for everybody, because lead services, Jane, her team, you guys work hard, and probably everybody works hard. Mm-hmm. But I hear that they don't have enough work. Does anybody else hear that? Or is it just...
Through the chair to Councillor Lance Boussier, that's probably a wider conversation, and I certainly can't comment on other areas, but I know that our group is very involved and very, very busy. Speaking to that, the siloing that Councillor Luana Boussier brought up, it's certainly noted, Councillor Boussier, but I would suggest that some of the examples you were giving, like the difference with like industry relations, someone doing industry and Dennis doing it, but well, Dennis is within our group, and we're doing our best to ensure those lines of communications are open. So you certainly have our commitment to break down some of those silos. I know that's something that ICO Butts has been working towards, so certainly it is noted. But again, to kind of bouncing back between the Boussiers here, to Councillor Lance Boussier, yeah, I certainly can't comment on that for our group. I just know that what I've heard from our staff is they like you, and that many of them are very busy, and I would even say at capacity. So.
And it just wasn't, it was more like maybe there's an opportunity, instead of hiring 5 people, hire 4, but maybe there's an opportunity for distribution of a bit more responsibility for staff that are willing to take on more. And maybe I'm wrong, Matthew, maybe I'm wrong, but I've heard it in the summertime. Came from a few Parks and Rec people. Keith, nothing against you, but they just didn't seem to have a lot of work to do, a lot of whatever. And then I see Tidy Fox, I don't know if I can say them, but going up and grabbing garbage bags out of the garbage cans at Raphael Cree. Now they obviously have a contract to do that, but I'm thinking if a few of the staff say don't have anything to do, why don't they collect the garbage from the garbage cans? Like just an example, Matthew. So I certainly support the ask if you feel it's needed. I just thought maybe there's an opportunity to talk to staff through different departments and see if they're willing or they want more work. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But the silo thing has been around. That just didn't start this term. That's been around, and it's silos in general around the community. Like I hear Cano doesn't talk to Mac Island. Mac Island doesn't talk to the RM. You hear that, right, when you're out and about, and so if that's the case, and follow up to Stu about this other position, this person that's going to talk to the community or whatever. Where does Chamber fit in? Where does ECDEV fit into that role? Where do all the committee groups that we have fit in?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, I would say that person could be a liaison into those groups, into those committees. Now, certainly the committees, the intent behind them and the mandate behind them is to be reporting back to you, but this person could also leverage that. It could be that conduit and connection with the chamber, with the other different groups, with Keano. To your point about the siloing, I think you're right that this has been an ongoing issue, and in fact, I came across an old employee survey which was pre-COVID, and they talked about communication and siloing as some of the top concerns. And I think you'll get that in a lot of organizations. It's certainly been in other organizations that I've worked for. But even within the community, and I think as resources become more scarce, each group becomes more territorial. Whereas I would argue, in a way, we have to work a bit more with each other and try and collaborate a bit more. And I think that's the intent of these positions, is to help foster some of that collaboration, to open things up a bit more.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I promise I'll be very brief because I know we're really close to being able to conclude the operating budget before 8 o'clock tonight. I would as well, I maybe bring a little institutional knowledge to a couple of things that you have in your presentation and in support and in defense, because I do have probably a year or two of serving around this horseshoe. And when we first were elected and sworn in, and right from the swearing in, I went, wow, we have a council relations team? We never had anything like that ever. The level of support that we get from Nadia and her team makes our roles so much easier to perform, lets us focus on governance, and it lets us to, it really frees up our hands to be more effective in these positions. So thank you for that. Secondly, your new positions related to government. This is not new. We had a whole government relations department at one point, and in fact had an office in Edmonton where we had at least 2, if not 3 members that were there. And I can tell you, I think my colleague, who was also formerly serving in the Alberta legislature, it not only did it make the relationships they established with the senior levels of government, not the ministerial level, that's the mayor and council are involved in that level, but the deputy ministers, the assistant deputy ministers, those, it was invaluable. And it also made our jobs as provincial representatives for this region, it made our arguments a lot easier to stand up for the community and to get some work done for the community. So I wholeheartedly support that. I don't think you have enough people. I'd rather see, having another department there besides just one individual. But we'll see how this goes. I trust your judgment, and we'll move forward. But yeah, those roles have my full support.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Councillor Brandt?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, coming to light here, sorry. Billboards. I'm just curious, I can take this offline and we don't have to fully discuss it now, but what happens to the billboards that were previously up? Like one that was up in 2013 perhaps, that has disappeared since the fire. Where would that have gone to?
Through the chair, do you mean the vinyl wrap?
That's what I'm talking about, yes.
So we pay a vendor to do the installation of those wraps, specialty printing, and that includes the forklift to go up and put it in, and I believe they take them or dispose of them. We did have one agency request to keep it because they had paid for it, and we did make that allowance. It was a nonprofit group. It was their wrap. They wanted to bring it back to their helicopter hangar, and we had no issues with that. But beyond that, we aren't disposing of them.
Okay, because I do know of another group that's looking for one, and they haven't found it. And again, I'll take it offline.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm curious about it.
Thank you.
I didn't realize that we own those. So yeah, I also thought it was Pattison.
No, we have tried to have Pattison join us in the sales, but we've actually gone to market twice. And what they told us was they wanted digital. They were interested in digital. Now, Pattison does oversee our transit sales, and that's good revenue for us. That works well for us, but they were not interested in our static billboards.
Yeah, I got another issue with that. But again, we'll take that offline too.
We will.
I'll keep it moving. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for your presentation. What's the difference between, let's say, Dennis's role with the nations, and then we're wanting to add this, and then we have the water strategy position that we added last night, and are they just going to primarily focus just on the water strategy that themselves? And what's Director Fraser's role in communicating with the nations? Are we trying to come out of that? Is there barriers? What's happening there? I'm just kind of curious as to that. But let's talk about that one first, if you don't mind.
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal. I can't comment so much on the water strategy one. My understanding was that position was more focused on that, and again, ICO can jump in at any point. But the government to government again is focused on multi levels of government, and what I've heard the ICO explain it as, we have to look at all the government, all the levels of government that we interact with, and that includes the Indigenous nations as well. So the position is, it would be, I would see it working again, focused on provincial, federal, but there is that Indigenous element. And that would be collaborating with Dennis's group. Dennis has phenomenal relationships with the nations and with all our Indigenous and rural communities. So I would see it as someone who, let's say you identify water as an interest, which we've already done in the last few days. And of course, Dennis is leveraging his relationships with the nations, whether it's talking with MCFN or a nation in a different area. Whereas this person, this government to government, could be like, okay, so we know we have this water interest, and maybe there's been a nation has given Dennis some information about there's a grant to do some kind of work, or there's a water committee being formed. Then this individual, this government to government person, could work with their contacts and maybe get more information about a grant, or get more information on this committee, find out about, what's the committee's mandate, how can we be involved, perhaps work on crafting correspondence to try and get on the committee, that kind of thing. So it would be a supportive role, but it would never replace the relationship role that Director Fraser has, but it would help support your work. And then in that particular instance, support certainly the work that Dennis and his team is doing.
Okay, so do you feel that we're going to duplicate it all?
No, I do not.
No?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal. No, because there would be other opportunities and other, first of all, other levels of government, but as well other issues and other areas of concern and other areas that could be advocated for. Maybe it's not water, maybe it's housing.
So one person that speaks to all the levels of government, and then 2 supporting staff. Is that what I heard?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, one person working with the different levels of government. It wouldn't be replacing your role as council to have that interaction with the ministers. And I see that ICO's light is on, so maybe Jody, if you want to have something to say.
Thank you. Through the chair to the question, I want to give council assurances. This is in support of the leader-to-leader conversation. It's important that the leaders, our elected officials, our mayor is meeting with the elected officials at the province, elected officials, and the First Nations chiefs of our Indigenous nations. So it is in support of that, not as to replace. It is support of those conversations.
Yeah, and that's where it's hard for me to wrap my head around this, is because, us as a governing body for the regional municipality with Buffalo, I mean, there's barriers and gaps because of the fact that, when we have to really push for stuff that needs to happen in the rural communities and in this community, and then, then we got to go out and, speak to people at the RMA, and then it's brief. I like the fact that, there could be somebody that speaks government to government, but when I presented yesterday about $150,000 for what was that again? And it got voted down because I didn't have no numbers with it. And I think that the roles and responsibilities of these people, I'd like to see some of that rather than just say, well, we're going to throw in some staff, and then the council doesn't have no really insight on what it is that they're actually really going to do on paper, right? It's easy for us to just come out and throw out numbers, and throw out staff, but what's the roles and responsibilities of those people? Because are they going to go and speak to Mark Carney, whoever it may be, Danielle Smith, and how much are they to be coming back? Like all that kind of stuff is kind of what I'm wanted to question, because at this point we're just throwing staff out there, and we don't have council doesn't really have insight on what it is exactly that they're going to do. If they're going to go and see Transport Canada to fix the lobby, like the Councillor Scott's suggestion, where they go and lobby for Transport Canada and the docks and all that other stuff. That's pretty good. I like that part. But this level here is more based around more contact with the ministers. And is that what I'm hearing?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal. So the intent of the person would not be to speak with the minister or to the premier or the PM. The idea is that they would give you the tools as council. They'd give you the information and be able to provide also the follow-up after any kind of meeting, but they'd give you the information so that you can confidently speak with those people, so that you have all the background information, so that when there's a meeting with the minister, that you're able to advocate for the community. So what you're talking about in terms of like the roles and responsibilities, that would all be laid out within a job description. And it would be, an expanded version of what we've been discussing this morning in terms of some of the roles and responsibilities. But again, it wouldn't be to take away from you, and if you had a certain topic, or you mentioned docs, for instance, like someone who could support you in finding out maybe what other communities are doing in putting together the history of what we've had in terms of conversations with the government for the different docs. And then providing even a strategy for you as to like, hey, we should be corresponding with so-and-so, we should be working with, this nation or this community partner to try and leverage this, that kind of thing. So they're there, so that position would be there to support you in council. That would, as the ICO said, it would not be replacing you as that leader-to-leader conversation. It's the person in the background, as Councillor Brandt referred to. So I don't know if that clarifies it a bit. perhaps.
A little, like, just like what to, like, Mayor, Dennis, yourself, like, that's, we've had a lot of government-to-government relationships through the three of you. At this point, I'm just feeling like, so you're wanting more supporting staff so we can have more engagement?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, the more staff would be to support the work that we're already doing and to get to the work that we're not able to get to. Because there's gaps, there's more that we could be doing to support you and to help move the organization forward on certain issues.
Enlighten me with some examples, a couple anyways.
I can chime in. So Councilor Cardinal, for example, when we go to RMA and AMA and we get there and members of council bring up topics like, hey, I'd like to bring this up, I'd like to bring a motion forward, then Matthew was tasked at that moment to try to find as much information you can to support you. Having someone in government relations be able to do that and get it in advance before that, or if, like example, I said, I'm driving to Edmonton for a meeting with a minister and something pops in my head on the way down, I text Matthew and Adam. They wouldn't have to drop everything they're doing. There'd be somebody that their position will be to get that information together and already have it ready and available for us. If that helps.
Through the chair to Mayor, to Councillor Cardinal and to the chair. That's a good example as well. Even just last Tuesday, I think it was during a council meeting, there was a seminar on nuclear energy in town. And we didn't have the people who would be key that I would tune into to send. I could either go or Dennis Room could go. We were both here for council presentation, but that government-to-government person could be listening to that conversation. They could be tied into that. Same with data centers, like data center presentations. So there's things that we can be doing to be a bit more proactive that will help set you up, that can help us either in advocating for issues, maybe in looking at what the government's doing in terms of their policy and how we can make that fit in with some of the opportunities that we have here.
So they would go to, like, it's hard for me to understand this because they would go, they wouldn't be here at all then, that's the case, right? Because if you're going to talk to all the governments, I don't expect to see that person in this building at all. Right.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, they wouldn't be necessarily going out to meet with the government officials. Again, that's your role as council to have that one-on-one relationship with the ministers and with the other leaders, but they would be supporting you. So they would be the people who would be researching information. They would be putting together information. They might be going out, but they would be, really helping provide that, being that source of information for council. And for senior administration as well.
Okay, I'll let somebody else go.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Scott, you have a question?
Yeah, thanks for that. I'm focused more on Megan, but it could go to anybody as well. Is there anything that's not working that this council should address in this budget?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question through the chair. I touched on my view of kind of what is broken, and I don't think that it's within the organization or even Fort McMurray. I think it really does come down to distrust in government and institutions. And for me, how do we combat that? It's to be able to communicate more transparently, consistently, making sure that the why behind government decisions is there. Local municipalities and local government actually we have a unique advantage. We're well positioned to interrupt that cycle of distrust. People come to us for updates on their roads, their snow plowing, their wildfires, their water quality. And that's very close to home. So that information needs to be trusted. And what can council do? Council can continue to support transparency, clear communication, share trusted sources, follow trusted sources. So for me, I am the biggest proponent of clear, transparent communication, and I know that this council is too, so I just want to say thank you for that.
Anything additional for this budget that we should be considering?
I think I've put that forward already, and Councillor Vardy, thank you for asking that earlier, and thank you, Councillor Scott.
Matthew.
Through the chair to Councillor Scott, I think Megan has summed things up quite well. I think we're well positioned to support you.
Thank you.
Nadia.
Through the chair, thank you for asking, Councillor Scott. I've been listening to the conversation, and one of the things that I would like to point out is ICIO mentioned and Matthew has mentioned the maturity of the organization. And I want to point out that, you know, while there might still be some siloing to do, what you're presented with here is a very deeply thought out and considered strategic approach to make sure that the offices of the CAO and the Office of the Mayor are supported by a strong strategic team. And so, you know, we do have the council relations and my own team gets to do that work. Thank you. We enjoy it very much. I know I speak on behalf of all of the team, but we're part of a very deliberately planned and intentional strategic unit that is supporting the leadership of the organisation and the elected officials. So I do believe that the budget that you're presented with supports that work. And with the additions that we talked about, they seem quite welcome. And I think, you know, I'm excited about what the year is going to bring. So right now, I wouldn't see anything else except for the continued working together team that it does feel that we are part of here. So thank you.
Thanks, everyone. I'll go to motions now. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'd like to make a motion. Jade? That $319,000 be added to CAO 2026 operating budget to add 2 full-time strategist positions and 1 full-time coordinator position specific to public engagement, and that administration to present a plan to council for areas of improvement by April 28th, 2026.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy, and thank you for the second, Councillor Brandt. Would you like to speak to that motion, Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Yes, I would. We heard under the former CEO that our public engagement department was dismantled. Now the way that we communicate and we look for feedback between the residents is done at an individual department level with little municipal-wide strategy standard, and it's done ad hoc. We as a council, I believe, have lost a critical piece of municipal operations. I had heard a couple of comments, and I would like to speak to how this will alleviate that. Engagement requires specialized skill in facilitation, communications, and inclusion, and that includes conflict navigation. I spoke yesterday and, you know, made a joke about Anderson being yelled at in John V for 4 hours, you know, handsome, whatever. But that's the mental health of our staff. And at that point, it was not his responsibility to provide conflict resolution. If we would have had the right people there, we would have been able to facilitate real, meaningful resolutions. And at that time, we just weren't. I would like to speak about the work that IRR does. The work of our advisors is to be the conduit, the ally, the advocate for our rural communities, for our Indigenous communities, to the municipality. It is not their job to manage emotions and manage conflict during engagements. So we're not taking the job of anyone in IRR. Actually, we're enhancing their ability to do their job. Residents are more likely to trust a process when it's neutral, structured, and properly facilitated. I unfortunately had a resident come to me that they participated in an engagement recently, and they said that they were talked over and they were pretty much bullied. How unfortunate. This dedicated role will ensure that we have consistency across the municipality. We won't have different departments doing different things, not knowing about it. I think it'll address the issue of silos when it comes to communication. Our staff are busy. We have a lot of projects coming up, and engagement doesn't get deprioritized if it's under one department. Transit, for example, I want Keith to be worried about the safety. I don't want him to be worried about the colors of our posters. Public engagement professionals can design, like we talked about, specific strategies, making sure we're talking at the right time, at the right level, not too early and not too late. This also provides equity, accessible, and inclusive opportunities for engagement. Some coffee chats don't work for everybody. I'm a mom of 2 kids, and sometimes I can't come at 3 o'clock to chat. We want to make sure it's inclusive to everybody. This also means more rural participation. This means that the people who have accessibility issues are able to participate. It's not a one-size-fits-all, and I don't believe it should be. It also creates institutional knowledge. We don't have to reinvent the wheel every single time. It helps close the loop with residents. I attended a public engagement in 2021 about the Prairie Creek Loop. Still haven't heard back. And and a couple of my final points, we were talking about the water sovereignty and the collection of data. If we have a single point, we're able to use that data collection readily available across. It's not going to be siloed again in between all those different departments. And I want to touch about something you talked about. We're living in an area where we do have a demand for information. We want it now, we want it readily available. But with that increase of demand for information, specifically in Fort McMurray, we've lost our local access to information. We are down a journalist with the movement from Vince. We don't have a local newspaper, a printed local newspaper. We have very little local radio, and in my opinion, we should be a trusted source of information. And right now, like Megan said, we just aren't. But we do have an opportunity, in my opinion, to improve that. In closing, during our campaign, many of us spoke about the importance of transparency and resident engagement when it comes to municipal operations. Now is the time to make good on that commitment and bring back public engagement. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Vardy. I'll go to questions. I just have a quick question for finance. Does this amount reflect the total encompassing cost of 2 more employees in that department? 3 more employees in that department? That's with everything?
Through the chair to the chair, we have a calculation of proration for 8 months. So with all of these new positions, the 2027 will actually be higher to represent 100% of their salaries.
Perfect, thank you. Councilor Scott?
No, it's not a question. That was my motion.
Okay, I'll come back to you after this. Thanks, Councilor Scott. Councilor Boussier-Lawana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm just going to reiterate my point, even though this is dragged out, because Jen, you said exactly what my concern is. When Dennis goes out, it's not his job to deal with that. Yes, it is. Every one of our employees needs to have the skill set. I sent that email. Do our public-facing employees have the training and education to be able to deal? Now, it's deal with conflict and emotion coming from residents. Now, it's not their job to manage the bigger issues, if that's what you're speaking to, but I worry. And so I've been a big advocate for making sure everybody gets training. I love the SSAs, that they're finally getting training. I'm a huge advocate for that. But I don't want... I'm supporting this anyway, so you don't have to rebut me. We can argue in there, but I just want to bring the caution again that everybody has the skill sets needed, especially in the public-facing position, because they're often very emotionally fueled exchanges sometimes, right?
Councillor Boussier, through the chair, if I could just comment on that briefly.
Please.
So it is a unique skill set, and it's not something that everyone can do. And there is specific niche training for de-escalation and having those very difficult conversations, managing the emotions, supporting those difficult conversations. So a few of my team members have those, not enough do.
Yeah.
We are looking at expanding that training. We have training in the budget for that this year through IAP2. And then if this motion is passed, we'd be looking to expand that to any new staff as well.
And I would like that expanded to all the staff that have public facing.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody keeps throwing out the verbal judo training. Yeah. I know what it is. It's very basic, but you hit the nail on the head. It's the de-escalation stuff. And I'm not asking the Pulse people to start navigating community conflict, but having that skill for those emotionally fueled, and I just don't want being lost across the organization. Equip our people to be able to manage it and give them access to the advanced training, not verbal judo.
Through the chair.
There's anything wrong with verbal judo.
Through the chair to Councillor Luana Boussier, your concerns are noted, and I would agree we want to equip our people as best we can. Some of the training that the engagement strategists would have and that they have had traditionally, it's very specific, the IAP2 training. So it's a bit more, it's beyond, it's not just the de-escalation, it's the techniques, it's drawing out information, there's some facilitation piece in there. So it is just a bit more specialized training. It's also training that we could even offer to council at some point if there was interest as well. So, and I'll let Nadia can comment as well as public engagement. She was the lead of that group at one point.
Yes, thank you, Matthew, and through the chair to Councillor Luana. I also wanted to point out that while we do certainly want to equip any public-facing staff and councillors, elected officials as best we can, it is a specialised training, but it's also an aptitude. It is also something that people, you can be provided the training to be able to deal with situations like that as they arise. But people would have an aptitude and choose this as a career path and as a career choice. And so, I think that if we start with people, and we will be hiring and looking for people who already have that aptitude and training and experience, and having people with that kind of skill set in the room strengthens the confidence and the experience of everybody who is in the room. And so, while there is a level of awareness and training and preparation that we want to be able to provide to everybody, having those skilled professionals in the room does make it a better experience for public and for all staff and elected officials that can be in the room, I believe.
I absolutely agree.
you.
And just touch on a point, again, getting dangerously close to operations. I really hope that there is an opportunity for people who have the aptitude and would like to try a different role with all of the positions that have been put forward, that we support and that it's equitable and that it doesn't matter who you know, that everybody has the opportunity to try a new position and new challenges. Obviously, they have to have the skill set, the aptitude, but this is an opportunity to show some real change in the culture of this organization too. So good luck and represent us well.
So through the chair to Councillor Boussier, noted and agreed.
Through the chair to the discussion, may I add a little bit of additional context? From an organizational perspective, LEARN has facilitated beyond the verbal judo. So I had a bunch of new staff come in, and other areas in the organization had new staff come in, and we did provide them with more extensive training on how to de-escalate and work with people. So just so you know, we are recognizing all of our staff where their learning needs are concerned.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Brandt?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Lance Boussiers and I have decided we would also like this training. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt, certainly.
I second that. Councillor Cardinal, you have a question, comment, or debate point regarding the motion?
What does that do to IRR's relations?
Could I let IRR speak to that? Director Fraser, thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I think one of the things as I listen here that has been often misunderstood is the engagement piece. And we have gone back and forth over this for years. There's public engagement, there's a public engagement policy, and then there's Indigenous engagement. And there's a huge difference. Public engagement typically is project specific. And I wanted to make this point that Indigenous engagement is often misunderstood because Indigenous peoples and communities are rights holders through treaties, through court cases, and that type of thing. They're not stakeholders. And we've heard that time and time again clearly in the past when the engagement unit used to go out and look for stakeholders. There was a lot of negative feedback on that. It's rights holders. And there could be a duty to consult under the ACO that is not covered under public engagement. There's the government-to-government relationship, which is so important that we've got a summit at the end of this month dealing with government-to-government relationship. And that can't be lost. Historical context often surfaces. like colonization, treaties, and ongoing reconciliation. There's 92 calls to the TRC, and we've got 33 of them. And we're always looking at how we can enhance these. That's not covered under engagement. And process is important, more important than outcomes. And we've heard that time and time again. It's not how we engage, it's how we work together. Public engagement, you can go out there, it's a one-time thing on a project. IRR goes out there all the time, built on relationships. And so they're relational and ongoing rather than just the project specific. So I felt the need to make that clarity that this is not, it is not entirely public engagement. There's a huge difference. That's why I have advisors that go out there.
Makes sense.
And do the engagements, set it up. They have the relationship piece, and through the protocol agreements with the work plans. So that cannot be lost. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Fraser.
No, that clarifies the need, and I'll be supporting this motion. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Vardy, do you have any closing statements?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My closing statement was in my opening statement. I think it was long enough. Thank you.
I second that as well. That wasn't written this morning. With that, Councillor Scott?
Sorry, that's for the next motion.
Oh, sorry. I will go to you first no matter what. Can I call for a vote? Councillor Allens voted in favor. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Moving on to Councillor Scott, you have a motion?
Thanks for that. And Jade's put it up on, or Jade's about to put it up on the screen. I move that 200,000 be added to the CIO's Office 2026 operating budget to engage in an intergovernmental relations and/or public affairs contract.
Thank you, Councillor Scott, and thanks for the second, Councillor Brandt. Same question to Finance. Is this enough money there for a position for the remainder of 2026?
Through the chair to the question, my apologies. We were discussing the operational impacts of additional staffing on not just your salaries, your computers and whatnot. So could you please repeat the dollar value?
I can repeat it. That $200,000 be added to the CO's office 2026 operating budget to engage in an intergovernment relations and or public affairs contract.
Sorry, with assistance, or with, if somebody wants to make a friendly amendment, or if I'm permitted, it should be to engage the federal government specifically.
And we did have a bit of conversation about that through the chair to the chair. Is this position going to be expected to be traveling to Ottawa? Are they going to be based in Edmonton?
So I'm going to clarify with Councillor Scott. Is this a position or money added there?
Contract.
For a contract. Okay, sorry. Then that would answer my question already. Thanks, Laurie. Councillor, do you have something to add?
Just through the chair to the motion, we have looked into this, and to answer your question, 200 would be enough.
Thanks, CEO Butts. And Councillor, any other questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor Luana Boussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Councillor Scott, is this like a, what are you doing? Oh, is this like a lobbyist, like a contract like a lobbyist does a contract?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, thanks.
And I can assist. I didn't really give much of an opening statement there, but One thing that other cities or regions do as small communities is they lobby Ottawa relentlessly. And Councillor Allen and I experienced that when we were just in Edmonton at the legislature, but other communities are out there lobbying for every penny they can get. And just to give you a sense of it, there's the recently announced Building Communities Strong Fund. That's a $10 billion fund aimed at accelerating infrastructure projects, including roads, water, transit. There's the Canada Community Building Fund. That's $2.5 billion annually to over 3,700 communities for over 19 project categories, including roads, bridges, and public transit. Some of the examples is that small town that Councillor Brandt spoke of yesterday, Toronto, 116.4 million, Ottawa, 180 million, Edmonton, Calgary, Winnipeg, Montreal. When I was in Ottawa last, Victoria was there advocating. So I think if we're not out there advocating, we're just leaving it out for everybody else to take the money that is actually generated out of this region, which is absolutely absurd. And I'm a big believer in advocacy. The nations do it far better than this municipality does. And I would recommend that we join them. We contribute disproportionately to the federal economy, and if we're not making the effort, then it's going to go elsewhere instead of here. We need to do more than complain about it. We need to get some of that money back. So federal lobbyists, usually the way it works, I'll speak from my knowledge of it, and the experience that Councillor Allen and I had, they have relationships. Those relationships translate into results. Sometimes it takes a while, but I would encourage us to support this. Some of the issues we have that we could be thinking about and get a lobbyist to actually advance would be the Fort Chippewyan dock. That's a federal dock. That issue has been going on for as long as I can remember. Another issue is post-disaster resilience. We're spending a lot of money on that. How come the federal government is not contributing more? Wildfire mitigation, once again, same thing. Northern connectivity, transit, flooding, funding. So Ottawa benefits from Wood Buffalo. It needs to go both ways.
Thank you. Lori, how much do we get from the federal government in a year? Well, how much did we get last year?
Through the chair to the question, from a grant perspective, we get the LGFF funding, which is approximately 30 million. I'm not sure, like there are various different pockets.
Yeah, like federal transfers and like grants. What's the total?
We do have details in a report on that. Just bear with me a moment.
Yeah. So our CAO, our Indigenous Rural Relations does no federal, like government to government on behalf of the municipality?
Yeah, through the chair, not to mine, no.
Okay.
No, and certainly if we're talking to the motion to the federal government, no.
Okay, thank you. Like Councillor Scott, like how much, I'm trying to wrap my head, I don't understand this. Like how much, did you say the federal government gives out a year? Like what's the average community like ours would get? And then if they had a lobbyist? Can you turn on his mic?
They have billions available, but the only way we're going to get access to any of it or figure out how much is to start the effort. There's been no effort here. Other communities across Canada certainly have it, and the only way we're going to determine what's available is if we start the effort. So we have definitely, I think it's more than just lobbying. It's also We've talked a lot about how this region needs to advance its reputation. That's another technique of doing that. And one more thing that's obviously top of mind these days is the oil sands. That's a critical industry in our region. And the federal government is making a lot of decisions that affect that industry. That ultimately affects us. So, if industry is there, we should understand what is happening. Water is also a significant federal area of responsibility. If we're not at the table, then we're being left out. So we need to find out what's happening, what other levels of government are lobbying for, and then we need to independently lobby for what's critical to us.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks. I appreciate the motion there, Councillor Scott. This is more around the high-level stuff that we've, that the government stuff that I've been speaking about, and it's long overdue. This is a great motion. And I really think it'll help support some of the Indigenous communities as well, primarily through the around airports, docks, whatever else comes with that. But the big dock obviously was, they tried to hand it off and, just really keep clear communication. So, I really, really appreciate this motion, and this is where we need to be going, is high-level stuff like this. And thanks a lot for bringing that motion forward, Don. I'll support it.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'll also be supporting this motion. As someone who was former chief of staff working specifically in intergovernmental and public affairs, this position is really important. And there's a couple people who like to get in the weeds, so I do want to talk about why it is important and not just at a high level. So a lot of the different levels of government have different latitudes when it comes to responsibility. So for us, CIP, for example, we delegate it we are the ones who decide. The federal government, the inner departments have more latitude to provide funding. So for example, I was negotiating a multi-million-dollar agreement that had nothing to do with the minister, even though it was under his department. So the comment about it needs to be government to government at this level, sometimes yes, but there is a lot of value in having people, boots on the ground, to be able to do that. Specifically when it comes to having this contracted, my only area of concern is that we need to have our priorities in line where we want to advocate for, because what they're not going to do is they're not going to come to us with ideas. We have to say, I'll use you. We want to say animal welfare is something we want to focus on, and that's the direction they'll go. So as council, making sure that we have that ready. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through the chair to Mr. Scott. Actually, I think it's probably a great motion, Don. In your opinion, why has there been no effort in previous council terms or previous years?
Yeah, I can only speak. Sorry. Keep doing that. I can only speak for a few of the terms that Mike and I, Councillor Allen and I were involved in, where there was a huge effort provincially, because that's where a lot of the effort was. I think there was a point in my term when I was mayor when we did go to Ottawa. I think it was pretty sure it was when I was mayor. We went to Ottawa and we lobbied. And I think there was a recognition, maybe starting in my term, and that's because Councillor Allen and I were actually in the provincial government and we saw everything that was happening. But this region is affected by infrastructure, housing, energy, transition, reconciliation, wildfire mitigation, and economic diversification. We need to do everything we can to get every dollar we can for this region.
And certainly I agree, Councillor Scott. The role of this person, he or she, how does that person interact with our MP? Are they a team, or are they?
Yeah, I can speak to my own experience, which is normally you're hiring a firm and they are often very connected to the government. And it's those existing relationships you're leveraging. to get some advantage. Usually it's somebody in our region, maybe the mayor, maybe the CAO, maybe Matthew, or maybe Megan, but somebody of that nature who would be giving direction based on our strategic plan and what we think is the priority.
Okay, I have one more question before you turn your mic off. How do we measure the success of this? Is it just funds into the community, projects completed, or?
Yeah, I think it's going to be measured over time. We're hopefully going to see a couple of different things. Ideally, we're going to see funds delivered. That's what I think this, but it could be other things. It could be success with the dock, finally getting things dealt with that have been ongoing for a long time. The federal government has no interest in dealing with that dock. They just want to download it to everybody else. They're responsible for it. That's just one example. So it's more than just money. It's lobbying for issues that are critical to this region, whether it's industry, the oil sands, or whether it's the dock, or whether it's for money. So I think we measure it by the success, by the movement we're seeing in any of those directions, depending on our strategic plan and what we choose to identify as the priority.
Okay, thank you, sir. I will support.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. And don't see any other questions there. I'll go to voting, and I'll definitely support this as well, because I do believe we're left out of the loop in Fort McMurray when it comes to the federal government. So call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Matthew, Nadia, and Megan. And for the record, my Oilers jersey is very popular at the Board Legislature, except with Speaker of the House, Minister McIver, who I believe is the only Calgary fan north of Edmonton. Well, except for that one guy in council. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back in probably 15 minutes, say 11:15. Welcome back, everyone. That 10-minute break was 20 minutes. So I'd like to invite the Chief of Staff now to present the Mayor and Councilor's budget for 2026.
Good morning, Mayor and Councilors. Once again, for the record, my name is Matthew Harrison, Chief of Staff. I'm here today to present the proposed 2026 operating budget for Council, which includes the Mayor and Councilors. This grouping is divided into two branches, the Mayor and Council, or Councilors. These budgets are overseen by the Council Relations Group. That's which brings Nadia McCrone up here with us as the manager of that group. And then the Mayor's Office, both of which come under the Chief Administrative Officer. The overall proposed 2026 budget is $1,580,001. This request is an increase of $64,208 compared to 2025. The 2026 proposed operating budget will be explained in more detail in the upcoming slides. The 2026 proposed operating budget for salaries, wages, and benefits will increase by $127,888 compared to 2025. This increase is due to the September 4th, 2025 council motion that resulted in a change in remuneration for councillors. Now moving on to the actual budgets of the groups. For the Mayor's Office, the 2026 proposed budget is $262,321, which is a decrease compared to 2025. And the decrease is of $5,490 in business travel, and that's just based on the trends from the previous year, from last year. Now, this is the branch that covers the expenses of the councillors. And the 2026 proposed budget is $1,317,680, which is an increase from last year. As I've already noted, the increase in salaries, wages, and benefits is due to the approved motion on September 4th, 2025 for councillor remuneration. Overall, contracted and general services has a proposed decrease of $61,780. And that's due to a number of different factors. So we have a reduction of around $38,000 in business travel and training due to changes in requirements and general budget trending. As well, there's a reduction of approximately $36,000, and that was previously allocated for the Integrity Commissioner expenses. And of course, due to changes in provincial legislation, that role is no longer in place. There's a couple of areas of increases in contracted and general services, and that includes $10,000 increase in consultant fees for consultant-led sessions with council. As well, there is a $16,000 increase for conference registration, and that's due to increased costs associated with attending municipal association conferences, which again, as I noted in my last presentation, would be Alberta municipalities, the rural municipalities of Alberta, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. To summarize, Mayor and councillors have a 2026 proposed budget of $1,580,001. And that concludes my presentation for Mayor and Council's 2026 proposed operating budget. And we would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Feels like it could be 27, but yes, it's still 2 times 26. Does anybody have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing, does anyone like to make a motion? Not seeing any, I will call for a vote. There's no vote, we're not done yet. Thanks, Matthew, thanks, Nadia. And thanks for everything you do, Matthew, too. Like, I do appreciate getting me briefing notes while I'm driving to Edmonton.
Thank you, Council.
Councillor Vardy, you have a motion?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Now that we've concluded operations, we've added a lot of, I'll speak to it first, sorry. Whereas council approved additional staffing resources to support municipal operations not planned for in the initial budget creation, therefore it be resolved that administration report back to council in 6 months on the status and impact of the additional hires, including progress on recruitment and onboarding, how the additional positions are supporting service delivery, and any measurable improvements, challenges, or adjustments that are required.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy, and thanks for the second again, Councillor Brandt. Would you like to speak to that motion, Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. This is my first kick at the can, and what I want to make sure is we've added these additional positions a little bit ad hoc when we're hearing based on need. So what I want to make sure is that we have an appropriate amount of time to assess, are they needed, is less needed, or is more needed? I think it's good to make sure that we have some, I want to say regulations, but some initial view into the decisions that we're making.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy. And I do agree, this is a great exercise to actually see the results of that. And one of the things you brought up yesterday was mental health and training for our firefighters. That was a big thing yesterday. So I would like to see, hopefully see their overtime going down because of these new hires, but also improvement in their mental health. Councillor Scott, you have a question, comment, or debate point?
Yeah, just a friendly amendment. Just report back to council and the public was my suggestion, the words "and the public," if that's acceptable.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I accept.
Thank you. Councillor Boussier?
I also have a friendly amendment, an addition, to include "and synergies found to date, if any." I realize 6 months, but I'm going to assume we're going to have regular updates. So I would not like that piece missed, so.
Good addition. Thank you, Councillor. I accept.
I don't see any other questions, so I will, Councillor Vardy, would you like to make any closing statements?
No, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. I'll call for a vote. That's carried unanimously, everyone. Thank you. Do you have another amendment, another motion, Stu? Councillor Weigel, motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas council's approved 34 new positions, it costs $4,000 to onboard each position, and so I motion that we add $136,000 to the operating budget under IT to do the onboarding for these new positions. Right? Oh, sorry. My bad.
Thank you for the motion, Councillor Weigel, and thank you for the second, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Weigel, would you like to speak to that motion?
Yeah, absolutely. Just with speaking with finance in administration, we hadn't put into account the cost of actually onboarding all the new positions into it, and so it just would have been a gap that was missed. And so just in conversation, it costs $4,000 to onboard each of those positions, and so just timesing that by 34. It should be 100. The motion should say $136,000. I don't see the motion.
It says, whereas council has approved 34 new positions and it costs $30,000 to onboard a new position.
Sorry, it should cost $4,000. Four. Price is wrong, Bob. Right. The final amount's correct. $136,000.
COVID's over, right? You can sit beside each other. COVID's over.
Does council have any questions related to this motion? Not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, Councillor Weigel. So that concludes the operating portion of our 2026 budget. Moving on to, I stopped the clapping and congratulating each other just yet. Moving on to capital. Today we begin the introduction of the 2026 capital budget. I'd like to invite Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, to present the 2026 capital budget to council.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. Administration will be presenting the 2026 proposed capital budget and 5-year capital plan. I will be providing an overview before the departments speak to their respective portfolios. The capital budget allocations were prioritized and prepared with various factors. The first priority was assessing the viability of completing projects that Council has already approved. Most of the funding being requested for 2026 is focused on finishing work already underway. The second priority was asset renewal and risk management, investing in aging infrastructure to maintain safety, reliability, and regulatory compliance. We've also placed a strong emphasis on financial sustainability, particularly improving cash flow forecasting so capital funding aligns with when construction occurs to leverage our investment strategy. Where required, the plan includes targeted investments to support growth and evolving community needs. Finally, we focused on maximizing grant funding and improving project readiness so projects come forward with scope definition and cost certainty. Together, these priorities ensure the capital plan is disciplined, deliverable, and aligned with Council's long-term objectives. This year's presentation will summarize ongoing capital projects, identify projects previously approved by Council that require a 2026 future budget request. We'll be presenting new capital projects proposed for 2026 and highlight the ongoing projects previously approved by Council that do not require future budget changes. And at the end of the capital presentation, we will present a prioritization exercise for defunding or canceling of legacy projects. For transparency and clarity, all previously approved projects with a proposed budget amendment are supported by a capital amendment form. Net new projects are supported by a 2026 capital budget request. All supporting information is included in Council's budget binder under the Capital tab and is also available online. Capital projects span multiple years. The data presented here measures the annual performance, compares actual spending, including commitments, against the total approved budget available for each year. The information is inclusive of new approvals and approved carry-forwards. At the same time, we separately tracked what Council approved each year to maintain transparency and accountability. Over the past 5 years, Council has approved significant capital funding. When comparing total approved capital budgets, we see a downward trend while the total annual expenditures remain relatively constant. These trends do not reflect reduced investment, but rather improved capital planning and delivery discipline. Historically, capital budgets were often approved with a full budget in the first year. As a result, approved funding frequently exceeded what could be spent in a given year. In recent years, administration has strengthened project validation, cost estimation, and cash flow forecasting. This has allowed capital requests to better align with realistic delivery timelines and organizational capacity. External pressures such as inflation, supply chain disruptions, labor availability, and increasing project complexity have also reinforced a more focused approach, prioritizing fewer, more ready-to-deliver projects. The result is a capital program with lower overall budget asks and spending that more closely aligns with approved authority, improving predictability, transparency, and financial stewardship for Council. As of today, the municipality's active capital project portfolio includes 131 projects with a total Council-approved budget in excess of $1 billion. Of that approved funding, approximately $722 million has been spent to date, which represents about 69% of the total approved budget, leaving $321,646,197 in available budget. It's important to note that the remaining amount is not allocated or idle funding. Of the $321 million, approximately $190 million is already committed, primarily through executed contracts, purchase orders, procurement activities tied to projects. The remaining balance reflects funding that is scheduled for future phases of work, including construction milestones, holdbacks, and projects still processing through design or regulatory approvals. These figures highlight that the capital portfolio is actively advancing. The majority of approved funding has already been converted into completed work, with a significant portion of the remaining balance contractually committed. The remaining uncommitted balance is allocated to the approved projects, which is necessary to manage timing differences, multi-year construction schedules, and external factors such as market conditions, grant timing, and seasonal construction constraints. This concludes my opening presentation. I'm happy to take any questions before we begin.
Thank you, Lori. And also just want to mention before we start, thanks for being so available to myself and councilors when questions came up about this budget, not only the capital, but also operating as well. Councilor Boussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I don't know that this is for Lori. I think it's for legal. I'm just trying to wrap my head around, we saw yesterday the legal department's budget, which was matched in dollar, having contractors. So all I wanted to know is, with our capital projects, if there's a legal issue, is that our internal legal that deals with it, or is it outside legal?
Through the chair to the question, our internal legal department is our conduit for them to assess whether or not they have the expertise or capacity to take on the support. Where they do not, they have contracts where they will leverage experts external to the organization. So it just depends on the subject matter. Is that answering your question?
Yeah, it does. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the operations, which I know we're not in operations, but I'm trying to understand it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Does Council have any other questions? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Up next we have delegation portion of the capital budget portion of the 2026 capital budget. As a reminder for the delegates speaking, as many of you have spoke before, but I will remind you, please introduce yourself when you come up. You have 5 minutes to present. Please stay on topic and remain seated for questions following that. And number 1, we have Shrika, and I'm sure she knows the rules.
For the record, I am Sarika Kanzig, owner of the restaurant Sarika's on the Snai, located on Clearwater Drive. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. During the summer in 2025, for 5 months from July to November 30th, Clearwater Drive was closed because of work at the Hardin Street intersection. The road closure had a significant financial impact. Although the road was closed for 5 months, I have been advised there is still work to be done at the intersection, and that work will be completed in 2026. A month ago, on December 4th, I was advised that Clearwater Drive in front of the restaurant is to be closed again in the summer of 2026, this year's construction season. Also, that the parking lot adjacent to the restaurant will also be closed. Both the road and the parking lot would be total closures, which means regular road access and the parking lot would not be available to the restaurant for the duration of the construction, essentially all summer and probably another 5 months. This would result in possibly 3 consecutive years of road closures. My request to administration at that time was that the portion of work around the restaurant be moved to the end of the flood mitigation project, so there is enough time to recover from the financial losses incurred in 2025 due to the total road closure. On Friday last week, I was advised that the project has now been moved to 2027 and the project can be done without a total road closure and without a total parking lot closure. This is better than a total road closure. However, this new information leads me to believe that the Hardin Street intersection could have actually been done without totally closing the road and without the resulting financial impact. In May of this year, we will be 8 years open. 6 of those years, we have faced road closures due to road construction or flood mitigation related matters. Opening a business takes a lot of courage and personal financial risk. Maintaining and working to keep a business open takes hard work, commitment, and determination. Sometimes it's an extremely difficult thing to do on a regular day, never mind when there are other issues added. It is evident how hard it is as we watch many businesses in the region open and close. I have the following requests for Council's consideration, please. That the work remaining at the Hardin Street and Clearwater Drive intersection be completed without a total road closure. That the flood mitigation portion regarding the road in front of Rex Turpinning Landing and the adjacent west parking lot be completed once all other flood mitigation projects have been completed, and that when the road in front of Rex Turpinning Landing and the adjacent west parking lot portion is undertaken, it is done without a total road closure and without a total parking lot closure. That the RMWB administration be directed to discuss proposed projects with business owners and take into consideration the impact of their actions on businesses from a business perspective and try to understand the impacts of actions on businesses when projects are in the planning stages. I understand that the work has to be done. I'm not asking for any special favors, just that the choice be made to complete the projects with the least possible impact to the restaurant and time to recover from 2025. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sharika. And I think we've heard this from other businesses as well, as Councillor has brought up the same thing. Similar things that happen on McDonald Drive that can be planned better. We do have project management coming up at 2.5 where we could be looking at those things. Councillor Allen, you have a question for the presenter?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, you have all my sympathy, having owned a business downtown, and have been impacted by capital infrastructure projects that have completely shut down parking lots and access to the business. I just wanted, with your experience in dealing with this all these years, have our municipal staff been difficult to deal with, or are they easier to deal with? Is it they seem to understand or be empathetic to the challenges you're facing when those closures occur?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Allen. Through the mayor, it has been challenging. My intent here today isn't to, throw anybody under the bus or, complain about administration, but there has been challenges. The issue is whenever there's a change in staff, there are new rules, or if there's or people interpret things. Even if I have something in writing, people interpret things in a different way. I will make the comment that, as a business, we've been through a lot. We've been through economy, we've been through COVID, flooding, a little fire, break-in. The hardest thing and the most stressful and the thing that's caused the most impact has been dealing with the RMWB.
Okay, no, thank you for that. I mean, just the challenge of running a restaurant in any community, I totally understand that. So thank you for taking the time to present. I know that I believe that you're being listened to, you're being heard, and that efforts are going to be made to hopefully relieve or mitigate this in the future. Those are questions we will ask when the time is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Can you describe the economic impact and what you would foresee as the economic impact if nothing is addressed? And you can do it in terms of percentages of your business if that's easier to describe what's happening.
So through the Mr. Mayor to Councillor Scott, the losses in 2025 are almost $100,000 due to the road closure. In the past almost 8 years, that number is $1.5 million.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. Thank you very much for your presentation. I was listening quicker than I could write down. Could you please repeat your recommendations that you had for us to make areas of improvement?
I can. I also have a spare copy if anybody wants to do anything with that. So, number one, that the work remaining at the Hardin Street and Clearwater Drive intersection be completed without a total road closure. Number two, that the flood mitigation portion regarding the road in front of Rex Turpinning Landing, which, just to interrupt there, is the Rex Turpinning Landing is what the building is called and the area, the official name. Okay, I'll just start again. That the flood mitigation portion regarding the road in front of Rex Turpinning Landing and the adjacent west parking lot be completed once all other flood mitigation projects have been completed. And that when the road in front of Rex Turpinning Landing and the adjacent west parking lot portion is undertaken, it is done without a total road closure and without a total parking lot closure. And number three, that the RMWB administration be directed to discuss proposed projects with business owners and take into consideration the impact of their actions on businesses from the business perspective and try and understand the impacts of actions on businesses when projects are in the planning stages.
Sure. Thank you very much. I have a lot of questions specifically for administration, so I'll save them, but thank you very much. Appreciate it. And we visit your restaurant often, and when we have people visiting, like, have you gone to Sharika's? No, that's where you need to go. So thank you for everything you do for our community. You are a true gem.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Councilor Vardy. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you, Sharika. I appreciate it. You guys are our top date night spot to go as we try to get away. Speaking to a couple things to your motion, did administration ever come to you beforehand, not only in the previous years, but in the one next year, to discuss the closure and mitigation, any mitigation things that they could do to get around it?
Through the chair, yes. In the past, no. This year, I was advised about projects that are coming up and the proposed total road closure and parking lot closure, and that's why I'm here.
And so this year they did come to you and you guys discussed different ways to be able to get it done?
Not initially, no. I was just told that it was going to be closed and the project was happening.
And so then you reached back out and said, hey, can we work something out at that point?
Yeah.
I am very familiar with your situation as I also went through it. In the second part of it, you spoke to Councillor Scott's conversation about the actual impact, but can you speak to the actual future impact? Because I know, especially with things like restaurants and stuff, there's actually a pattern, and so when you change somebody's pattern, the economic difference actually lasts long after the actual closure.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for the question. The impact is, if the road, any continual road closure is going to be harmful for the business. Human nature is such that whenever people see a detour or a road close, they're not going to take the time to investigate. They're just going to go somewhere else. The impact of continual closures is you get forgotten, and you're out of habit, you're out of top of mind, and business deteriorates.
Absolutely. So this could impact you from years way after the closure and years to come.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Bussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I would like to hear from from Director White to respond to this and make some sense of it, if you're comfortable doing that. Director Elliott White.
Thank you to the opportunity to speak to this. Is there other questions to be had by Mayor and Council before I respond? Because maybe that would be best, and I can respond to all.
Specifically, my questions were, can you speak to how the closures were managed and navigated, what the plan is moving forward? I heard there's some improvement in communication, which ties back to you, and thank you for the presentation, by the way. So just to responding to the whole scenario of how this gets managed and the impact on our business owner.
Okay, I'll just provide maybe some context to the whole thing here. So, and through the chair, to the questions that we have in front of us. What we had when I became involved and when the PMO was created was a multitude of projects. We had the waterfront project. We had what we call Reach 4, which is the project in front of the restaurant. And we also had the project that was at Hardin Street, which is the actual intersection. So that intersection, for those that are not familiar, we had to dig up that intersection to install undergrounds to protect the community. So those three projects were in front of us. And there was different ways to execute those projects. One of them could have been to do all three at one time. So basically, waterfront, shut down the waterfront, shut down the intersection, shut down the area in front of the restaurant. We didn't take that route simply because we felt that it was too impactful to the area, not only the restaurant but to users of the the park area and the sidewalks. So we went with a model where we spaced things out a little bit. So we started with the waterfront project. We then moved to the Hardin Street intersection project. Now they kind of aligned last year, but we wanted to do the Hardin Street intersection in time such that when the waterfront project opened, people can actually access the park. So that's how those two projects were timed. We met with Mrs. Kanzig in December with respect to Reach 4, which is in front of a restaurant. And we explained what the current delivery model was going to be for that project. The original plan was to close the parking lot that's adjacent to the restaurant. We would use the parking lot that's just over to the side off of Father Mercady. So if you continue on Father Mercady, you go up on the hill, there's a parking lot that's owned by the municipality. We were going to use that parking lot and shuttle customers over to the restaurant. We would maintain some access to the restaurant. However, in talking with Ms. Kanzig, we realized that this was quite impactful to her, to her restaurant, her employees, to the public, to her patrons, everyone involved. So we took it away, and we didn't want to necessarily focus on that. We wanted to look at all things. How could the municipality benefit from a change in model? So we also looked at some of the other infrastructure improvements we needed to do in the area. And we realized there were some other flood mitigation initiatives that we wanted to take later on in the future. So what we have common, this is what I'm moving now into conclusions, is that on Friday we met with Ms. Kanzig and explained our new plan. So what our new plan is, Reach 4, which is a reach in front of a restaurant, will be is planned to be delivered next year. It would also include those additional works that I spoke of, the future works. So that way we capture that all together at one time so we don't have to come back again and again. What we also did is we changed the execution model of the construction. So no longer are we planning on using that Father Mercady parking lot. We worked with our design team to figure out a way to close half the parking lot at the restaurant, raise that parking lot, because we have to raise the entire parking lot. Once we raise that one side, we would flip and then raise the other side while utilizing the other parking lot. It is going to be impactful to the restaurant, no doubt. We're going to be looking at sort of alternate ways to get into the restaurant because we're going to be in the middle of construction. But we feel that this is an opportunity for all of us to improve. And that's what Friday afternoon was about, was explaining those new plans. So now what we're doing with our design team is implementing those plans, putting them into the tender, and then we can move forward with a tender later this year with that project.
So are you comfortable that every step is being taken to minimize the impact on Sarika's business while still getting the work done that's necessary?
I'm comfortable with the new relationship that Ms. Kanzig and I have. that we can continue to build on that relationship and open our communication channels so that as we continue with our tender development over the next months, she can be part of that exercise to ensure that we have an opportunity to talk about those impacts to the business and do everything we can to support. I want to say support the business, but I want to say that the learnings we had over the last few years, it's important to do this not just for this project. So it's not just specific to Ms. Kanzik, but our next project and our next project after that. I wanted to speak in operations and in the conversations you were having about new staff associated with public engagement and things of that nature. Those are the types of things that help us as delivery because quite frankly, some engineers aren't great with public engagements and talking with public. So the team will help us with those types of things, the softer side. And yeah, no, this is, in my opinion, I support this wholeheartedly. I know that there's a journey to have here.
Just one last thing,
Sure.
And further to all that Sarika has shared, can you acknowledge or do you agree that as a municipality, we could have done better previously?
To that question, we can always do better. Is that, apologize, is that, to the chair, is that a fair statement? Like, I think we learned a lot in the last 2 years associated with what we call the Saunderson project, Morrison Street, Biggs Avenue, McDonald. That was a big learning for us. We're learning a lot in Fort McKay. And yes, we do need to improve, particularly when it impacts large segments of the community and our partners in the business industry.
No, not exactly.
Okay.
The social worker in me really feels like she needs to be validated in her concerns that she was impacted and that we could have done better. Like, we're doing things differently now. That's not you, Elliot, but in general, in the midst of all of the changes that this organization was going through.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter. Sorry, and 10 cents leaves her with 10 cents. Like, it doesn't change anything.
Mm-hmm.
But I think she might be owed an apology from us. And, like, could have we done better? Did we drop the ball in certain areas? Maybe we didn't. Maybe her, sorry, Sarika, maybe they're not justified that she, like how I've had many times with projects that go on in the community, I look and go, that's stupid. Why didn't they just do it this way?
Yeah.
Like, because I didn't have all the information. That's, I guess, what I'm asking for. Is this a case of, no, Sarika, I'm sorry, we couldn't have done any better. That's the way it had to be done. Or is it a case of, yes, we could have done better? And if I'm making legal cringe right now, I'm sorry.
Okay. Through the chair to the question or comments or conversation. We delivered the project as we thought was the best manner in terms of closing the road, doing the waterfront at similar times, doing Reach 4 later. I don't think that we could have done anything different there. We had to close Hardin Street intersection. It's just physically impossible to do so. Could we have improved conversations with Ms. Kanzik? Yes, absolutely. Could we have done things slightly different on how we closed roads and how many signs we had out and how we offered opportunities for people to travel to the waterfront? Yes, we could improve.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
So we could have done better.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. And sorry for the impact on your business, Sarika.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Cardinal?
Oh, thanks, Mayor. Thanks for your presentation. I'm just curious as to what the impact that we've obviously helped assist incur with closures of the road. Do we have something on policy for reimbursement or of some sort, or in the finance department? since we closed the road and she was affected?
Through the chair to the question, and the mic's on for me, I guess I'll answer it. I'm not aware of any policies related to reimbursement. In yesterday's council, I did talk about programs that exist in Canada that if that's the will of mayor and council, that could be investigated for sure.
So have any documents been shared with the amount of economic impact that you've had in each, like say 2 years ago and then 2 years before maybe? Has anything been discussed with you at all, or have you even thought of it?
To the councillor, through the mayor, financial information has not been shared yet. This is the first step here for me in asking for the project to be deferred, to give some time to catch up. Again, it has been a big financial impact. Like I said, we've been in business almost 8 years. 6 years of those have been we've had road closure issues. So, to answer your question, long story short, I have not provided financial impacts yet, but I can do that.
Maybe this one's for Elliot. Do we have a similar situation as Sharika that happened to another resident in this community as a business owner?
Through the chair to the question, through capital projects, we impact businesses anytime we have construction in and around their business. I don't have any official documentation. However, anecdotally, we have talked to businesses about the impacts of construction, lane closures, road closures, and I'm aware that there's businesses that do suffer losses from construction.
Have we actually looked as City Council into something that might be created previously? I'm not sure. I haven't. It hasn't crossed any of my pages that I've read, but maybe CAO can ask, elaborate a little bit on that. But I just feel that, if you're not a strong business owner and something like this happens to you, could actually ruin your life and you can be completely shut down, and then it'll lead to mental health issues, and then, you know what I mean? Counseling, I don't know.
I'm not aware. My personal experience with the RMWB over the last decade, I'm not aware of any programs that have come across your desk or anyone in administration at looking at something like this, but it's certainly something we can look at.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that, Elliot, because like I said, my concern is that you can affect somebody's life if you're going to ruin their business and, the financial impact that we have as a municipality, and they are taxpayers as well, but I think that there's something we can do here.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Back to the conversation about the learn. In the second part of, and the question will be for Director White, but in the second part of your, I guess, proposed motion or what you're asking to bring forward, was the business case of going to the business beforehand and working with them to try to mitigate the best way forward. The question across just to the comment that to Councillor Boussier, when she was asking if we could have done anything, and I appreciate that we delivered the project the way that it was stated, but the learn, as I personally went through it for 2 years, there was a constant conversation around going to the businesses first, as they would understand how the impacts would most affect them. Talking with project management, we're all subject matter experts in our own field, and so talking to the businesses how it would affect them, to me that would be the new learn, as you proposed as well. But to me, when we say that we came forward, there was already a conversation about going to businesses and stakeholders about going first. And then to me, it seems like we repeated the issue that we didn't go to the business first. And so as I appreciate you guys deliver projects very well, to me, that was a learn that we didn't bring forward. Would you not agree?
Sorry.
As I was talking with my colleague and eliminating some of the silos, I just would like them to have an opportunity to speak on some of the things that we've spoken about internally within administration. So I'll leave it to Megan.
Thank you, Elliot. This hasn't been, so the construction season has not been a file that has been supported from a stakeholder relations or a public engagement perspective for a number of years. Our focus has been on communications only. So what I would like to see happen, and now that we have some staff behind this, I would like us to go back to the model where we are sitting alongside Director White's team with more of a hands-on approach in terms of connecting with stakeholders, businesses, making sure that they're supported. It would still be led through Elliot's team, but just making sure that there's that touch point at the beginning of the season, throughout the season, and then following the season. So there used to be a lot more rigor in construction season engagement. And Elliot, I wonder if that's something that we can resurface together.
For clarity, I 100% agree.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. And Councillor Boussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just to delaying flood mitigation, I wouldn't support that because we need to get this done. But I think it was Director White that, was it you who talked about a program in Montreal yesterday? I don't know if people remember that, but the program that looks at impacts on businesses when municipalities are engaging in various major project. And was it a grant program, Elliot?
Through the chair of the question, I believe it was a grant. Yeah.
So is this, I don't know who this question is to, is that an ECDEV task? Is that something that the Jody and you sit on the board, right? Like, is that something
we could ask them? Yeah, we could ask them
if they could, or the chamber, or something that we could look at developing something that meets the criteria when, I mean, you'd be impacted too, right? Like, or have been, but I'm not talking retroactively either, just to be clear. But something that we could bring forward that looks at that Montreal model when situations like this arise under major.
I would suggest, this is just my suggestion, that we bring it to the Pro-Business Advisory Committee and let them do some homework on it. That has all the associations in there.
Okay, and if we could put some quite quick timelines on it, so it's, I mean, if there's a model in Montreal from which to build on, let's not recreate the wheel, but maybe we can
yes, my suggestion would bring it to the Pro-Business Advisory Committee.
I would agree, like whatever you think is best, but let's just get
they're all
moving
at the
on it.
table, so.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Cardinal?
I was just going to ask Elliot if you can share those documents with council, if you don't mind. Thanks.
Through the chair of the question, are you referring to the information from the City of Montreal? Is that what you're referring to, the grant, other grants within Canada? Is that what you're asking for? Which documents?
No, just the model that you were talking about yesterday from Montreal.
100%.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. So thanks, Rika, and sorry for the inconvenience this has caused you. It's been, I know I've talked to you quite a bit regarding it, and I think even better signage getting there would help. Thank you. Councillor Cardinal, you had something to finish?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, what's the follow-up with her? How often are you communicating with her to let her know what's going on?
Through the chair to the question, I would, I know this might be a note, but as often as we need to meet to ensure that there's collaboration between the both of us meaning the administration and her business. We have time between now and tender for the project that we have time to pivot as necessary. So she will definitely be hearing from our team on a regular basis to ensure collaboration.
Thanks, Elliot. Maybe this is for finance. Have we ever supported anything with companies for the loss of finances, whether it be through comms of any sort to help boost their communications at all? You know, who can answer that?
Through the chair to the question, I don't believe so, and this wouldn't be a finance question. You're crossing over into legal territory, in my opinion. So
What's that?
In my opinion, you are crossing over into legal territory, which would be more in the range of a claim. So I'm not aware. I haven't been involved in any details within this organization on that point.
Well, that's what. Thanks, Lori. That's why I was maybe if I just wanted to know a number that you've lost. To be honest, and if you can get that to us. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal, and thanks, Sharika. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Appreciate it.
Okay, see you soon. Next, we have Mr. Evan Crawford and Mr. Ryan Pitchers. And again, two people don't have to let know. You have 5 minutes to present. Remain seated for questions, and please introduce yourselves for the record.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Evan Crawford, President of IFF Local 2494. I have Ryan Pitchers here as well, former President and Ops Trustee. So I thank you today for the opportunity to present a critical capital requirement for the Fort McMurray Fire Department, the replacement of our 2002 aerial apparatus. Funding a new aerial is, in this budget cycle, is essential for safety, reliability, and long-term fiscal responsibility. Fire aerials serve two important purposes during an emergency. These include initial rescue operations for any potential victims, elevated access to higher floors or roofs, as well as safety egress for firefighters battling a structure fire. An aerial also provides elevated firefighting capability to reach points of the fire that may not be accessible to crews on the ground. Our current aerial fleet, we took possession of 3 aerials since 2002, a 75-foot Quint, a 2003 Smeel, and a 2012 Bronto. In an unfortunate electrical fire, our 2003 Smeel was lost and never replaced. We refer to the NFPA, National Fire Protection Association, which was established in 1896 for the sole purpose of developing codes and standards related to fire safety. These codes and standards serve as guidelines and recommended practices for emergency services organizations across the globe, and continually updated as new practices, codes, and safety standards are changed. NFPA 1900 and 1911 standards regulate all fire apparatus and recommend that apparatus should serve a front line for a period of 15 years, after which the vehicle should be placed into a secondary or reserve status, and at age of 25, the recommendation is to be removed from service. The 2002 Smeel 75-foot aerial at 24 years old is at the NFPA threshold for retirement or removal age, as well as within the RES emergency vehicle cycle replacement regulation. With increased mechanical challenges, part sourcing, insufficient reach to more modern buildings in the city, it is time to replace this apparatus. It was slated to be budgeted in the capital plan for 2020, but was removed and never placed in future budgets. The call volume for an aerial in 2025, we reported 145 structure fire calls. An aerial was dispatched to 108, responded to 106, and fully deployed and utilized for 18 structure fires. The cost estimation for a new aerial is $3 million plus, with a lead time of 4 years to get it built. Ordering now results in delivery around 2030. The aging apparatus comes with increased risk of failure on an emergency response, higher property loss risk, more costly long-term maintenance, the possibility that both aging aerials may be offline for repairs at the same time, and may affect our municipal insurance rates. But I would leave that to administration to tell us if that's the case. Without this equipment, firefighter, and public safety at risk, along with greater chances for further property damage for larger fire incidents. Our ask is to include a new aerial apparatus in this capital budget cycle and authorize the procurement to begin immediately. Firefighters rely on this equipment daily for community safety as well as our own. We cannot accept to continue operations with aging apparatus and safety equipment, and replacing the aerial is a strategic safety and financial decision. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Evan. Appreciate it. You may not, I'm not sure if you know, but how long does it take to get one once it's ordered? Like 3 years?
Yeah, the procurement and everything with COVID, there's a backlog now. So we're being told 3 to 4 years.
Okay.
And that's if we do a full build. If we can get one off the shelf, which I don't know how many are readily available, it might be 2.
A big shelf.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, to the presenters. So understand the old Smeal. You had said that you had a Bronto. Why can't you just use that one?
Through the chair of the question, so the Bronto was a 2012. So in a couple of years, it'll be recommended to be second line. It is also not, the manufacturer's recommendation is to not use it anywhere below -20 because reliability goes down. And we've had some costly repairs to it as well. Bronto is a company in itself that is out of Finland, I believe. And to source parts for it, when it does break, it does take months to get parts for it. The latest, it was down for 3 months, just got back online because a lower ball joint had to come from Ireland. So we run, just to emphasize on that, we run redundancy where we always have a backup. So we have a frontline aerial and then we'll have a backup in case that does have to go down for maintenance or whatever.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. This might be a question for legal. What kind of risk do we have if we have equipment that's being utilized that is not within the warranty it's supposed to be used? I hope you know what I'm saying. That was weird.
Through the chair to the question, it probably depends on the piece of equipment, what the warranty is, to look at the actual warranty of the equipment itself. Are you referring to if we're using it when that warranty wouldn't apply at all?
Yes.
Well, there would always be a risk with it, but I mean, it depends on the scenario that you're looking at. I mean, different factors would play into the scenario differently, so it's hard to sort of give an overall arching, but there would always be some risk if you're using something that's sort of outside of its expected lifespan, especially if you've known there's problems with it, that would come into play with things as well. Sort of the history of something that all goes into play with it as well.
So it depends. You must be a lawyer. Thank you very much.
Typical lawyer answer, yeah, it depends.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Brandt?
Thank you, Mayor. 2 points of clarification. When you meant warranty, Councillor Vardy, did you mean the standards, the NHFTP standards? Okay. Evan, thank you for the presentation. You mentioned modern buildings and our current aerials are not able to reach them. Can you give some examples?
Yeah, through the chair of the question. So our Bronto was purchased because of the towers as well. So the Bronto actually goes 134 feet in the air, and we can reach the top of the towers if we're positioned correctly. Same with the Pomeroy. The 2002 Smeal is only 75 feet. So our limitations pretty much with buildings in town are 3 stories or below.
So when it was down for 3 months for repairs, these buildings would not be accessible to the top floors, including our provincial building here?
Correct.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thanks, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Boussier-Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. You said that the temperature for the Bronto -20?
Through the chair of the question, yes. So the manufacturer recommends below -20. There are several limitations. There's lots of sensors on these. There's lots of electronics. Below -20, just systems aren't reliable. Like there's a digital screen on the dash that can sometimes go out, as well as we have wind regulations on it as well. If it's too windy, you're not supposed to have the aerial in the air.
So what happens in terms of a response when it's -30 and you
So-
need the truck.
That's why we use the 75-foot primarily in the wintertime.
Okay, but the 75-foot doesn't reach the top of the towers or anything like that. I have no spatial relation skills. So the Bronto is 134, the Smeal is 75. It's the Smeal that needs to be, is Smeal a brand like John Deere?
Yeah, correct.
Oh, okay. So are they both called ladder trucks?
Fire aerials, yes.
Fire air. So you had mentioned, I think in your first presentation, as well about before about this aerial truck. What exactly are you guys recommending to be replaced?
We're recommending to just replace the aging area with one that's sufficient for the department.
So 75 feet?
No, our recommendation would be 100 or more.
Okay.
100 to 110 is the standard. Bronto is the only one that makes a fire apparatus that tall, but it also comes with a lot of challenges and maintenance.
Okay, and sorry, I think you said, I was furiously, cycle replacement regulations is 15 years to back it and 25 just remove it? Is that what you said?
Yeah, the NFPA standard is 15 years as a front line for all fire apparatus, and then 10 years in a reserve status. And after the 25 years, they're recommending either a full rebuild or retirement.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
And then we have the RES vehicle replacement guideline for life cycle, and ours indicates 20 years frontline for an aerial and 5 years of reserve status. So it still hits that 25-year should be replaced.
Yeah, well, especially like 3 to 4 years to get it too. So in 2020, you said it was in the budget?
I believe it was slated in 2020 for the capital budget.
Okay, so I don't know if this is a fair question to Director Roberts or not, but I might have to go to CAO, but I'll hit you first in your role. Do you know why it was removed from the 2020 budget and never put back in?
To the chair, for the question, that would have been prepared in 2019, so I was not
Fair,
sitting in the deputy chief seat at
I
that
tried,
time.
Kelly.
Yeah, no, if it's
You're up,
fair.
Jody.
Yeah, through the chair to the question, that was the direction of budget constraints. And so we had to pull back on our original ask.
Well, the irony of all of this is we had Mr. Walsh up here talking about a 7-year cycle for a Zamboni, and we replaced that quickly, and here we are when it was put in the budget and removed. So you would put it in your 2020, were you fire chief, and you would put it in and were directed to remove it? Oof, okay. So what part of me? Well, would have been by his boss. We don't need to ask him to throw anybody under a bus publicly. Okay, thank you, Jody. Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation.
Thank you.
I'll be bringing forward a motion, Mayor Bowman.
Yeah, that'd be during the RES, yeah. Yeah, there'll be an opportunity, yep. I'm not keeping a list because the list would be too long. No. Thank you. Perfect. There's people for that. Councilor Boussier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, Evan. I've always stated publicly that I will always support anything that has to do with safety. I said I will always support publicly what we need to support and the safety of our community and our residents. So I guess my question in Evan is, you have 3 pieces basically of outdated equipment, but you're only asking for one. So the Smeal and the Bronto or Bronco will eventually go to fire heaven and we'll just be down to one piece and that's sufficient?
Through the chair to the question. So the main concern here is to get the one apparatus that is at its retirement age replaced. The Bronto still could serve as a front line with its year of service, and it'll go to a reserve status when this new one comes into place. So we'll still maintain 2 as long as the budget cyclings allow for it.
Okay, and then I guess the strategy is next year, 2 years from now, ask for another piece of equipment, or?
That would be an administration call, yes.
Did you want to say something, Lori?
Yeah, through the chair to the conversation here, I'm just chatting with my asset management team. This is something where we need to have this on a 20-year plan at a minimum. We have this with ambulances and fire, your regular pumper trucks, but this one appears to be from 2012. The life expectancy is generally 20 based on what my asset management team is telling me. But definitely this is something we need to make sure we're life cycling and having it on that long-term plan we've been talking about. So we can definitely help with this from a planning perspective. We just need to work closer with the RES team.
If I may tag in on that, the Bronto received a midlife rehabilitation that was required for that unit a few years ago, and it's currently slotted for 2032 replacement.
Thank you. Does that mean we ordered in 2028 then, or 2029 to have it ready in 32, or the order comes in at 32?
To the question, I don't know if we've decided if we're going to try to place that in a little bit earlier, like you identified that 2028, 2029 year to have it on arrival. For 2032, typically we start it in that year. So 2032 has been the past practice is when we would start the work.
Okay, thank you. I guess, but through the chair to, I don't know who wants to answer this. I guess the will or the appetite to purchase this equipment just lays in the hands of council. So it sounds like a previous decision 4 or 5 years ago to remove it happened. So that's not saying 4 years from now you could have the same financial constraints or something and the equipment gets pulled and then we're back at this. So I guess through the chair to Evan, does it make sense that place an order for a second one at the same time? Like, I don't want to run up our budget, but it's disappointing that it was placed in 19 or 20 and for whatever reason got pulled out. And obviously, like Councillor Scott brought a motion yesterday about the mental stuff, which is important as well, and so is the safety of the community.
Yeah, through the chair to the question. Right now, our only ask is to replace the one piece of equipment. I believe 2 will be satisfactory for now, but with the new developments we have going, Walmart Supercenter, Rona, these big box stores, if in the event an emergency does happen, the more aerials you have, that's basically how you fight these things. So the bigger that we get, we might have to look at increasing that number. But for right now, our ask is just to replace the one aerial.
Okay.
And then have just maintain the budgeting cycle to allow for this equipment to be on a proper life cycle.
Right. Okay. The only reason I was thinking about a second is I don't want Luana to outdo me, so I'd like to buy one too. But if we ever got the new, if North Parsons continues to grow with the whole Walmart and stuff, it'd be nice maybe to have one apparatus downtown or south and one north, because I don't know where this one currently sits, if it's at Hawkins Fire Hall or if it's Thickwood.
One currently sits at Fire Hall 4 in Timberlea, and the other one sits at Fire Hall 5 off of 69.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Brandt?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, we were just talking about the life cycles and the overhaul, the 10-year. What was the cost of that?
Through the chair of the question, I've heard a number thrown out, but I think I'll let Chief Roberts.
I think I heard 300,000, but that's low? So I'm just curious the cost of a 10-year overhaul compared to a new unit. Yeah, it's curious. And then for Fire Heaven, as you've described, sounds fun. I think you mean the Firefighter Museum in Calgary, but either way, is that something that this would be going to? Because where else have we seen a Bronto? Is this a common piece of equipment throughout the province?
I'll try to answer both. So from what I've heard from our mechanics branch, I believe that overhaul was $380,000. When we first purchased the Bronto, it was around $200,000 with inflation and everything. Brontos were kind of a thing of the day. They were a new shiny piece of equipment that got brought into the fire service, and the more that people bought them, the more people realized that there were issues with them. To a point where even the only Alberta maintenance branch out of Red Deer has stopped providing support for them as well. So we're looking into the States now, I believe, for for maintenance on these things.
Okay, so at the time, awesome new piece of gear.
Yeah.
Boys and their toys. We love the great big new things.
Yeah.
And then it just becomes a feasibility thing down the road. And we're going to go back to something like an aerial that we're used to that's tried and true and tested.
Correct. The standard across the province is people are going to 100 to 110 foot with a basket and not as many bells and whistles.
Sometimes you just want roll-up windows.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Brandt. Councilor Weigel? Sorry, you should light off. Councilor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. First, I do have a notice of motion that I'm working on to bring a regional hazard assessment and long-term apparatus strategy, and noting Lori's comment about a 20-year asset plan, maybe a fire master plan. So my concerns are if we are failing to plan, we're planning to fail. And I don't mean in terms of evacuation, I mean in terms of our assets. Would you support something that looking at our hazards, the equipment that we have, and if we have the proper equipment to meet the need of the infrastructure we have? Do you think that's needed?
Through the chair of the question, yes, I do. I think what you're referring to is a GIS study.
GIS.
Geographic Information Survey. The IFF can provide one, which we've been actively trying to gather the information for, and I believe the city has resources as well, and they can look at simply for first response if you're being efficient in your area with what your needs are. So we're pursuing it on our side, and I think the city can pursue it on their side.
Yeah,
that would give you a great baseline of where you're at.
Perfect. It won't be today, so we'll work on it collaboratively. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Weigel.
Thank you. Question for administration. So the assets in RES, are those also handled by our asset management, or is it held separately by the the fire department RES department? Bueller?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, so the assets within the RES, so the ambulances, the fire trucks, the aerial, does that come under your department, asset management? So do you guys hold that life cycle and that inventory? And if so, I guess if not, why not?
Through the chair to the question, the asset management team is to actually set the framework and governance and collaborate with all the areas. So we're gathering all that data. We have our fleet operations at some point in time, and I don't know the history. ICAO may be able to speak to that. But the purchases for RES and all their equipment is separate from our fleet. So they keep track of everything. We do have some of the information that's been gathered so far. But long-term, everything should be in the new citywide system that we're developing.
Awesome.
And there could be some synergies to recognize by having all of our fleet purchases under one umbrella.
With the new system, it would life cycle, like we would life cycle it in there, and so
Yeah.
it would come to council going, hey, like these are all the things, and would in that system would there be the delay, like when it says, this is 4 years, so it should be proposed to by this date to get it by this date and all that?
100%, yes. That is what we have dedicated asset management coordinators assigned to each area, and that's what they would be working on, is representing their portfolios to say, okay, we know there's a 4-year lead time, we need to get this on the list. What I want to see council is you're going to have that vision of what we need every single year to maintain all of our assets, rehab them, replace them.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
If I can, through the chair, just add a comment. I'm going to, our Director Smith, comment from the fleet perspective, because I know through past years about how the replacement of our fleet and some of the organizational decisions and how we're sitting here today addressing that. So, Mr. Smith, if you can kind of add your experience to that whole thing, because he manages the overall fleet.
Through the chair to the ICAO, are you asking me to discuss previous years when we came forward for budget?
That's exactly right.
Okay. Through the chair to ICAO Butts and to council, again, as Councillor Bussier mentioned earlier, not to throw anybody under the bus, but the last 5 to 10 years, whenever a fleet did come forward, it was usually a low-hanging fruit that was removed by those above our pay grade, and when it came to budget, so that's why you'll see the state of our fleet that is in currently. The last assessment that we did of our municipal fleet, the average age was about 8.7 to 9, and it would take, I can't remember how many millions of dollars just to keep it at that level. So in the last 5 to 10 years, we have not, as an organization, did any type of asset management planning with our fleet. Again, it was just looked at low-hanging fruit, very not forward-thinking at all, and just removed each and every year, and we sunk more operating dollars into maintaining it than what we should have.
So if I can just follow that up, and thank you for that, Keith. There has been, I would suggest to council, an opportunity here for some policy, because it changes, and it changes with the people that change, and it changes with the environment that does. So us as an organization with a policy, then we can follow that and more consistent, and so we don't get find ourselves in our situation here.
Thanks to you. About Councillor Boussier?
Thank you. Perfect timing. I have a question. So when you say that, Jody, like a policy, do you mean specific to budget commitments and that? And that was what I was wondering when you were talking, Lori. So moving forward, the asset management piece, would it just be technically a given if it's $3 million that Keith needs in his budget to replace fleet vehicles because they've reached their life cycle, that it would just be part of the budget? Like it would be a strategic investment year after year because you have an exact dollar amount through asset management. Is that how I'm envisioning this?
Through the chair to the question, yes. I mean, ideally, that would be the vision. We would still obviously need to bring it forward to council for approval, but we would have that constant cycling. And we have spoken about the programs where instead of saying a specific unit within a specific dollar value, that we would have a program where we could pivot if we needed to, because, you know, inflationary factors or tariffs come in and add a big dollar value to it to make sure that we can keep the purchases going on a regular cycle.
So the policy then, Jody, would be, if I'm, yeah, because my voice is so shallow. So the policy would be around that money is put into the budget, and then 3 years before the end of life cycle, if something takes 3 years, but very specific to that.
Get through the chair to the question. Yeah, and I'll just emphasize what Lori was saying. Instead of a project, it would be a program. So council would commit to fleet, and then we would provide, here's how we're going to spend it. But that gives us the flexibility to make sure that we're maintaining our fleet. A policy to suggest, and we can use the Keith's point there, 8.5 years, just to use the number, we can put a boundary there for us to target.
Yeah.
And we can do that, like fire trucks, 20 years, ambulances, all that stuff. So we can put those parameters in there.
I'm not sure, I'm sure she's listening, my frontal lobe, Nadia, so she could write that up and work with you. I'm happy to bring something forward so that we have a path. Thank you.
May I just add, through the chair, we do have an asset management policy. Specifics to this, we could expand on that for sure. That we certainly want to make sure that our life cycling is in line with the lead time for purchasing, as well as when should it be replaced.
You were specifically talking about fleet, right, Jody?
Yeah.
Or are you talking
so
about?
Fleet is an asset.
Yes.
It should be a part of our asset management program, but to that extension of that policy would commit to making sure that we are going to maintain, we're going to replace our fire trucks every 20 years.
I'll take this offline. We'll figure it out later.
I guess I'll add to, it's a great segue into what we're going to be talking about, capital projects, and from a program versus project, playgrounds, trails, road rehabilitation. Do we want come back every single project, or does council, and to your discretion, want to provide a program ensuring that the standards are being kept?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I think bringing this offline to develop some motions later on, and right now, just if we direct questions to the presenters that are graciously been here for 3 days. Anyone have any questions for the presenters? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Evan.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Pat. Thanks, Dave. Next, we have Rolando from Charb Métis joining us online, and present we have Justin Herman. And Justin, just to remind you, just introduce yourself for the record. You have 5 minutes to present, and please remain seated for questions afterwards, Justin. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I have to recuse myself due to potential pecuniary interest as I am an employee of Justin. Bye, boss.
Great segue.
Thank you. I'm Justin Herman. I'm the CEO for the Charb Métis Nation. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you, the administration, for your time today. I'll only take between 5 minutes and 2 hours. So I'm here to request RMWB support for Charb Janvier Community Center, a community-led facility designed to improve safety, access to essentials, and year-round programming. Our community currently lacks safe, accessible community infrastructure. We have no recreation center, no cultural gathering place, and very limited spaces for youth and families. The nearest full grocery option is over an hour away. This creates persistent food access barriers, especially for elders and families with mobility issues and families without a reliable means of transportation. Community leadership has been clear. Our community needs a safe, substance-free place that supports and encourages healing, connection, and community safety. The Charb Métis have secured 5.5 acres adjacent to the current municipal office that we are willing to donate for the project, positioning the project for practical access and integration with local infrastructure. The Charb Métis has also hosted multiple community engagement sessions in 2025 with residents from the Hamlet, Métis, and First Nation. These sessions were held to hear and confirm the needs and priorities of the community, and the results are unanimous. The community needs this facility. We have also secured grant funding and completed feasibility design work with Stantec, including drawings and an estimated budget as a starting place. We're also open to ideas. Charb Métis first advanced this with RMWB in 2025, and later learned the project was not included in the recommended 2026-2027 budget, which is why we're here today asking the council to help move it forward. The concept is a community center anchored by 3 practical functions: a gathering place for culture and recreation, space for training and workforce readiness, and space for access to essentials through concession-style store, supporting food security in a way fitting to the community's needs. The design also includes Charb Métis office space to coordinate programs and partnerships, an on-site residential unit to support staffing and security sustainability. The concept also includes child mind space so parents can participate in other services and programs. This community center would deliver measurable practical outcomes, a consistent substance-free gathering space supporting safety, healing, and community connection, local employment during construction and operations, plus workforce training capacity through the shop bay, improved access to essentials through an on-site concession, reducing day-to-day barriers. This approach builds on what we already know works, a community hub model like the former OCP facility that burnt down a few years ago and has never been replaced. That facility supported recreation, training, and employment opportunities, and at one point employed almost every person within the communities. It was the first place that anybody in the community had access to any workforce or preparedness for getting out to site. The current estimated project cost is approximately $22 million, built conservatively to reflect northern construction realities. About $18 million in construction and landscaping, $2 million in furniture, fixtures, equipment, plus 10% contingency in project management. Stantec's concept package and cost work also indicates a base project cost around $17.9 million range. Reinforcing that estimate is grounded in real costing. Regional comparisons show the request is within the spectrum of northern community facility investment. Our request is for RMWB to cover the full costs. and to work with the Charter-Métis Nation on the implementation path so this can move forward from concept to delivery. Charter-Métis Nation can assume operations and programming if the council and RMWB sees fit to ensure the facility is active, accountable, and community serving year round. Marcy Joe.
Thanks, Justin. Appreciate the presentation. We'll have IRR presenting later on to any motions I made during that. Are you envisioning something similar to what's in Fort McKay?
100%. If you look at all the other rural communities and Indigenous communities, Jambier and Chard is the last one that doesn't have any facility.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Yeah, and I would, and you mentioned also you had grant funding secured?
So we started wandering down this path on our own a few years ago, understanding the need for the community and understanding that what the community members let us know was severely lacking. And like any other Indigenous community in the region and nation to nation, there's a pandemic of addictions and alcoholism and lack of safe place for people to gather. And so we started on the path for that, and through our wonderful work of our staff, we were able to secure grant funding for a feasibility study and then further grant for a design.
Okay, super, thanks. I'd like our IR department actually to collaborate with you, but when they come forward, we'll see some motions come forward, collaborate with you to check out, to look at that, because be honest, we gave $9 million to build a community center in Sabry Creek, and it still hasn't started. So I'd like probably IR to get engaged with you, and I'll probably bring a motion later on to do some work there so we can bring it across the line. Councillor Van Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Justin. Thanks, Orlando. Nice to see you this time. I've heard about this for a long time, and you guys started kind of walking this path on your own via your grant and design. How long in both either of your experiences has this been a point of contention, a point of discussion within the community? How long have we been talking about this and not doing it?
You know, I grew up in the community, so born and raised in the region, and you know, this is something the community's sorely needed as long as I could remember. Even looking back to the former structure that was there, the Opportunities Corp. So I remember, I think it burnt down about 10 years ago. And I remember driving by there, and there's the two shop bays, and they were open, and there's 15, 20 people working there. And I remember how much joy it brought me, because I think about 2 weeks before that, I saw about 7 or 8 of those people on the street intoxicated in Fort McMurray. And I was thinking, man, what a great program, what a great service to our community, that these people are off the streets and they're developing work skills within the community so they could start contributing to not only the community, but also the municipality. So, I mean, this has been something that our community has sorely needed for forever.
And just an opinion, and I know the answer to it, but just so everyone else can hear it, you're not asking for just a building in a community hall, you're asking for something to build a community.
100%. So, if you look at our community and the state that it's in, one of the things that the members and the people in our community sorely need and sorely miss is consistency in the operation and consistency in leadership. And that's something that the Charter-Métis has been trying to bring and develop within the community the last few years. And, you know, too many times they've seen great programs come and go and great ideas come and go as a flash in the pan. The one thing that's always been, that seems to be lacking and that's been consistent, is the lack of consistency. And that's something that we're trying to bring, and that's something I believe this facility will bring to the community as well.
Thank you, and thank you both.
Thanks, Councillor Van Castian. Councillor Brandt. Sorry, Ty.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I'm just unfamiliar with the whole thing, but I didn't receive an email until last night. Misspelled my name, so I didn't get it. I haven't had a chance to read up on it, but did you say this would also include for your offices and a grocery store?
Yeah, so just to touch on that, you know, we have kind of a gas station convenience store within the community that's open sporadically. It hasn't been open for the last month. So even if basic necessity as getting fuel. You have to drive either to Conklin or Anzac, 45 kilometers away just to get fuel, or if you want to get a bag of chips or a pop for your family. So what we're looking at is just mini grocery store, basically, to provide basic needs to the community. It's not something that we're looking at making money off of. We're looking at it as a service that is sorely needed to the community we're trying to provide. And if we have to subsidize it through the group of companies, we will. It's just something that the community needs. Everybody should be able to go. You shouldn't have to drive an hour to get a jug of milk for your kids' cereal in the morning.
Is this something that you guys would operate, or is this just facilitating a building for an operator to come in?
We would operate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Brandt. Councilor Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Hi, Rolando, again. Nice to meet you, Justin. I've never met you, although you're social media famous for your golf outfits. That's all I know. I have a couple of questions. So Ty asked, so it'll be a municipally owned asset, and then is the intention that you would apply through the community services for, or that you would apply for an operating grant from the municipality?
Through the chair to the question, we're open to suggestions and collaboration. It would be a municipal asset, and I know from what I'm told, the other facilities are operated by the municipality and its team. And I think that this is something that would probably work best collaboratively with the people in the community. We're there already, and we're there every day. We live there. And, we're happy to collaborate with the municipality whenever possible.
Okay, good. My bias is very much that it would be run by your nonprofit, your entity, because I think, just generally speaking, nonprofits do it cheaper and smarter. One last question. I saw the email last night, and I did go through it, but there was a design already in there. Your presentation was about design and build. So is it to take that design that's already been done?
When we first started down the path, we didn't know the exact direction we wanted to go. We just knew that this is something the community sorely needed. So our mentality was, we'll get this done one way or the other. If the RMWB was willing to help us, fantastic. And as further we go down the road, we understood that it's going to be increasingly difficult, almost impossible for us to do it by ourselves, especially when we started to understand the cost of the overall project.
Absolutely.
So in regards to the question, we're open to suggestions for the design. At the very least, we started down the path. If the RMWB were to go forward with it, we'd be open to suggestions and changing the design as well.
Does the existing design that was submitted to us work for you, or does now, with hindsight, it go, this maybe doesn't meet the scope of our needs?
I believe, to be perfectly honest, we'd be grateful for whatever we were able to get. I think it meets the needs now. Is it something, our focus when we were first designing it was to try to build something that was usable and that we could easily utilize all the space. We don't want to have another facility in one of the rural, or we don't have a facility in our community that's going to be underutilized. So we try to base the focus of the design to the scale of what the community needed.
Perfect. And I guess I would just say I appreciate your obvious collaboration and your willingness to collaborate. My recommendation only would be to stand strong in advocating for what it is your community needs. Nobody knows your community better than you. We have a history of overbuilds and incorrect builds in this region. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. So I would just say stand strong in advocating for what you want and what meets your needs, and you will absolutely have my support. I know John VA has, Chard has not had this services that others have. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Bussier. I think maybe Rolando has something to add, or he's waving.
Thanks, Mayor Bowman. I just want to add, to the point, and to the question, like, this design is a concept which is open, as Justin said, to collaboration and tweaking. It is born, the concept was born from the engagement that the community did with community members. So, you know, there are pieces, components within there, like a child mind center, like some kind of concessions, offices, a gathering space, other things like training space in there that the community identified as a need. And, you know, it's building on, I think, the trajectory that the community is already on, which is a positive trajectory over the last 5 years, because we've introduced, you know, social services and programming. Now, in the last year, we've introduced education to employment. We've introduced, you know, we're doing career fairs, trade shows. There's a lot happening now in Janvier and in Chard, and I think this is an enabler for the community to continue in that trajectory and continue to, you know, lift up the community members by giving them the tools for education, for to employment, for, you know, the child mind while they're doing the education programming and other things like that. So I think, you know, it's a concept again, and based on identified needs, but we're happy to work with whomever to build it, period.
Thanks, Philando. Appreciate that. Does council have any other questions for presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Justin, and thanks, Philando. Thanks for coming in. With that, we'll take a 33-minute break for lunch. See everybody back here at 1:30, please. Welcome back, everyone. Moving on to our 2026 capital budget presentations. We've heard from delegates. Now moving on to community services to present their 2026 capital budget. Whenever you're ready, Tony.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Tony Elliott, Director of Community Services, and with me is Janelle Fleury, the Manager for Community Partnerships and Initiatives. We are here today to present the Community Services 2026 proposed capital budget. The Community Services capital budget is focused on completing previously approved projects, renewing aging assets, and addressing safety and risk within our community facilities. Overall, this plan supports safe, reliable, and accessible community services for residents across the municipality. The current capital project portfolio for community services includes 5 active projects, 3 of which are municipal facility capital grants from 2024 and 2025 that are ongoing. The total approved budget for these projects is $23,057,027. The $5,718,427 spent to date are the disbursements provided to those 3 capital grant projects. The available budget is $17,338,660, which at the time of publishing showed no commitments. However, in January 2026, 94% of that amount was committed for the Arts Incubator project as we prepare to move into the next phase in the procurement process. Four of the 5 projects mentioned on the previous slide do not require additional funds. The one project that will require funds in 2026 and into the future is the Municipal Accessibility Upgrade Project. We are requesting an additional $500,000 in 2026, and the capital plan includes $500,000 in the next 3 years. The new project referred to on this slide is the Municipal Facility Capital Grant for the Regional Recreation Corporation, which Council deliberated and approved on Tuesday or Wednesday, I'm not sure. The total capital request from Community Services, including the grant already approved, is $3,568,087. This slide represents the one active project, Municipal Accessibility Upgrades, which was presented for the 2025 capital budget as a multi-year initiative. This chart indicates the funds previously approved, the $500,000 requested in 2026, and the future capital plan, and a total project budget of $2,500,000. There is no scope or funding change proposed for this project. Thank you, and this concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Tony. Thanks, Janelle. Councilor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. And I'm sorry, I'm just not following because my sheet says there's 2 projects, 1 active, but you said 5? This says 2.
Through the chair, to the question, there are 5 active projects, 3 of which are the municipal facility capital grants that would have been provided to the Regional Recreation Corporation in 24 and 25, and the Vista Ridge capital grant for 2025.
Okay, so Arts Inc., where is that at and when do we expect it to be completed? I don't know if that's an Elliott question. It's an Elliott question.
I'll defer.
Just want to make sure, okay. Through the chair to the question, we are working in the procurement stage at this point with the Arts Inc. We will be looking at starting that, the actual physical work mid-year this year. And we're looking at targeting the end of completion at the end of 2027, early 2028. Once that contractor is onboarded, we'll be able to refine our schedule.
So I could probably just ask Leanna, but they had a design.
Correct.
That is that the design that goes ahead?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Luana. Do we have any other questions from council? Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm actually I have a motion to bring up.
Okay, I'll just check if council has any other questions. Before I go to motions, does council have any other questions? I'm not seeing any, and I think CLO will bring it up on the screen for you, Councillor Allen, but you can go ahead.
Oh, there we go. Thank you for that, Jade. I, Mike Allen, would move that up to $100,000 be added to the Community Services 2026 capital budget for the purchase of a grand piano for the amphitheater in Center Fireplace, and that administration enter into an agreement with the Fort McMurray Friends of Music Society for the maintenance of this instrument.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Thanks, Councillor Brand, for the second. Speedy fingers over there. Would you like to speak to that motion, Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, this is going to be a long-term investment for the community and for the arts. The Fort McMurray Society of the Friends of Music was formed in 1975, and it was not long after that they were donated a piano. This piano has been in use in that amphitheater since then. They have utilized it for the Oil Sands Rotary Music Festival, a number of clinics. They brought world-renowned classes to Fort McMurray, and we have some world-class students here in Fort McMurray, in Wood Buffalo in general. And so they deserve to have, and they really do require the best of a musical instrument in order to conduct some of these clinics that they run. I can tell you a lot of those people have these at home as well, not of quite this size, but of an instrument of quality, and in order for them to advance. If anyone's ever watched like America's Got Talent, I can tell you that all you have to do is go to the Oil Sands Rotary Music Festival this spring and listen to these kids. You know, you see that 6-year-old come out and go, oh, he's going to play chopsticks or something. No, these guys live for music, and their talent is exceptional. And it's also proven that music makes you smarter. People that are playing piano or another musical instrument excel at maths and sciences, and these are people that are going to stay in the community and later on become doctors and engineers and stay residents of the community. So I think this is an investment in our youth. It's an investment in the future, our future leaders. And the instrument that they have right now is beyond its useful life. So I would push and encourage my colleagues to support this move. The reason we've worded it this way as well is that rather than a capital grant, the society is very small. They don't carry a lot of large reserves. They don't really have any unallocated reserves. So it's I think it's important that we support the arts in full in the community whenever we can. So I request council's support in this.
Thanks, Councillor Allen, and I hope they ever have a Mayor's Got Talent again. You will not see me playing a piano. So who will own this asset, Councillor Allen?
So this would be a municipal asset that resides in the amphitheater at Center Fireplace. But we've also engaged in a conversation with our operating agreement with Center Fire, and their knowledge and their expertise in maintaining something like this just isn't there. I mean, they would be responsible still for the facility bookings. They would collect the revenues from those bookings, and but this is a long-term arrangement that has been going on between this society and the Oil Sands Rotary Music Festival, and all of there's also the Fort McMurray Music Teachers Association, a number of other organizations that utilize and have the enjoyment of not only the instrument but that space in general. I know that there's other. It really is a gem. If you've never been there, it's a real gem in the community for the arts community, and it's very well utilized. The only thing that would be close to it would be something like the recital theater at Keano College, and well, we already know what's gone on with the arts department at Keano. So I think the more that we can encourage this and support it, we will continue to grow.
But the asset will be owned by the RMWB.
Sorry?
The asset will be owned by the RMWB.
Yes, the RMWB would be, but we are going to enter into an agreement with the Oil Sands Rotary Music Festival and the Friends of Music for them to have the enjoyment, use, and maintenance of that instrument. Instruments like this are something that you don't want to turn over for maintenance to a general contractor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, just as a reminder to everybody, I did receive legal advice from legal counsel on this, and I am able to participate and vote on this. I said that a few days ago when the delegate presented, or yesterday, I can't remember when it was. But it's something that it's a great partnership between sports and the arts, and I would encourage everyone to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Bussier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I don't know if this goes to Janelle or Tony. Who purchases the piano? Is it the society or is it the RM?
Through the chair, to the question, we would purchase it with our partners in supply chain.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Boussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I won't be supporting it, which is, I'm sure, not a shock to anybody. My concern is that organizations increasingly using the municipality as their only sustainability plan. There's grants out there through the Foundation of Arts, and there's other things. I'd be more comfortable if the group could have shown that they had attempted to access and secure additional funding. And I just really believe that we need to encourage groups. I mean, further to Councillor Scott's comment before about the province and the feds not owning up to their levels of responsibility, the same can be said. We need to encourage and be applying to the province and for provincial grants to support our nonprofits too. So short of them being able to show that they've exhausted other options, I'll not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Do we have any other questions, comments, or debate points from council? I'm not seeing it, so I'll call for a vote. And that's carried with 2 opposed. Thanks, everyone. Do we have any other motions? Councillor Van Kestien.
Thank you, Mayor. I, Kyle Van de Kest, move that $2 million be added to the 2026 capital budget for the design of a community space for the community of Janvier. That administration engage with Indigenous partners in alignment with protocol agreements and community stakeholders to understand design elements for this project that will serve community needs, and that administration provide advice and recommendations on operating agreements with prospective user groups and community organizations for the anticipated facility.
Thanks, Councillor Van Kestien. Thanks for Councillor Allen for the second. Councillor Van Kestien, would you like to speak to that motion?
Sure.
Oh, sorry, 1 minute, Councillor Van Kestien. I did not see Councillor Vardy's light on. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you. To potential conflict of interest, I cannot participate in this vote. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Just 1 minute, Councillor Kestien. Thanks, Councillor Van Kestien. If you want to speak to your motion, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we heard from the presenter this morning, this facility is long overdue in the community of Janvier. It is also in alignment with a regional indoor recreation and community facility master plan that was conducted almost a decade ago. There were several recommendations for a community hall to be in the community of Janvier, with feasibility to take place between 2015 and construction be completed by 2018. So we're about a decade behind that already. The proposed vision for this community space is right-sized for the community and focused on the needs of the community. We're not by any means suggesting or implying an overbuild. The investment in this community would be an extraordinary quality of life change for those that live there. It would be a space to teach, a space for our nonprofits and Part 9s to provide programming and counseling, somewhere for the community to host funerals and to mourn. And what I feel is the most important is a space for youth to gather in a safe and positive manner. We're building more than just a community hall, a community facility. We will be building a community.
Thanks, Councillor Van Kestien. Councillor, any questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Hopefully IT doesn't get mad at me. I just moved my mic. But where do we get the number from?
the number was in discussion with administration and represents a approximate 10% of what we would estimate a final build cost to be. And that is just to start the process. They'll still have to come back once we have settled on a design and have a final build cost.
Yeah, does this align with what we were positioning ourselves prior in the discussions with council about kind of just building similar buildings so we don't have to project plan so much throughout the region? But anyways, maybe to the first question if you want there, Elliot, then to the second.
Through the mayor to, I suppose the motion on the table in general, because there's probably a lot of questions, and there was questions about where did the number come from. You were referring to project plan and try to shorten timelines with design. So there was a lot of takeaways over the last few days. One of them was about collaborating with, in the case of Ms. Kanzig with a particular stakeholder. We learned from Director Fraser about rights holders and things of that nature. What I want to explain is that the work that's been done thus far is not it's not a design ready package. We don't have a design in hand, at least the information that I've received thus far. We've received a concept. And so what I'm concerned about from a delivery side of things is the cost estimate that's put in front of us. I could take it away and look at it and go through it with a fine-tooth comb and come back with a number. But what I've done is worked with my team and looked at some of our costs that we see in Fort McKay and other buildings that we've done of recent time. Based on what we saw in the design concept that we were provided, is we're going to see that project come out at a higher number than 20 million. So that's I just want to raise that now. So we want to make sure we walk into this correctly. I think there's opportunities for us as an organization to, if this was to go forward, to work with the rights holder, with the charter meeting, with the community, with us as an organization to find, as we mentioned, the right size, the right project for the organization, for us and for them as a community. The model that we typically use for projects, whether you're doing a building or whether you're doing a road, is pretty standard. We do what we call design, bid, build. So we design it, we build it, and then we go and construct it. There's other models available to us. And in the interest of finding the best model for this particular project, there's other factors that come into play. And I want to be able to at least have an opportunity to review those models with the organization to find the best fit. Part of this conversation, and I'm going to kind of talk about in the future, there's also a conversation about another building in John V on the capital budget. So when you look at synergies, there's opportunities for us here within the community and how we deliver this project. Where I'm getting to is that I'm not 100% sure about the $2 million and just saying, well, here's $2 million. What I'm recommending is that if it's the will of Mayor and Council to put an initiative forward for a building in Janvier, is put that on the budget, even if it's $1, and say we're gonna provide administration direction to start the process. Here's $1. We're gonna go back to our cubicles in our offices and crunch some numbers and do some things and research and look at the best model for us as an organization, and not only us for an organization, but for them as a community and a nation. And what I'd like to do then is come back with a plan and an execution plan and present it to you with what we see as more aligned numbers, Class D, stuff like that. So that way we understand as we go through the story of this project, kind of how we're coming to some of the decisions, have a little bit of decision gates through the process. So we just don't get this $2 million addition to the budget, and then 5 years down the road we come in, we go, oh, we need a couple more million because we we didn't deliver correctly. So I'd like to suggest from administration is that I wouldn't focus too much on whether it's 2 million or 1 million or 3 million. Understand that a design costs 10% typically of a project. 20 million was a number that a consultant put together, but I'm suggesting that that number is quite low. I was looking at it more like a $30 million project. And so I think what we heard from the Métis is, the nation, is that they're willing to right-size this for the community, understanding cost impacts. There's also the team of grants that we have within the facility, within finance, so they will have an opportunity also to do some research. So with that, I'll leave that with you for now, and I'm sure there's going to be more questions about it, but I just want to share all of that with you to avoid the back and forth. Thanks.
Thanks, Elliot. From the email, in the context of the email and presentation that they sent us, it's a concept design, but what I was getting at is that we had spoken about, and obviously hearing it from CEO Justin Herman, that he was not in opposition of a similar project like Port McKay. And what was the price of that one?
The chair to the question. I'm going to answer the question. I'm going to add commentary. 16.1 was spent in Fort McKay. The issue with Fort McKay was that it was tendered pre-COVID, and we've seen a large increase in price associated with the market. I'll just say the market, and then you can throw tariffs and call it the Trump factor on top of that. We also know, or at least I know from my learnings in my career, is that every community, particularly Indigenous communities, is different. They're not all the same. And so as much as we all want to say, well, why don't we just take the design from Fort McKay and repeat it? There's a lot of learnings from Fort McKay, and I don't think that would be the right solution.
Okay, well, I just figured that's kind of what you presented to us up in the 7th floor was kind of same concept throughout the whole region, right? So that's why I was questioning it, really. So, but obviously prices have gone up and inflation, so it is going to be, like you said, probably 25, 30 million for a project like that. But at this stage, from our group, the municipality, have we had any design or conversations with CHART at all at this point?
Through the mayor to the question, I'm going to state that I haven't had any conversations, but I only represent one person out of the whole organization, so it's possible that Dennis Fraser may want to comment on that.
No, I'll support it as it is. I think that Genevieve needs some collaboration, and they've been neglected quite a bit for programs for the children and for the elders and food sustainability and all that jargon and that good stuff. So I'll support the motion. I just kind of had some questions about numbers. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I sit on so many sides of this. I guess for me, I don't understand, so excuse my ignorance and maybe just educate the public. Say for a $20 million community center, what is it, what's the $2 million cost? And just for my own perspective, I can design a whole restaurant for $200,000, so why does it take $2 million to design a community hall?
Sure. Through the mayor to the question. Just to clarify, I'm an ex-consultant, so I got to be careful too. It starts with geotech, understanding the undergrounds. So there's a drill program. You have to hire a host of experts. So you have to hire your mechanical, electrical, structural, all those different elements you need in a community hall. You need to hire a kitchen expert. So when you start adding each one of those layers to a design, it adds up rather quickly. We tend to use approximately 10% of a total capital cost for a design of a building. It's not to say that there can't be synergies found and things of that nature.
Okay, and so is it just more costly for public money to spend than private? Because again, like we're 10 times building like a business of the similar size, and we'd have to get all the same things because we'd have to get electrical permits, all that kind of stuff. So those specialists would still be needed for that type of build. Like I guess I don't understand the extrapolation of cost.
Okay, through the chair to the question.
Like, is it the environmental? Obviously, a private business wouldn't be getting environmental. Is that a high amount of that cost? I wouldn't.
Sorry, through the chair to the question. So, to clarify, any project, any construction, typically is, let's just say 10%. So it's not that it's a building or it's a community center. So just clarify that. In your case, I'm not sure if we're comparing apples to apples. That might be the situation here. Are you referring to a renovation within your restaurant?
No, I'm just talking about like just a start build. Like if, at a build, and I guess we can get similar, but if I was to build on my land privately, the same size as a community hall, I don't know if it would cost me $20 million to do it. And so I'm trying to understand, like, the build itself always seems astronomical to me when we use private or public money, but like the estimate in itself, and again, I honestly don't understand, and so this is just straight ignorance on my part. But I just feel like I'm not the only one out there that doesn't understand. When I see a number of $2 million just to get a design, it just seems big, and I don't think the number is wrong because like you said, it's 10%, but the number itself just seems huge for somebody just Joe Blow like me.
Okay, through the chair to the question, also recall that it's an order of magnitude.
Sure.
So we could see that number actually be 1.5, might be 2. So we have to go to market to get a consultant to come in, and the market will dictate that price. I think one of your questions was around municipal build versus private build.
Right.
I would suggest that there is a little bit of a increase working with a municipality in general than working with a private client. They have different ways of doing things. But
and is it cost gouging? Like, what is it? Like, I know, and again, I don't have the number, so I'm going to be way off here. But like, say the Silent Ice Arena down in Nisku, they went to municipal, tried to get municipal numbers. It was over 100,000, and then they ended up building it for about 70% of the cost privately than they would have done it municipally. And so are contractors just charging us more? Are we doing more diligence when it comes to environmental? Like, where is the public to private gap when it comes to cost?
Through the chair, this is a big question, or a big ask to answer right now. So just let me formulate some words here. There is rigor that the municipality has set to, and I don't mean just the RMWB. There's rigor that we set to ensure that we follow every single step along the way, so we don't I don't want to say this, but make mistakes of the past. So there is more rigor that goes into a design versus private. I've worked with private clients. You'd walk into the private client and you say, okay, here's your design. Let's review it. You spend 2 hours reviewing it. You walk out, you got direction, you move on. In a municipality, you bring in the design, you sit down with 20 people, parks is there, roads is there, everyone's there, and then they'll take 2-3 weeks to review that. So there's additional time associated with delivering projects on the design aspect.
Yeah.
So all of that plays into it. I wouldn't suggest that there's a gouging going on. I don't want to suggest that there's even a gouging going on associated with our municipality. I've said it in the past, we may not be the client of choice, so there may be some cost impacts to that, but I think we work fairly collaboratively with the consulting industry, and I don't think that's I don't think it's a concern, and if it is a major concern, it would be something we can deal with.
Yeah, but I just don't, I guess, sorry, I don't know if it's I guess it is kind of a concern, but when we're talking about taxpayers' money,
yes.
It just seems, now that I've seen a lot of private builds, there does seem to be quite a gap in between the cost of a private build versus a public build. And so I just don't, I guess I still not quite sure, and I don't know if us going back and forth today, but I think it's important that like when taxpayers are paying an exorbitant amount more, especially when we live in a municipality where we have a lot of contractors and private businesses, that they see the difference, that they understand why there's a difference there. And so I do think that's important, but I'll let this go for now. I support, in stating this, I support a community hall in every community. I believe it's a necessity. My worry with the last statement said to Councillor Van Castian with not having a dollar amount in there, Sapri Creek has been on the books for 10 years. It got left. I've been fighting for it for 3 years. Last year, there was an ask of a build. We came back with a feasibility study because we didn't know where to build. Granted, the community in and itself is divided on where, but looking to go forward. In this budget process and in any conversations, I've still not even seen the feasibility study that we were talked about last year. So to me, we actually haven't moved at all, even though we have money allocated. My worry, two-part, that if we don't put a dollar amount to this, it doesn't move. And we can say that we're going to move. In all, not to be rude, but I just don't believe it. We're over capacity in trying to deliver capital right now. We've tried to tend down to finish the capital projects that we have going on, and which I think is a great idea. Don't get me wrong. I think that's the right move. But to state that we're going to move somewhere in this one, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it in Sapri. We're still no closer. We've got money allocated that into your tune is like way less than is even going to be needed because we only have $9 million. We talked about putting it in the user agreement. We've talked about putting on the private land, and we haven't moved. And so I think to take this seriously, we do have to put some sort of money and some sort of vigor behind it. I would like to see Sapri Creek move as well, but while we stay on this topic, I believe that if we don't put any money towards this, it's not going anywhere. And so I will have to disagree that putting $1 towards it means that's the amount of effort that we put towards it.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Bussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Can you explain to me, because I've heard the term used by, well, my brother's used it, but economic development, Lisa Sweet, to shovel ready? Does that mean a geotech is done? Like, what exactly does shovel ready mean?
Through the chair to the question, shovel ready is essentially a design in hand where you can hand it to a contractor. That contractor could walk out and put a shovel in the ground.
So it's already land that's been, a geotech study has been done?
Land's purchased, ready to be built on. All the engineering is complete, geotech's complete.
Okay.
There's a design package ready to go. Shovel ready. A lot of organizations like Alberta Transportation, for example, what they do is they design stuff well in advance, so maybe even 20 years, and they'll put it on the shelf, and they're shovel ready. And when it's time for that project to come off, they'll kind of blow the dust off and go, it's shovel ready.
So is that part done? Because I know the councillor sitting in Kyle's spot last term, she brought that forward for this community center. Isn't that correct?
It didn't come before council, but
she was talking about it, yeah. Is there shovel-ready land in John V? That means this could be expedited, or?
Through the chair to the question, I haven't looked extensively at the Janvier area and the mapping and land.
I'll cut you off because he just answered me. I should have just asked him. Sorry, Elliot.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Luana, I believe Plan Development can answer some of your questions as well. Kyle knows? Okay. Kyle knows. Okay. Any other questions or comments or debate points from council? Not seeing any. Kyle, would you like to press the button?
You're just talking behind, not on the mic. I'm just curious as to what you guys were chatting about there.
sorry, Kendrick, the Kyle knows is that Chard purchased a piece of property from the municipality that was intended for this. And I believe the cost was about 5.5 million, and they would be willing to put that towards this project. That's what we were.
Perfect. That's thanks for the clarity. That's what I've heard from the CEO Herman there.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Van Cashen, any closing remarks?
Yes. Not to rehash things, but this was brought forward to administration almost a year ago by Chard, where it landed in administration. We're not quite sure. And then they approached me and approached us this morning to try and move this forward. It is long overdue. They have done extensive community engagement that I feel we should be able to merge those efforts in conjunction with IRR and the engagement program that they have in the community. I don't think we need to kick this can any further down the road. And to Councillor Weigel's point, if we don't put a money value to it, that would be the effort that we would be putting in. We need to take ownership of it, and we need to move it forward. And on that note as well, I'd like to add if possible, add a tiny little amendment. No, don't do that to me. To have administration report back within 6 months. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Van Castian, can I just have an opportunity to ask staff, is 6 months enough to get a proper?
Through the chair to the question, may I ask, what would be your expectation in 6 months? And maybe I need to help you through that, but because, yeah.
In 6 months, I would expect us to come back with a recommendation of design so that we could potentially put a construction budget into the 2027 and forward capital plan.
Okay.
Open to feedback.
So I think what's important here is to understand what's in front of us. And I already mentioned the John Bay Fire Hall. And so why I bring that up, and I understand this, obviously that's not approved yet. There may be synergies of putting them together and designing them together, building them together, having one contractor. So depending on how that works, that plays into a factor. To get a design team on board and to start a design, that takes time. So in 6 months, if it's a simple project, we go and hire for this project alone. We can come back in 6 months and tell you we know how much it's going to cost to hire that design team, and we kick them off. We wouldn't be able to come back here with a design in 6 months. For clarity, we did research on all of our builds in the last while, I'd say half a decade, a little bit longer than that. We're looking at 5-6 years for a building to go from the point at which it's at now to cutting that ribbon. So I just want to set that expectation that it does take time. I have absolutely no problem, and I know there's a bylaw to give updates on projects more frequently to 6 months. We'll be back here in 6 months to give you an update, but just understand that we won't have a design at that point. At least I don't believe we will. We will work as hard as we can to get that project started as fast as possible, considering what Mr. Herman brought to our attention.
So with respect to what you just said and the fact I'm not a builder of the buildings or a project management person, are we, and we have been given a wealth of information from Chard, from essentially the community.
Yeah.
Are you saying that we're just going to crumple that up, throw it in the garbage, we're starting from zero, and we have to take 5 years before we cut a ribbon? I don't, and to be clear, if it takes 5 years to cut a ribbon, fine. But what I don't want to have happen is that in 6 months, 12 months, we sit here and have this conversation and say, haven't quite got an acceptable design yet. And we end up continuing. I mean, our own master plan had this and we decided not to. And that is, council's gone past, decisions and priorities change. But are we going to spend another decade on this? I think that's unacceptable to the community.
Through the chair to the question or statement, a decade is not in the realm of what I'm thinking, but we have to appreciate there's two aspects to what we're dealing with. One is procurement law, trade agreements, and laws around ownership of design. So while it may be possible to simply pick up their drawings and run with them, we would like to evaluate whether that's appropriate for us as an organization from a liability perspective. And then again, if we were to pick up what they have and build it, my statement that I made earlier, that it's not, in my opinion, is not a $17 million build, it's a much higher build. We have to understand that adjusting the design takes time as well.
For sure. And I'm definitely not telling you to go steal somebody's work. And that design may not be the final design. We spoke and you said it is more complex than we figure. And we don't want to balloon something by simply taking what's been thrown at us. However, to me, and again, I'm not a building builder, there's been a significant amount of work and time and effort put in to get us a third of the way. So in all that being said, 6 months you're saying is not an acceptable time frame to get to a decision on something to build. What could you get done in 6 months and bring back to us to then discuss on a path forward?
To the chair to the question, could I offer a friendly amendment? I don't know if I'm allowed as administration, but
just whisper.
No, you can maybe offer some advice to the councillor, but not an amendment.
Fair enough. We are coming back to administration on the 14th of April, I believe that's correct, and Tony may nod. I don't know when that is, but a couple months from now. I'd rather come back then, a lot sooner, and give you everything that we have up until that point, because we'll go back starting on Monday and do research and come back with a plan. We'll be able to consult with our lawyers, with our procurement specialists, with finance and everything else in between, to come up with the best plan forward. I think that would be the best way to keep the story fresh for everybody, and if we need to seek further decisions, we do it then, and not be afraid to come back earlier than 6 months. Is that?
That's fair. So okay. If you can, because April, what are we? February, March, April. 2 months?
Yeah.
Yep. I'm fine with
Negotiations finished?
April 14th, Elliot? April 14th is the day?
100%.
And completion by 2027.
Negotiations complete. Thank you, Mayor.
Through the chair, yeah, I can definitely confirm that we're going to come back to council for more of a regional conversation on all community spaces, and we can include that at that time. April 14th will work.
Perfect. The motion's been updated. Councilor Cardinal, you had a question, comment, or debate point?
No, I do actually. What am I saying? Elliot. No, I'll just speak to the motion actually. I think, this is one of the reasons why I love my job, and I'm proud to be sitting on this council once again, because so these projects and stuff that we really look into, and this totally aligns with our council's strategic plan and reconciliation, and lifting up the community that's in the rural and not only that, just providing those services to the little kids and the elders that we always campaign on and we talk about. So this is a motion I'll be supporting, and I look forward to this not going to 10 years like the 6-bay garage, but hopefully we work on it.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Bussier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Elliot. Elliot, you know, and just, I guess, continuing on from where Councilor Wago left off, and I think I've asked this before, mentioned it kind of briefly yesterday. Do we have the capacity and resources required to do what we're expected to do with all our projects? And if we don't, what does it take? 30 more people? 10 more people? Like, and I recognize council, including myself, needs to take some responsibility for delays or whatever with projects, because one day we're doing it, the next day we pull it, but do we have it in the organization?
Through the chair to the question, if you're referring to adding this one project to the capital budget along with the projects that we're proposing here today, I believe we have the capacity. If we have a conversation on April 14th and there's decisions made about the future of community spaces in this whole region, that's when we really need to have a conversation about staffing complements associated with all these community spaces. So I guess I hate to defer it. It's almost like we need to wait for that April 14th conversation to really truly answer that question about where our staffing is. The next 3 months we'll have enough staff to do all the research we need to get us to the point. But if respectfully, if we say let's lift up Sapper Creek and move and build a new community hall and do one in Jonvier and we do something with Momoy Hall, if there's there's conversations already. There's other communities in conversations with community halls. If we all stand around and say, yeah, we're gonna do that, that's when we need to have a conversation with staff.
Okay, but I mean, just looking at Councillor Stew's issue with Sapri, like, we're no closer, I think, going forward with Sapri than we were 3-4 years ago. Now, was it a council issue? Was it like, and now we're gonna bring on more projects or additional projects? And like, I fully support if you need more help to move the needle. Like, I mean, we spend a lot of money in capital.
Yeah. Through the chair to the comment. You said me again, and me. I don't think it's just necessarily a conversation about the product delivery team. I think it's a conversation about our team, procurement team, everybody Council. Involved,
council included.
Yeah, but it's the to lift all these additional projects up. It's not just necessarily my team. So a concert conversation needs to be had internally to say, okay, if all of these projects, or let's say all these buildings or all these community halls land on our books, what is needed? We also need to have a conversation about the model. What is the right model to deliver these buildings? If we can find a model that limits administration's time and efforts, then all the better. And we're already starting that research to see if we can find another way or build another mousetrap, as they say. So that's what, between now and the 14th of April, we can bring forward some of these things so we're ready for whatever decision comes our way. There is synergies around, building multiple buildings at the same time, but you also risk other projects not being delivered. And we all know that flood mitigation is, as I understand it, one of the #1 priorities for council. So we can't lose sight of that. And understanding that we're not going to be constructing buildings next year. It's going to take time to design and everything else. So I believe that we have the capacity to deliver one building 2 buildings, whatever that might be. But if we get into a situation where it's a half a dozen, that's a different conversation.
Yeah, and I just didn't mean you. I mean,
No,
it's
of course.
procurement, it's planning and development.
Yeah.
Engineering. Do we have enough staff in place to make these things happen in a timely fashion? That's.
So the question, are you referring to this one project or
No, just
all in
overall,
general?
the whole projects. I mean, like, are we in a position, given our staff complement, whether it's engineering, procurement, planning, to meet these obligations? Just, and I guess there's probably no right or wrong answer. I don't know, but Kyle brings some forward 6 months. Well, we're going to take a few more months to get all the work because everybody's busy. It's fine.
Through the chair, I'm being uncomfortable for a reason. I'm uncomfortable because I can only really speak to my department. Okay.
Councilor Brandt?
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to whoever can answer, I'm curious, what's the population of Janvier? For anybody that might know it, I mean.
We can probably look into the census and someone could check that.
Rough estimate, are we talking 300?
We actually have a census we just completed, so the numbers around here.
I don't think it's 1,500. I don't even think it's close to that.
I think the number being talked about back here is 360.
Yeah, through the chair to the question, it's I'm looking at a phone here that says 360 in the 2021 with an estimated population of 376. So
under 400 is fair to say. Okay. We're talking about a multi-million dollar community hall. We need other things. I mean, you're talking about adding on a fire hall to it. One of the things I keep bringing up is animal welfare. I'm wondering about shelter space. I mean, we're talking about the 6-bay garage in Fort Chip that has built-in shelter space. This is end up being a multi-use facility that's just going to keep building and building and building. I was at a wedding in Amber Valley, Alberta. They have way more than 600 people in their community, and it's a very small cultural center hall. It's basic. It served all the needs of the community. We're talking. We're going to end up, if we just keep going this path, it's going to be another $50 million Conklin Center. Like this is what we're getting to. So I'm just curious, like all these things we want to add, all these things that we need for the community, it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger for less than 400 folks. It's hard to justify that ask, for me anyway. We're spending a lot of money on a lot of different things. So I'm just trying to understand I understand the needs, I understand the wants. It just, there's a lot of money for something that is going to need more than what we're even talking about here. So it's more of a comment than a question. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Brandt. Councilor Loire?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Elliot, with all of you met with us a number of times and we went through project canceled, like your recommendations deferred, all of those things. Does that get us on track for quicker project completion, like stuff already on the books?
Through the chair to the question, I would say no.
Okay.
I think those projects that we talked about, that we're talking about later, those were sort of dormant. So I didn't necessarily have a project manager assigned to it with energy put into those.
Okay. Yeah. Am I correct that I think maybe one of the issues is we're not deeply understanding the depth of the processes that go from A to B? And so maybe not you personally, Kyle, but like me, I was guilty of it going, well, why isn't this up quicker? And I look at the Twin Arena and I said to you, how can that get built so quick? Well, it was kind of a canned, already, I don't want to say boxed project, but
Shovel ready.
shovel ready. Is that kind of what happened? Is that maybe we're not deeply understanding that it takes 5 years, you know, just so moving forward, I think it would be helpful for me if we could say this is typically something that would take 8 years. Like now, you know, 5 years, right?
Yeah.
Is that something that can happen? Is there a standard for the most part?
There isn't a standard, but we use benchmarking of our own history.
Okay.
Right, and so as much as I want to say 4 years, as much as I want to say a year, I know that things get in the way. Whether it's environmental issues, land issues, geotechnically, all those things that happen. Sometimes, respectfully, it could be a political item. So it's. I'm using the history of the organization as an example. We could, as I said, we're going to spend a couple months here to figure out how to
Understood.
get this.
Yeah, understood.
I want to make sure, and I want to go, like you look at flood mitigation, okay, and we piecemealed it all out. I don't know how many consultants we hired. Respectfully, there was a lot of them, and it was just we chopped it all up. Had we said at the beginning and said, we're gonna just make this one big thing and deliver it in a different model, it may have been different. And so with this community hall conversation, if we know, so I'm just making sure Mayor and Council's aware, if we know what your intentions are over the next 4 years when it comes to community halls, then we can figure out what the best model is. And then we can, fine-tune our schedule better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. I've learned a lot from you and Mason since being elected, and I'm just very grateful for your patience in dealing with me. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and truly thank you, Elliot. I know you're in the hot seat, and it's not personal. We love you. It's just you're in that position, and so away we go. Before I go down the rabbit hole, can we explain? I might have missed that part of the conversation. In April, we're coming back with how do we deliver all projects or community halls?
Through the chair, it's a conversation on community halls.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll ask my question, and then go back to Councillor Boussier's question. Last year was one of our lowest percentile capital spends versus budget. Was it not?
Through the chair to that statement or question, yes, that's correct.
And so what can we give you? I guess the question is, and maybe this has already been asked, what can we give, I guess, you as administration? Like you said, it's a orchestra of things. Mm-hmm. And maybe the question's for the CEO, but what can we provide you to execute more projects, to be able to continue to go? The money's there, and so what more is needed to deliver more projects?
Through the chair to the question, what I think is needed is an opportunity for us to come back and ask for help when necessary. I know that it sounds cheesy, but
not at all.
I've worked with other councils, and there used to be this sort of hesitation of not wanting to go to council and even admit a mistake or things of that. I think that we're working with the mayor and council that in April or June or July, if we came back and says, hey, we need X or we need Y to support. So as long as that invitation remains open over the next 4 years of your term here, I'd rather just have that relationship, and that will help us know we're in it together. So that's
Hey, no, I appreciate that comment. Yeah. I agree with you. I think this council is incredible, and my colleagues have proven very much that they want to do whatever it takes to get stuff done and to do it properly. And so I'm very open, and I know they are too, to hear whatever obstacles are in your way, so we can start delivering for the citizens. So I do appreciate that comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel. And I will just And before we vote, I'm in favor of anything as long as we build per size, not the Taj Mahal, but build what we need, not as much as what we want all the time. But I do believe all our rural communities should have a gathering space in a community hall. The one in Fort McKay is a beautiful example. And facilities we have in Fort Chip are used so much, as Councilor Cardinal and Councilor Cowboy will attest to. Sorry, I couldn't see you over there. Councilor Scott?
Just weigh in and encourage everyone. We are elected to support the entire region. We're the largest in North America, last I heard. And although it seems sometimes when we look at what each region needs, like Fort Chip or others, or in this place, Conklin or Chard or wherever it is, we have an obligation to support those regions. And this is something that Councillor Van de Kasten has brought forward. We heard a delegate, and I believe it's the first step in moving it forward. So I would encourage support.
As well as myself, I'll be supporting this. Did you need to add anything? Councillor Van Kasten, did you need to add anything before we vote?
Yes, please. There were some points brought up that I think need to be addressed, specifically around the population. So we had 360 on the census. That does not include, as we have heard from Planning and Development, the First Nations on the opposite side of that hamlet, which are, although not counted in our census, are members of our community and would be utilizing this facility as well. It is not, by its very name, a rec center. This is not going to be a massive vanity project. This is something the community is going to use for community functions, for addictions, for mental health, for building of our youth, and in an area that quite literally has nothing. Their current community space is smaller than this very room. So I would leave you with that, and I hope to have your support on this.
I'll call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Are there any other motions before we move on to the next item? Not seeing any. Thanks, Tony, and thanks, Janelle. I know you weren't part of a lot of this conversation, so thank you, Elliot, as well.
Through the chair to the chair.
I was just going to say that.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Director Farquharson has a handout to give out before we go on to the next presentation.
So I'm going to be coming around and providing you with an updated 2026 proposed capital budget. The only change is that the staff have added the actuals to date, which I believe is to the end of December.
Yeah, you're going to hand them out.
Sure, thank you.
Including accruals. So, yeah.
Including accruals. All right. So it's just for reference purposes to update the documentation you already received. I think I'm up next. You are. I'm going to turn this off because the battery light.
And I'd like to invite Director Farquharson to present the corporate services capital budget for 2026, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. With me is Anne Marie Hintz, Senior Manager of Information Technology, and Justin Canning from our Asset Management, and I believe GIS is what your title is?
And insurance.
And insurance. We have all that in your title? Okay. We multitask where we need to. All right, the corporate services capital budget focuses on maintaining the systems, facilities, and corporate infrastructure that enables the organization to operate effectively and support service delivery across all departments. The proposed funding is primarily directed towards completing asset management initiatives and modernizing the municipality's audiovisual technology. Overall, the capital plan reflects financial discipline, realistic project timing, and a focus on sustaining reliable corporate operations in support of Council's priorities. As of today, Corporate Services' active capital project portfolio includes 7 projects with a total Council-approved budget of $31,289,434. Of that approved funding, $27,073,205 has been spent to date, which represents 87% of the total approved funding. This leaves approximately $4,216,229 in available budget. It's important to note that the remaining amount is not unallocated or idle. Of the $4.2 million, $3,188,174 is already committed. This is through contracts, purchase orders, and procurement activities tied to the ongoing projects. The remaining balance reflects funding that is scheduled for future phases of work. These figures highlight the capital portfolio is actively advancing. The majority of approved funding has already been converted into completed work, with a significant portion of the remaining balance being contractually committed. Of the 7 previously approved active projects, 2 are continuing forward with an additional capital funding request for 2026 to support ongoing delivery. The remaining active projects are continuing within existing approved budgets and do not require any additional funding. There are no new capital projects being brought forward for Council's consideration for funding approval. In total, Council is being asked to consider $1,320,000 to support the continued delivery of previously approved capital projects, which comprises the total budget request for 2026. This structure reflects a disciplined capital approach, focusing on completing existing work and limiting new project approvals to those that are already aligned with Council priorities. The asset management software capital project is being brought forward as part of this budget and was previously approved by Council as a multi-year initiative. The funding request in the upcoming year does not represent a change in scope or intent, but rather the next phase of the approved cash flow plan required to continue the project delivery. This project is progressing as planned, and the annual budget request simply reflects when work is scheduled to occur, consistent with what Council has already approved. And this would be the citywide application that I've mentioned for our asset management strategy. Next, we have the audio visual infrastructure project, which modernizes and standardizes technology across municipal facilities to improve communication, collaboration, and public engagement. It includes installing and integrating displays, microphones, cameras, and conferencing systems in meeting rooms, offices, and council spaces to support both in-person and virtual operations. This project was originally approved in 2025 as a multi-year project. The planned 2026 scope includes advancing 13 rooms from future years, which consists of 13 executive offices. To accommodate expediting project delivery for this portion of scope, $920,000 is being requested in the 2026 budget, with $730,000 being requested in future years for a total projected budget of $2,200,000. There is no scope change or increase to the overall budget to support the overall implementation timeline. This concludes our presentation. We're happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Lori. Quick question, the capital budget request for audiovisual infrastructure, is that straight across the region to all our facilities, or is it just here in Fort McMurray proper?
Through the chair to the chair, that's correct. It's all across the region.
So that would include Fort Chippewa as well?
No.
Through the chair, to the chair, yes, that does include Fort Chip. There is some spaces. For example, one of the rooms that was included in 2025 is a boardroom in the Archie Simpson Arena, which will be done in Q1 of this year. So
Okay,
yes, it is
perfect.
across the entire region.
Thank you so much. Does council have any questions? Councillor Bussier, Luana?
I'm sorry, is this where we ask questions about specific projects? Yeah? Okay. Where is Councillor Cowboy and Kendrick's, this 6 Bay garage, Fort Chip?
Oh, sorry, I can only answer questions related to corporate services right now. Apologies.
That's all of these? No.
2 of mine are on there.
All right, never mind then, sorry. I am over.
I believe that would be a question for Director Elliott. Okay.
Councillor Cardinal?
Yeah. Thanks, Mayor. To the chair, to the presenters, thank you very much. With the asset management, what's our timeline of completion for that? Or is it just going to be an ongoing thing where it just can't grasp it all because we have a lot of projects on the go?
Through the chair to the question, it is a significant undertaking. We are still in the data collection. I'm going to ask Justin to speak to that.
Through the chair to Councillor Kendrick, thanks for the question. So asset management is a big program. If we're talking about the capital project that Lori just discussed today for the CMMS implementation, that's a 2-year process, and we're currently in phase 1 of 5. So it will be 2 years of consolidating 5 existing systems, getting the data, cleansing it, and make sure it is uploaded into the system in the appropriate way so that we can start capturing the information and then presenting reports and all that good stuff for council, for administration, and everybody in between.
So we obviously have supporting documents of all our assets, but what's the end goal after we get all our assets? Like we get them all documented, and then after that, what's the goal?
Goal is that we can produce 20-year capital plans, and we can produce plans that we actually know exactly what we need every single year, and we're making decisions based on risk assessment and prioritization and not on anything else.
So that'd be, I guess that would be, with the assets, would that be lifespan, I guess, of certain stuff? Okay. That's now that makes sense more, because we don't want things to break while we're. Okay, thanks. I appreciate that.
And just to add a little more context to that, so we only look at, we're talking about replacement and capital, but asset management looks at the whole life of it, right? So the operate and maintain phase is a big part of that, and that's where we're going to be working on assigning criticality and risk prioritization and risk treatments and maintenance and all that stuff. So yeah.
With the asset management, what's the biggest department that has the biggest assets?
By portfolio, probably environmental services.
Environmental services, that's why it's the thickest.
Yeah.
Right on, thanks.
You bet.
Thanks, Kendrick. Thanks, Councillor Cardinal, and again, nice cardigan, Justin.
I got elbow pads today.
Oh, sweet. Did you have another question? Yeah, when we get to questions first, I'll hold on. I'll go to you first, though, Kendrick. Do we have any questions, Council? Not seeing any, I'll go to motions. Councillor Cardinal, you have a motion?
Thanks, Mayor. I, Councillor Cardinal, move that 75,000 be added to the 2026 corporate services capital budget for the purchase of a new high-quality projector and stand and a new screen for Momway Community Hall.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal, and thanks for the second, Councillor Van Castian. Councillor Cardinal, would you like to speak to that motion, please?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I speaking with staff quite a bit as well, getting information about some of this stuff, but just being a resident of the community and the quality of the infrastructure and the IT that we have there, I knew that we did purchase a low quality. What the hell is it called now? Projector, and it just doesn't fit for the community and how they have, obviously the church burnt down, so they don't have no place to have funerals. So our funeral home is also the community hall in Fort Chipewyan. They have the kids' events, all the dances and stuff for the kids, and they put it on the projector. It just doesn't have the proper cables. It doesn't. It doesn't align with each other. So as well as just when IRR or even public relations, public engagement go to the community, I mean, we just don't have the proper infrastructure there that provides, a clear projection of our facility. And when you're sitting back at the community hall in Fort Chipewyan and you look at the screen when they're having a slideshow for the funerals, we can't barely see them. So I got this number came from, obviously, I forgot your name, Anne-Marie, and Derek had phoned Ernest, and he indicated what it is that we needed there to make things a lot better, and it helps with the winter carnivals and the community events that we have there. So it's not just one particular thing, it's a whole bunch of other things that it would help support, and it's our municipal building. So thank you, and I hope that you support the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal, and I will support this motion as our building, but first I want to ask if any of the money that we allocated, that I just previously mentioned, was any of that to upgrading Momway Hall facilities?
To the question, we did do, as Councillor Cardinal had mentioned, in 2023, we did do some upgrades to the technology in that space. It was requested that it would be a portable setup, and so we did provide a projector and a screen, et cetera, at that time, but I don't think it was right-sized at that time. Trying to keep, in with the constraints of it being portable doesn't meet the needs now of the space, and so going forward, we will look at a more robust, tougher solution to make sure all of the needs are met and still being able to be portable for the other events that are held outside of the space.
Okay, perfect. I'll support that motion.
And it's not included, sorry.
It's not included in this.
So
Yeah,
this would be an addition because it wasn't on our life cycle because it had already been completed in 2023.
Right, perfect. Thank you. So I'll support this, Councillor Cardinal. I know there's a lot of events that are held at community hall, even Oiler games, as I recall.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't mention that. Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess in a way I'm speaking from my background as an AV tech, and used to sell this stuff too. This is specifically for Momway Hall, why would we not do a permanently installed and then just keep the mobile one for other events or other structures? Because I'll get there, and I'm not talking about whether it's rural or urban or anything else in a community hall setting, or a community space or rental space. Equipment like this tends to get broken, tends to disappear, and it tends to not be utilized properly. So if you have it permanently installed, it's like a plug and play operation. You just plug in your computer, you plug in whatever your audio and video source is going to be, and then it's working well all the time. So I'm just questioning why we would want to make it a portable ask instead of a permanently installed ask.
If I may add, through the chair to Councillor Allen, Back in 2023, the equipment that was put up there was during the wildfire. And so we responded very quickly to support the community needs and to support communication between ourselves and the DEMs that were operating up there. The information that we have from the team and the motion that has been put forward would be for permanent equipment. Yeah. And then on a go-forward basis, we are suggesting, we've heard conversations that council might want to be traveling to other regions. We would provide and work with communications to have mobile equipment for those types of events, but that's future conversation.
So this particular would be one that is just it's a mounted projector, not projector and stand for moving in a screen, or I mean, you can have an electric screen installed in there that just push a button, down she comes.
Oh, pardon me, I have misspoke. I'm going to let Anne Marie speak to that.
Through the chair to the question, the price that was given at the 75 was again for portable setup, as that was the request, and so that's what we looked at for providing that pricing. I completely agree that there is going to be still that same issue of wear and tear, cables going missing, which I think is what had happened before with the previous cabling. We can certainly explore putting in a permanent solution and then a less robust for remote and for portable solution if that's the need that is identified.
I think, like, I appreciate that comment, because primarily that's probably what we'd want, but I just the way that the building's set up, it's the stage is, let's say this is the stage, and then the projector's on the side and it's on the floor, right? So, but if we were to put the projectors facing the stage, then we wouldn't be able to talk on the mic and all that stuff and do the presentation. Instead it's put on the side on a whiteboard or whatever, right? And that's, yeah, so it's a short stage, so it just does, I feel that I'd love to have a permanent one there, but also if we're going to be expanding the community hall in the future, maybe that wouldn't fit either, because maybe we'd have to move it. So
they are movable. It's a mountable unit, so you can mount it on the back of the wall, you can mount it from the ceiling, you can hang and project, you can.
Just to add some context, if it was going to be a permanent solution, our recommendation is actually a wall-mounted device and not a projector and a screen, just because it offers a better viewing, less maintenance. In some cases, depending on the actual size of the screen, it's a cheaper alternative than to do a projector and a screen. It would be something not as grand as this, but a permanently mounted display on the wall.
I'm just going from what Ernest requested at the community hall, so if that's kind of what he wanted, I don't know, like, I'm open to suggestions if it needs to be bigger, but I'm hearing from Ernest that it moves around so much, and that a permanent thing like this might not work there because of the in and out of that area that we have the projector screen, and they have like lifts in there that go, and they got to work on stuff in the ceiling. It's all clogged into one corner, and then that screen kind of always blocks all that stuff. And it's kind of a little bit of a mess, to be honest.
Well, if I could maybe offer a potential friendly amendment, would be just to refer this to administration and have them come back with an option or options that would be appropriate for the facility, for the size, the space, and the.
So if the amendment was done, how long do you figure something like that would take?
Through the chair to the question, within an hour I can have more updated pricing we can get that from Ernest if Ernest is available to give me a little bit more context regarding the size of the display that's needed for the space. I'm not familiar personally with how big the space is, so just to get a little bit more information.
We'd say, allocate an amount up to $100,000 for the appropriate audio-visual equipment for Manly Hall.
I feel that would be an adequate amount to include up to
$100,000. And the equipment that you have now, the portable equipment, it's still functional, it's still usable?
From my understanding, it still meets the needs of events that take place outside of the hall. I think the challenge is with it for events that take place within the hall for viewing, quality, et cetera. But again, I would
Yeah,
have
it's
to
just
defer.
blurry. It's just blurry when you're, it's the projector's basically not high quality. So you look on the screen, you can't barely see that's what it is. And then the stand, there's no stand, so you got to put books on it, right, and to lift the screen up kind of thing. So it's kind of,
You know, lots has been
Yeah,
changed
I'm
in
okay
the
with that,
industry
Mike.
since I was doing it too, so I would go with the recommendations of the manager of information technology, and I would trust that source far better. But I would still recommend having a permanent structure.
okay, you want to amend that then? Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Councillor Brandt?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm having a really hard time wrapping my head around this number. We just went from 75 to now 100,000. Where did you come up with the original $75,000 for a projector, stand, and screen? I've been up to the hall. I know what we're talking about. I looked into a setup for myself. I got a over 1,000 ANSI lumen projector. I got a stand. I got a Pelican case to protect it. The projector itself is made for outdoors. It's drop safe up to 3 meters. It's waterproof. It's dust proof. It is 4K. I got a battery pack for it, and I hook up my Wii and we play Mario Kart outside in the neighbor's house on the garage. It's fantastic. It's 120 inches. That entire setup cost less than $1,500. $75,000 for a mobile projector. I mean, what did this screen up here cost? We're talking about something permanent.
Through the chair to the question, I don't have the exact costing for that display because it was a part of a bigger capital project for an entire upgrade to this entire space. So I don't have the details in front of me.
No problem. But I mean, you've come forward and you've given Councillor Cardinal the recommendation of $75,000 for projector, stand, and screen. I'd love to know the model that we're talking about. I mean, we've obviously researched this. We know what projector it is. That number is astronomical to me.
Through the chair to the question, I don't have the details in front of me on the make the model. That's just based on our most recent upgrades to other similar spaces that we had done. We didn't get an official quote because this is just a new request that came through this morning, but it's based on previous equipment that was purchased for other facilities that are similar. For example, the North Operations Center that we just did, as well as the Fort McKay Community Center. So those estimated numbers are based on similar installs that we just did.
So, I mean, we're coming off of corporate services talking about retrofitting multiple aspects, like up there in the 7th floor boardroom with the mechanical screen that comes down and the projector that's there. I believe it's an Epson. I'm not 100% on that, but even that is less than $5,000. So to hear, like, if it was a misprint and you meant 7,500, I mean, there's a few people in this community that have their own home theater setups, and they'll tell you $75,000 is a huge amount. So I'm just trying to really grasp, and we talk about the difficulty working with us, procurement processes, who our suppliers are. I'm going to get into the AV business. I'll sell you guys a projector and a screen. I'll fly up to Chip. I'll set it up. I'll do it for $7,500. That's it. Just that's nuts to me. I'm just trying to understand. I mean, I'm all for it. I understand the need for it. Like I said, I've been up to that hall. I go up there for community events, for a career fair. I get it. And when you want to talk about portable, talking about winter carnival, if you want to do things outdoors, that's what I got mine for. But this number is nuts to me.
Through the chair to the comments, we would only spend and pay for what we need to meet the needs. Again, the wording on the motion is up to. Our intent would only be to procure, again, what meets the needs. And if it comes in at much lesser than that, that would be fantastic. Again, the estimate provided is just based on what we're seeing for similar spaces that we've had to do.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So it's what we're seeing. We've done similar projects. Like, I don't want to get into operations, but I'd love to see the receipts for these projects because, yeah, I can't say it enough. That's a huge, ridiculous number for what we're asking for. Unless I'm misunderstanding what the purpose is. We can get multiple screens, multiple projectors, all synced up. We have an incredible AV team here that can do that for, by my estimate, way less than 10,000. So just trying to understand that number. I mean, I'll support it if it's justified. And you're right, if you say it's up to that, but I'd like to hear back on where we purchased from, what our procurement process was for it. Did we buy multiple? Is this the same as what we're getting in other areas? Like, yeah, I've said enough on it, but those are my points. Thank you.
If I may, just for one last comment, the technology that exists right now in the hall that was put in 2013, that's not meeting the needs. The cost for that at that time was over $8,500. Yeah, but yeah, but just for context, just that, and I mean, that was purchased 4 years ago. Inflation has been quite high for us on the AV equipment.
It's from 2013, but you said it was purchased 4 years ago?
Mhm.
So we replaced it 4 years ago for $8,500?
Correct.
And now we're 4 years later, we need to replace. I get technology advancing, but that's what I'm saying. The technology has gotten better. The price has definitely gone down. So we did this for $8,500. Now you're saying something similar to replace it, we need $75,000. Maybe there's miscommunication here. I'm not getting it. Am I the only one here?
Yep.
We're happy to bring back the costing on that. I do know that it would also be the contracted services for the install, and it's also the audio as well.
Again, here's my problem. For the install, I thought this was a portable unit. We're talking about a stand, a high-quality projector, a screen. That's a permanent unit.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't need a projector for that. If it's mobile to take outside, to do for winter carnivals, to do these activities, like I said, I'm all on board for this ask. I get it. I understand its purpose. I think it's a great thing. I think it adds. It's one of my biggest joys in summer is playing Mario Kart drinking games with my friends. It's fantastic. I get its purpose. The number is insane.
I hear you. We will get details
Thank
and
you.
report back.
Thanks, Councilor Brent. Councilor Van Castian?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm with Ty on that one. Like, that's a big number, especially since you just told us the last one was 8,500. Over a 10x increase seems a bit much. Not going to dwell too much on that. I have a question regarding process, and maybe this is a Jade question. Since the wording of the motion says that up to 100,000 be added, all that other stuff, does that mean once they go back and get their costs, they're going to come back to us and say it costs this, yay or nay? No?
No, through the chair. Thank you for the question. My interpretation of how the motion would be followed through and carried out by administration would be that we would include up to $100,000 into that capital budget, and then they wouldn't be able to go over that maximum.
Okay, my concern, again, leaning into the cost side of things, is if you tell me you have $100,000 to go buy hunting gear, I'm spending $999,000 to do it.
Through the chair, I can assure you that my team is extremely frugal and diligent with managing their budget. I would like to add that from a basis of comparison, we just finished doing the Fort McKay Hall. The AV equipment in the hall was $180,000. So, you know, I understand that there's differences in being able to set up your own personal stuff. I know I get sticker shock from it as well, but we are trying to provide, you know, decent equipment. This particular chamber and all of the equipment, I can't remember the dollar value for this.
As a part of the redesign of everything was over $1 million for the AV setup in this space.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that's maybe a question for you, Kendrick. So we've got AV equipment, which you said a stand, projector, and screen. Now, I'm not an AV expert. Maybe Councillor Allen can help me out with this when we get over to him. But it's usually the A part of that, the audio, that is extraordinarily expensive. I know a few people that have their own home theater thing, and they spent $10,000 on their TV and $50,000 on their speakers. Is that where are we going with like audio as well, or is your intention projector, screen? Just looking for some clarity on that.
My intention was a projector, screen, a stand, proper cords. I'm not sure if a computer was in there, but and then the whiteboard, high quality whiteboard to where you can't just break it. You know what I mean? So what has happened is we got the whiteboard that, you know, as soon as you move it around a little bit, it just falls apart, right? So that's what I'm saying. That investing in high quality projector and whiteboard and audio visual equipment, and then we don't have to ask for it again for a while. You know what I mean?
Okay. And I guess, again, sorry, Jade, does the wording of the motion reflect the direction that Councillor Cardinal is attempting to give, or did we create a broad stroke here? Sorry.
Through the chair, personally, I like council to be as specific as possible in their direction to administration. It helps provide administration with the clarity that they need to action council's will.
May I suggest 100% in support of your request, Councillor, perhaps for us to go away to collaborate with the team in Fort Chip, collaborate with our team here, get some different quotes and see what the costing would be based on what your needs are. And then we could bring this back to council. We have standing items where we come back and request capital or, report on changes to capital, and we could present it at that time.
When would that be?
We have council meetings scheduled for later this month, the 24th of February. We could come back with a report on that.
Sure, I'm good with that.
Okay. And then that would have to be funded from the Capital Infrastructure Reserve.
Perfect.
Okay.
Would you like to withdraw your motion, Councillor Cardinal?
Yeah, I can withdraw my motion with the utmost confidence that we'll get proper direction from administration as to the quality and path forward for that Montway Community Hall. I'm okay with that. I've done this before, and I just want to make sure that we move on some of this stuff because we've requested things before in Fort Chip 1, and it's unfortunate that they haven't been done for a long time. So that's why I'm just hesitant. At the same time, I'm going to trust that you guys will get it done. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Does any other council have any motions they'd like to bring forward?
So I'll withdraw my motion.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Vardy, you have a motion?
No, I have a question for corporate.
Want to turn your mic back on? There you go.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor Bowman. I have a question, actually. Is that all right for corporate services?
Yes, of
Okay,
course,
great.
yeah.
So, Lori, can you explain the process of how each department gets estimates? Because what I'm worried about is none of us are experts in any of these fields. And so I think if we go down this rabbit hole of how did we get to here, what is the number? And I'm assuming that you do have a process before you bring these numbers forward. Can you please educate us on what that is?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, just to speak to the request today, this was just asked of us yesterday, and we sought more clarity just before this session started for capital. So we went back to the team, told them what we were looking for based on feedback from the councillor, and that was what we took it from, was based on everything we've done X number of similar setups, what would a portable unit for a facility like this cost? So that's where that came from. The team has been updating the audiovisual equipment over the past year and a half. So I believe we have contracted services that are supporting us with the equipment and the install in consultation with our team. So they would be going back and going to vendors to get those estimates, I would assume. I don't want to overstep, yeah.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. And my question wasn't specific to this one. I mean, when we look at the Janvier water upgrade, for example. So your team had time, not your team, but other departments had time to look into resource. So can you talk about how we get to this number, just so we as a council aren't questioning why it costs X amount of money to put asphalt on the ground? And did you do your due diligence, you and all the departments, to ensure that that we can trust the numbers that you're providing with to us?
Yes, through the chair to the question, I know that is something that the organization has struggled with between, after COVID, with all of the increases in costing, inflation on top of that. Now we have tariffs. It is a difficult one. I know that the project management office now has a cost estimator. That is something that I know that the PMO is relying heavily on. And for the other areas, I can't speak to it. I think we're getting a lot better at it. I think that historically, a lot of these legacy projects that we have on the books, they might have just, as we've said before, thrown a dart at the wall. In some cases, they had very large numbers and they weren't necessarily cash flowing out the way they should have. So this is something we've been trying to work towards the past few years, is what is truly the cost estimate? What is it? How long is it going to take? And really trying to understand and working with the consulting community and our vendors where we can. And one of the great things that we do now have is canoe procurement, where we're able to look and see what they've done globally for their procurement activities for similar materials and services.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Lori, can you tell me what our policy says about unexpensed allocated dollars? So if we had allocated $75,000 half an hour ago, if we had done that and it came out that the cost was $10,000, does that $65,000 automatically go back to some reserve account? Is it within someone's purview to move it over here? What happens? What's our policy say?
Through the chair to the question, I'm not sure about a policy, but the way we manage any project allocation, if a project is set up, the money is attached through what's referred to as an IO, an internal order. The money gets attached to that. Once that project is closed off, if it is a capital project, the money is going to go back into the CIR, the Capital Infrastructure Reserve. If it's an operational in nature, the money would go back into the General Operating Reserve or the Emerging Issues Reserve.
But it goes into reserve. So if we over budget, if we over move in a motion, it just ends up back in a reserve account. It can't be moved to somebody decide we're going to buy flowers.
That's right. We're not supposed to buy flowers.
No, we can buy flowers, big ones in.
Oh, that's
big
true.
Big ones in Fort Chip. Yeah, okay. So it goes back. So the optics of our budget and our passing, I know, maybe is one thing, but the money is put back.
Right. So under the FIN 160, which is a council policy, we can only spend money that we have the approved budget for. So if you give money for something specific, we have to spend it on that. If you give money for a program such as paving, and the money is for paving where we see that there is a need, then the money is going to be restricted for paving in a certain area or for the whole region. I don't know. But that's the only difference, that we would exhaust that budget for that particular task.
Right. So it doesn't answer to Kyle's point about just spending the max, but it's going back. So that's what I needed to know.
Fiscal responsibility is something that certainly we try to be very conscious of.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Brandt?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clear a couple of things up. I'm just going to start by apologizing. I want people to understand, everyone that's been here, we're in the 4th day of this. All the staff that's had to deal with this, all of us, my fellow colleagues. I struggle with this because I'm looking at numbers. I'm learning a lot through this process. It's a lot to take in, but I mean, it came up yesterday with Councillor Boussier's and the line paintings for the airport in Fort Chip. I almost feel anyone that's a fan of the movie Slumdog Millionaire, I'm a fan because I feel like that's what I'm living right now. Everything I've had, my life experiences have come to this moment where I have the answers, and it's frustrating. I only know about those line paintings because my friend was a project manager with E-Construction and repainted the lines and did the asphalt at the airport. We talked about it. We went out for a tour of it. I understand it because I've lived it. I talk about AV gear. I'm just, perhaps there wasn't an interest in the last few councils that just kind of took the word for what these things cost. So to Jen's point of asking more details, as you can tell, we are a very inquisitive council that wants as much information as possible. We don't want to get things wrong, you know, like we're trying to do the best we can for us as citizens and for the entire region. So we ask a lot of questions, but when it's things like this that very rarely, and I've got to do it twice, but very rarely do I get to be a SME on these issues and subject matter expert, sorry. These things come up and I understand them, and then I'm taken back by some of these issues. So I'm sorry if I come across as a little agitated or anything like that. It's, like I said, we are fourth day into what should have been a possibly 3-day budget and might not even finish today. So again, I'm sorry, but it's frustrating for us. I just want you guys to understand that it's not directed at anyone in particular, and I just wanted to make those points. Like, there are people around here, Mike, for example, that sold this type of gear. I mean, I looked into this because I had to buy a bunch of stuff for a podcast and a YouTube channel. Like, I priced out all this AV gear. I understand this aspect. It comes into this, and it's, if I'm seeing something like that I think is a 10x cost, it makes me wonder about other projects. I think that, not pointing fingers, but it feels like there's maybe bad actors that are taking advantage of our misunderstandings. Not in the RMWB, in our vendors, in our allocation, in our procurement processes. I'm obviously not going to solve it today, and I'll move on from this, but I just wanted to get that out there so that people were aware of why these things keep coming up, and it's not directed at any one person. So thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Brent. Does Council have any other motions for this item? Not seeing any, so thank you very much. And again, nice cardigan, Justin. I'll now call on Environmental Services to present their 2026 capital budget. Director Remp.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Antoine Remp. I'm the Director of Environmental Services. I'm here today to present our departmental 2026 proposed capital budget. The Environmental Services capital budget focuses on maintaining and upgrading core infrastructure that supports safe drinking water, wastewater treatment, and solid waste services while meeting regulatory and environmental requirements. The proposed funding is primarily directed towards completing previously approved projects, renewing aging assets, and managing risks to ensure reliable and sustainable service delivery. Overall, the capital plan reflects financial discipline, realistic project timing, and alignment with Council's long-term environmental and infrastructure priorities. Environmental Services currently has 38 active capital projects, with a total council-approved budget of approximately $237 million. Of that approved funding, $158 million has been spent to date, representing about 67% of the total approved budget. The remaining $79 million in available budget largely reflects work that is either in its final stages or already contractually committed. Of that remaining balance, approximately $67 million is committed through existing contracts and purchase orders. This means that the vast majority of the department's capital funding has either already been spent or is contractually obligated, with only a small portion remaining uncommitted to manage final construction activities, closeout costs, and contingencies. Out of the 38 active projects, 17 require additional capital funding for 2026 to support ongoing delivery. The remaining ones are continuing within existing approved budgets and do not require any additional funding. In addition, 6 new capital projects are being brought forward for Council's consideration for funding approval. This means that Council is being asked to consider funding adjustments for a portion of the existing portfolio, along with approval of a limited number of new projects. In total, Council is being asked to consider approximately $26.5 million to support the continued delivery of previously approved capital projects, along with $2.7 million for the approval of new capital projects, for a total budget ask of $29.2 million for 2026. This structure reflects a disciplined capital approach focusing on completing existing work, bringing forward amendments only when and where required, and limiting new projects' approval to those that are already aligned with Council priorities. These 5 capital projects identified on this slide are being brought forward as part of this budget and were previously approved by Council as multi-year initiatives. The funding requested in the upcoming year does not represent a change in scope or intent, but rather the next phase of the approved cash flow plan required to continue project delivery. The annual budget request simply reflects when work is scheduled to occur, consistent with what Council has already approved previously. The budget required by these ongoing projects in 2026 is $13.5 million and $30.67 million for the following 5 years, for a total of $47.22 million going forward. The first 2 are mostly regulatory driven, and the next 3 are a combination of operational need and capacity and compliance driven. First project is the Fort Chipewyan Water and Sanitary Sewer Construction Project. This project involves the construction phase for rehabilitating existing water and sanitary sewer mains, as well as some of the roads in Fort Chipewyan. Through the recent capital prioritization exercise and updated technical review, administration has reassessed the originally proposed scope and is recommending that this project be cancelled. Administration further recommends a targeted repair and replacement assessment to determine the most appropriate path forward, and available funds be redirected to support the raw water intake initiative in Fort Chipewyan, including advocacy, grant research, and potential future implementation identified through the feasibility study currently underway. These slides present an overview of the water and sanitary sewer in Fort Chipewyan. The next project is the construction of the Fort McKay Magnetic Ion Exchange, or MIEX, project. Over the last few years, increases in organic material in the Elds River water source have triggered the creation of disinfection byproduct in our treated water. Following the success of the MIEX pretreatment at the Conklin Water Treatment Plant, we are in the process of incorporating the same technology for the Fort McKay Water Treatment Plant. This new pretreatment addition will reduce the amount of chemicals required to treat the water, which in turn will help reduce the creation of disinfection byproduct in the treated water. Approximately $1.8 million will be carried forward from the 2025 and prior approved budget into 2026 due to the complexity of the project and the late start in design services. This has resulted in the original 2026 budget cash flow being adjusted to 2027 and 2028 budget requests. We are asking for $5.1 million for 2027 and following years for a total of $7 million. The next project is the design of the Janvier Waterworks upgrade. This project has been on the books for a couple of years now. The plant is reaching its end of life and needs some major upgrades. However, before the upgrades can be designed, we need to confirm where the water will come from. We identified a few different options, and several engineering studies were completed to identify the best path forward. We are working with the Chippewa Prairie First Nation to receive confirmation and buy-in on the recommended option, which is to build a water line from the Conklin water treatment plant to the Janvier water treatment plant and converting the current plant in Janvier into a reservoir and pump house. Getting agreement on the water source is the first step before we can design that upgrade. Since we haven't been able to reach an agreement yet, we are hauling water from Conklin to Janvier as part of our operating budget and are not asking for any capital funds for 2026. We are hoping that we will be able to start the design no later than 2027, which is why we are defunding and keeping the funding on the books for advocacy purposes and grant application. This is an aerial picture of the water treatment plant in Janvier and the raw water pond. If a new treated water line from Conklin to Janvier comes to fruition, this plant will be converted into a reservoir and pump house and continue to service the community. The next project is the construction of the Conklin Sewage Lagoon. The existing lagoon in Conklin needs to be expanded to meet the increased demands of Conklin's residential and commercial areas after the completion of the rural water and sewer servicing. This project will also ensure that we continue to meet regulatory compliance. The project was delayed because of land ownership issues, so approximately $7.2 million will be carried forward from the 2025 and prior budget years, and we're asking for an additional $3.5 million for 2026. The budget for 2027 and following years will be $10.4 million, bringing the total for this project to $21.1 million. Here's an aerial view of the lagoon expansion site. Once complete, it will approximately double the square footage of the current lagoon facility to the north of the existing site. The next project is the design and construction of the new Wood Buffalo lift station. This lift station was constructed in 1999 and is reaching its end of life. The replacement is both a safety and a regulatory requirement. This project will ensure the continued level of service for the Wood Buffalo neighborhood. This project was approved originally back in 2022. While there is no change to the scope, an additional $2 million is being requested for the 2026 budget, an additional $300,000 for the 2027 budget year, as the budget was originally established in previous years with a cost estimate that had a lower level of accuracy. This results in the budget request for 2026 being $5 million, with another $5.3 million in 2027, bringing the total budget to $10.3 million. Here's a rendering of the proposed included building in the design package of the Wood Buffalo Lift Station. Next is the Fort McMurray wastewater treatment plant hog fuel storage pad expansion and drainage improvements. The hog fuel pad is used to store wood chips, also known as hog fuel, that will be mixed with the wastewater sludge or biosolids that is the remnants of the wastewater treatment process. The current pad where the wood chips are stored is too small and a project to increase the size of that pad was approved back in 2025. The budget that was approved last year was for $50,000 in 2025 and an additional $350,000 in 2026. Separately, an operating project has been looking at water infiltration issues at the wastewater treatment plant. As the design for that operating project evolved, it became apparent that improving the drainage of the site would address most of the infiltration issues. As the area being impacted by these two projects overlap, there are construction synergies in combining both scopes into one capital project. Since the hog fuel storage pad expansion was already a capital project, it was recommended to add the second one as a change scope. Given this, $1.5 million is added to the 2026 budget, which brings the total ask to $2.3 million and overall total ask to $2.35 million. Here's an aerial photo of the wastewater treatment plant. The areas in dotted black lines will be impacted by the drainage improvement project, while the area in red is where the hog fuel pad expansion project would take place. The next project is the Abbotswood Drive underground upgrades, which includes the replacement of the 1978 transmission water line in Abbotswood Drive that links the Absinthe Reservoir to downtown. This line replacement is required due to the high-risk nature of its location being adjacent to residential homes. This project will allow for the new transmission line to be relocated into the road right-of-way for easier maintenance. This project was originally approved in 2025. While there is no change to the scope or overall project budget, due to shifting priorities, the construction of this project will start in 2027. Given this, the 2026 budget is being cash flowed to the 2027 budget, resulting in no budgetary ask in 2026, but $3.1 million being requested for 2027. The total budget for this project remains at $3.2 million. Here's an aerial photo that shows the current location of the water line and how close to the houses it is. Because of the depth of the line, to prevent freezing in the winter, a water line break in that section would impact the residences nearby. The next project is the design and construction of the water treatment plant process improvement here in Fort McMurray. This project began in 2021 with an assessment of the river intake, the raw water pump house, the raw water ponds, and the water treatment plant itself. The objective of the assessment was to identify areas of improvement for operational, safety, and compliance issues. The improvements that were identified are now being prioritized based on the level of risk and the readiness to do the work. The project is divided in multiple phases. The first phase will focus on upgrading the instrumentation and control system. The second phase will target other process improvements and upgrades to the raw water pump house. More phases will be implemented as we continue to address the findings from the assessment. Phase 1 is currently under construction, while an RFP is being prepared to onboard a design consultant in 2026 for the second phase. The budget that was approved for 2025 and prior years was $10.4 million. The original budget had $4.3 million allocated to 2026. However, to improve the schedule of the program and to balance internal resources, $3.8 million will be cash flowed from 26 to 27, leaving a $500,000 budget request in 2026 to cover design services for Phase 2 and construction administration services for Phase 1. The total budget for this project is $14.7 million. Here's an aerial photo of the water treatment plant in Fort McMurray. The next project is the design and construction of the Fort McMurray wastewater treatment plant process improvement. This project will focus on critical equipment within the facility that requires upgrades or replacements. These improvements are essential to enhance efficiency, reduce life cycle costs, improve maintainability, and ensure reliability, which will allow us to continue meeting safety and regulatory compliance. As the tender is anticipated to be issued in the second quarter of 2026, with construction expected to commence at the end of the third quarter of 2026, there is no funding request for 2026. Instead, the $1.5 million budget that was approved in previous years will be carried forward into 2026 to cover funding needs. The initial budget was approved back in 2021. As we progressed through the pre-design stage, the consultant was able to provide a more refined cost estimate. That, plus the price correction to account for inflation, led us to increase the budget for the overall project by $1.85 million. The 2027 to 2031 budget request is $7 million, and the total ask for this project is $11 million. And here's a picture of the wastewater treatment plant in Fort McMurray. The next project is the design and construction of the Timberley Reservoir and Pump House. The Timberley Reservoir and the Pump House have been in operation since 1981. They are both approaching end of life and require rehabilitation. This project is to refurbish the Timberley Pump House and Reservoir so they can continue to meet the community's current and future demands. While the detailed design is complete, further analysis has determined that the municipality would see a reduction in risk if the project execution was phased. Therefore, additional time is required for further design work to support a phased approach strategy. Given this, approximately $9.3 million will be carried forward from the 2025 and prior budget to the 2026 budget year, and $5.5 million will be cash flowed from the original 2026 budget request into the 2027 budget year. An additional funding increase of $7.1 million is being requested to the overall project budget to execute the construction under a phased approach strategy to reduce risk. As a result, $13.6 million is being requested in future years for a total budget of $24 million to complete the project. Here's a picture of the Timberley Pump House and Reservoir. As mentioned in the previous slide, the initial approach required the reservoir to be offline for nearly 2 years, which would put us at risk of losing water pressure should anything happen with the Parsons Creek Reservoir anytime during these 2 years. When this project started, relying on the Parsons Creek Reservoir was a reasonable option. However, after the initial design work was completed, the RMWB suffered a series of recurring outages of the Parsons Creek supply line, making it apparent that relying on the Parsons Creek Reservoir is not a viable option for the Timberley Pump House and Reservoir project. Various distribution scenarios were modeled, and it was determined that by installing additional valves into the distribution system and constructing in phases, we would only need to take the Timberley Reservoir offline for a few weeks at a time, which in turn is much more manageable, but comes with an increase in cost of about $7 million. The next project is the design and construction of the regional control system replacement. This is for the water treatment infrastructure across the region. This project involves the phased replacement of control systems at the region's waterwork facilities to address obsolete hardware and software no longer supported by suppliers. As a result, a new automation control system is required for the entire region. The project will be completed in 3 waves, and Wave 1 is already underway. Wave 2 is expected to take place in 2026, and Wave 3 is expected late in 2026 or in 2027. Some of the hardware and software is already obsolete, so we're having to adapt new models to continue maintaining our service levels. Due to the challenges associated with programming and integration into our live operational areas, the budget requests in future years have been cash flowed to align with the anticipated timing of construction activities. The ask for 2026 is $2 million and an additional $3.95 million for future years. The total budget for this project remains at $16.25 million. This slide shows some of the new components that are being installed in water infrastructure across the region. The first major asset to receive the upgrade was the Conklin water treatment plant. The next assets will be the Parsons Creek, Lower Townside, and Fickwood pump houses. The next project is the wastewater treatment plant locker and office space revitalization. The wastewater treatment plant's current locker, shower, and restroom facilities are insufficient due to increased staffing and expanded wastewater infrastructure. The lack of space has led to operational areas being used for lockers and the centralized SCADA control room converted into a multi-use space, impacting safety and security. In addition to the building on the north side will provide additional office space and allow us to reorganize the existing floor plan to provide additional washroom and locker rooms. While the project was approved back in 2024, the project schedule was adjusted to align with other municipal priorities and initiatives. For that reason, the $1 million approved previously will be cash flowed into 2026, and the $500,000 that was initially budgeted for 2026 is now being cash flowed to 2027. Without any budgetary request in 2026, the budget request for 2027 is $500,000 for a total of $1.5 million. These photos show the location our operations team is utilizing as lockers. The next project is our first new budget request for 2026 and is for the replacement of one of the water main supplying Sapri Creek with potable water. The proposed water line will provide a second water supply to the Sapri Creek community. We have two lines going into Sapri Creek, but one of the two has failed and we have been relying on the single one to supply the community. Replacing the secondary water main will allow operations to maintain water supply if the primary feed fails or requires isolation. If this project is not completed, the Sapri Creek community is at risk of a full water outage if anything happens with the primary feed. The 2026 budget request for this project is $250,000, with an additional $3.4 million in 2027 to complete the project for a total budget of $3.65 million. This photo shows the general location of the new transmission line that is being recommended as a second feed for the Sapri Creek community. The second new project is for the purchase of UGS inspection cameras. This request is for 2 cameras that will be utilized to complete chamber and manhole inspections. Having these cameras will eliminate the need for confined space entry and will increase workforce efficiencies. By purchasing these cameras, we can identify and prioritize maintenance issues, inspect hard-to-reach areas, improve sewer cleaning efficiencies, and document in real-time video areas that require inspection. This is a one-time budget request for $72,000 in 2026. The next new project is a request for new inbound and outbound scales at the Fort McMurray Regional Landfill. The scales were installed when the new landfill opened and the equipment is reaching its life expectancy. Due to the exposure to the elements and the increased traffic, the scales are deteriorating and increasing the amount of maintenance that is required to keep the scales functional and accurate. Keeping the scales accurate ensures that we maximize the revenue coming from the solid waste materials collected at the site. This is a one-time budget request of $440,000. These photos show the current inbound and outbound scale at the landfill. Next up is a rebuild of 2 primary clarifiers at the wastewater treatment plant. The scope of this project is to procure parts and materials to completely rebuild 2 primary clarifiers at the wastewater treatment plant. This equipment is vital for the treatment process as the primary clarifiers remove solid particles from the wastewater through sedimentation. The current rotating parts in the clarifiers are at end of life, which causes additional maintenance and reduces reliability. Completing these rebuilds will bring the clarifier back to a 15-year life expectancy and increase their reliability. This is a one-time budget request of $950,000. We have 3 primary clarifiers at the wastewater treatment plant, and earlier in 2025, our maintenance and operations staff replaced the equipment in the first one. Each clarifier has 2 sections. The picture above shows the new equipment in both sections. The plan is to replace the second and third clarifiers in 2026 with our internal resources. The next project is a purchase and installation of a buffer curtain in the ponds at the Fort McMurray water treatment plant. Buffer curtain walls are flexible barriers installed within water reservoirs to improve water quality by controlling flow patterns and increasing retention time, or to create separate zones for chemically assisted pretreatment. In our case, the buffer curtain is designed to pre-treat the raw water before it enters the plant, to reduce the organic load in the water to be treated. This is a one-time budget request of $390,000, which will include procurement and installation of material. This photo shows the location of the buffer curtain that will be installed in the east pond at the water treatment plant. This will allow us to pre-treat the water and reduce the organic content that is available for algae growth in our ponds. The next project is for the ES, or Environmental Services Life Cycle Equipment Replacement. Scheduled life cycle replacements are essential to ensure continued operational reliability, safety, and regulatory compliance. Municipal assets are critical to accurate water measurements and reporting, timely alarm and response capabilities, fire protection readiness, and dependable communication across municipal systems. Replacing them or components within them proactively and at the end of life reduces the risk of failure, avoids costly emergency repairs, and safeguards public safety and service continuity, while ensuring that municipal facilities remain compliant with industry standards and proactive regulations. Components being considered for replacement this year are various clamps on flow meters, auto dialers, fire pumps, radio 16 gigahertz backhaul replacement, Millennium field line flow meter, and installation. These kinds of work used to be covered under our operating budget, but in an effort to be more diligent with our asset management approach, we are shifting them under the capital portfolio. The 2026 budget request for this replacement program is $641,000. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Antoine. And just for my education, the old landfill that was capped and closed, what's the extra steps that we need to take beyond where it's at right now, where it will be a $10.5 million price tag the next 5 years?
So the chair to Mayor Bowman, thank you for the question. So the old landfill needs to be capped, and the gas that evaporates from the landfill has to be captured. So we have been working on that project for several years. We approached Alberta Environment with a solution which we thought might be a good fit for us, where we could use some of the compost that we're creating through the wastewater process and the landfill process to cap the landfill. But Alberta Environment told us last year that this was not acceptable. And so we had to go back to the drawing table, and we're going to cap it with clay and also a system to capture the gas. So
okay.
There's a little bit of work.
Yeah, that explains it perfectly. Thanks, Antoine. Councillor Boussier-Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just have 2 questions. 2 of your projects, the Conklin Sewage Lagoon and the Fort McKay Raw Water Supply Infrastructure, both had active grant funding. And I see that Conklin was 4.4 million out of the 21 million. 5.4 of it was grant funding. What was the Mackay, do you know?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussière, the Fort Mackay grant is $10 million.
10 million? And can you confirm that we're on track for using that, not at risk of losing any of it?
Through the chair to the question, from the information I have so far, we're confident that we are going to be able to meet the requirements of the grant and we are not going to lose it. Ideally, we should have started that work sooner, but the plan is to start construction this year, which is one of the requirements for the grant for us to remain eligible for the grant.
Okay, perfect. And my second question was about the Abbotswood. I assume that it's going to involve digging up the ground around there, or no?
Through the chair to the question, that is correct. We are going to have to dig the line in the right of way. So my assumption is we're going to leave the one that is currently very close to the houses there. We're just going to abandon in place once we have the new line built that is going to be further away from the house.
Is it going to be a significant disruption to the residents up there? Actually, here's my question. Have we looked ahead at least a couple years to make sure there's no other work that needs to be done there that's not an emergency so we can minimize disruption?
For the chair to the question, that is a right approach. You are correct. So we have done, I mentioned earlier this week about the CCTV inspection program we've done for the sanitary lines. And we've identified that the sanitary line in that area also needs to be replaced. So we're going to replace both at the same time.
Beautiful.
But in terms of disruption, we're going to have some disruption, but we're going to try to minimize that as best we can.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bussière. Councillor Van Castian?
Thank you, Mayor. This may be more of a question for Director Fraser. Janvier Waterworks upgrades, running the line between Conklin and Janvier, and discussions with CPFN. Where are we at with that, and are we stuck?
Through the chair to the question, we have had numerous engagements, meetings with Chip Prairie leadership, probably over the last 4 to 5 years. And there was 4 options available, and we've presented that to them. And as of right now, there's not consensus on which route to take. With ourselves, the work that we've done, as well as the feasibility study, it's the line from Janvier to Conklin, but there's also water sovereignty challenges where Chippewa Prairie would like their own water source from one of the lakes, either Bond Lake or Calpar Lake, and preferably Bond Lake. And all the studies done so far, that's not adequate. So we have had numerous meetings, and they've either not been agreeable to the water line, or so yeah, we're still meeting with them.
Antoine, so all that being said, we're trucking water from Conklin to Janvier. How much is that costing us?
For the chair to the question, great question. So just to correct what Director Fraser said, the water source that the First Nation is more interested in is Calpar Lake, not Bone Lake. Bone Lake is not suitable, but Calpar Lake is 20 kilometers away from the plant. Just correcting that for the record. But in terms of trucking water from Conklin to Janvier, because we're trucking water, we made some improvements to the plant, to the Janvier water treatment plant, to accept the trucks so they can connect directly to the building and dump the water into the reservoir. So we basically converted the Janvier water treatment plant into a reservoir right now. So we do not need to have the same operational support at the water treatment plant to make sure that we're producing potable water. And so hauling water is actually costing us less than managing that water treatment plant in Janvier. So we're actually saving money by hauling water. And one could argue that we could be doing this for the next 30 years, but I would much rather have a water line and not trucks on the road, because every time you put water in the truck, water out of the trucks, there's always a potential risk of contamination. But we do have testing at the Janvier water treatment plant to make sure that the water is still like potable and meets all the parameters right now.
I would agree. We definitely need to get the source problem fixed. It's a shame to spend all the money on RWSS and still be hauling water.
But just, if I may, through the chair to the question, the water quantities that we're producing in Conklin because of that additional MIX treatment process is probably one of the best we have in the region. So the waters that we're hauling from Conklin to Janvier is really good quality and no more disinfection byproduct, which has been an issue in Janvier for years. So it's an improvement, but.
Okay, no. And just for knowledge point, we've got a lot of wastewater treatment projects. Are we in a reactive or a proactive manner with a lot of these?
For the chair to the question, great question. I would say a little bit of both. Like in Anzac, for example, we have a building, a wastewater treatment plant in Anzac that we built back in the days when we thought the population was going to grow a lot. So we had not upgraded our infrastructure because we had that brand new plant. And turns out the population growth didn't materialize. So then we had to catch up and upgrade our lagoon there. So that's been one that was more like a reactive. And in Conklin, the reason for the upgrade is with the addition of RWSS, we had to increase our infrastructure there as well. So we're probably a little bit of both, I would say.
Okay. And that Anzac building's conversation for another day, but yes. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Van Kastian. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, Antoine. First question, do you believe that all of your projects are able to be executed and done this year that you have on the books?
For the chair to Councillor Weigel, I'm not sure if you caught on my notes, but because of challenges with capacity to deliver some of these projects, we've pushed a few of them back. So we're confident that whatever is left now to be done this year will be done, as long as we don't run into environmental issues or political issues. But yes, I would say we're fairly confident that what is left on the books to do this year is going to be done.
That's exciting, and I'll try not to get in the way. Second, the capped, I think we talked about this before, and I can't remember the answer. The capped landfill piece is crazy question. We can't turn that into a snow dump, eh?
For the chair to Councillor Weigel, the answer is no. That's probably the worst possible thing to do, because the whole reason we couldn't cap with the bio layers that we wanted to do is because water infiltration. So when you have an old landfill, you want to try to remove as much as possible the water from infiltrating and ending up in the landfill. So having a snow dump on top of that would
be horrible.
Just do the exact opposite of what we're trying to do.
That's good to know. Yeah. That's why you do what you do and I do what I do. I love it.
Good idea.
So another question that might go by the wayside, but last one. The water line to Sapri Creek, and this might be a direction and another direction, but could with, how do I word it, to try to do multiple things at multiple times. It looks like that line in the quick picture that I looked at was coming back behind the airport and then back in from there. Could we spend more time or a little bit of time and create a secondary exit out of Sapri Creek? I know that when we talk about a secondary egress, it doesn't need to necessarily be a full-time road. It just needs to be a road capable of capacity that if in an emergency, could we create that at the same time so we're digging once and taking two things off? Mr. Elliott?
Yeah, for the chair, yeah, there you go.
Through the question, or through the chair to the question. We're planning on drilling the water line through the valley.
So there's no synergies associated with a road.
Right.
Of course, you can build a road as long as you throw enough money at it, but.
Good answer.
But there's no synergies there, so.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. I don't see any other questions there from council. Does the council have any motions? Not one. Thank you, Antoine.
Yep.
Now I'd like to invite Public Works forward to present their capital budget. There it is. I just invite Director Smith, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Keith Smith, and I am the Director of your Public Works Department. I'm here today to present to you the Departmental 2026 proposed capital budget. With me, I have the Manager of Roads and Parks, Kelly Goldburn, to my left, and the Manager of Transit and Fleet, Mark Gassier, to my right. The Public Works capital budget focuses on maintaining and renewing core municipal infrastructure that supports safe, reliable transportation and essential services across this municipality. The proposed funding is primarily directed towards completing previously approved projects, rehabilitating aging assets such as roads and fleet, and managing safety and operational risk. Overall, this capital plan reflects financial discipline, realistic project timing, and a focus on sustaining dependable public infrastructure and in alignment with Council's priority. That's a facilities issue. Yeah.
Who touched it?
Apparently that's not in the asset management plan. No worries. Public Works currently has 36 active capital projects with a total council approved budget of approximately $94.8 million. Of that approved funding, approximately $48.4 million has been spent to date, representing about 51% of the total approved budget. The remaining approximately $46.4 million in available budget largely reflects work that is either in final stages or already contractually committed. Of that remaining balance, approximately $23.1 million is committed through existing contracts and purchase orders. This means that approximately half the department's capital funding has either already been spent or is contractually obligated, with the remaining uncommitted to manage the next phase of project delivery. In short, this is an ongoing portfolio with spending and commitments closely aligned to Council's original approvals. Of the 44 mentioned previously active projects, 9 are previously approved by Council and are continuing forward with an additional capital funding request for 2026 to support ongoing delivery. The remaining active projects are continuing with existing approvals and do not require any additional funding. In addition, 8 new capital projects are being brought forward for Council's consideration for funding approval. This means that Council is being asked to consider funding adjustments for a subset of the existing portfolio, along with approval of a limited number of new projects. The majority of active projects are progressing as planned with previously approved authority. In total, Council is being asked to consider $14.8 million to support the continued delivery of previously approved capital projects, along with $8.8 million for the approval of the new capital projects, for a total budget as of $23.5 million for 2026. This structure reflects a disciplined capital approach, focusing on completing exercise work, bringing forward amendments only when required, and proposing new project approvals to those that are already aligned with Council's priority. The Athletic Games Host Capital Project is being brought forward as part of this budget and was previously approved by Council as a multi-year initiative. The funding requested in this upcoming year does not represent a change in scope or intent, but rather the next phase of the approved cash flow plan requiring to continue this project. The annual budget request simply reflects when work is scheduled to occur consistent with that Council as already approved. The parks and open space drainage improvements will improve positive drainage at municipal playgrounds and green gyms. These upgrades will protect municipal assets from water damage and excessive heaving, ensuring safe and accessible play areas compliant with CSA standards, and reduce operational demands related to localized flooding response and control. $300K was requested in previous years. The budget request for 2026 is $200,000, and $50K is being requested in 2027, bringing the total number for this project to $550,000. The top left photo shows the Cornwall Neighborhood's outdoor playground. The top right shows the Westview Playground. Top bottom shows the Dickinsville Playground, and the bottom right shows the Wood Buffalo Playground. The 2024 playground replacement is a multi-year project. The playground replacements for St. Martha's School and Cowett Crescent were completed in 2025. SAP, that being Syncrude Athletic Park, is planned for an installation in 2026. SAP Playground has been proposed as a fully accessible and inclusive playground. For 2026, the scope of the project is being expanded to include the replacement of the playground at Beacon Hill, which will also be inclusive and use a hybrid surfacing model. $1.275 million was requested in previous years. The budget request for 2026 is $1,215,000, bringing the total budget for this project to $2,490,000. This request was approved as part of the 2026 interim capital budget on December 9th, 2025. This is an area photo of SAB, Syncrude Athletic Park, highlighting the playground area. The 2026 to 2027 trail replacement program is a multi-year project. In 2025, Public Works requested budget to replace the remaining portion of the Birchwood Perimeter paved trail. During the design phase, it was identified that the overhead power lines in the area proposed a fire risk to the community due to their proximity to the Birchwood forest. Public Works began working with ACO to investigate relocating these lines underground to mitigate the risk. ACO has estimated that this work can be completed in 2027 to minimize disruption to the area and avoid incidental damages to the trail. The trail replacement project will be paused until the underground line work is complete. Drainage improvements for the green gyms along the trail will also be incorporated into this project at the time for the same reasons. The associated costs are anticipated to be realized in 2027. 2 trail repairs are proposed for 2026, that being the Diluted Passive Trail and the Gravelstone Pond Trail, approximately 675 meters of asphalt in the Diluted Passive Park between Lindstrom Crescent and Sandpiper Road has exceeded its useful life and has seen additional damage from tree roots, causing heightened risk. Gravelstone Pond Trail, a 200-meter asphalt trail in Stone Creek, as wear beyond the capacity of regular maintenance to fix and is experiencing ponding in low areas. This requires the installation of a culvert to move forward with underwater under the trail into the storm pond. $675,000 was requested in previous years. The budget request for 2026 is $430,000, and in 2027, $725,000, bringing the total budget for this project to $1,920,000. On the top left is Gravelstone Pond Trail in Stone Creek. On the bottom left is Birchwood Paved Trail in Thickwood, and on the right is Ludet Passive Park Trail in Timberlea. Spray parks. The spray park replacement program is a multi-year project. This project includes the design and build to replace 3 existing spray parks, including the Wood Buffalo Spray Park, the KP Wong Spray Park, and the Lakewood Spray Park. All of these parks has met their life expectancy, with components failing and in disrepair. The Wood Buffalo Spray Park and KP Wong Spray Park, located at the Athletic Park in Timberlea, has been completed. The Lakewood Spray Park is expected to be completed in 2026. This project was delayed due to the additional design and construction time required as the Lakewood Spray Park to allow for required sanitary service connections as stipulated by Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act. $2,700,000 was requested in previous years. The budget requested for 2026 is $1,965,000, bringing the total budget for this project to $4,665,000. Above is pictured the Lakewood Spray Park. St. Anne's Playground Replacement. The St. Anne's Playground Replacement is a multi-year project. In 2025, we worked through the design of this playground, with installation expected in 2026. Playground equipment costs have continued to increase due to rising manufacturing expenses and import tariffs. As a result, an additional $200,000 being requested to ensure sufficient funding for this project. This will allow the new playground to maintain the current level of service provided to both the school and the surrounding community. $200,000 was requested in previous years. The budget request for 2026 is $550,000, bringing the total budget for this project to $750,000. This request was approved as part of the 2026 interim capital budget. RMWB has received concept drawings for St. Anne Playground, which incorporates features requested by the St. Anne School, support from Moms Committee, and municipal subject matters experts. This is an aerial photo outlining the area of St. Anne's Playground. The Mackay River Bridge repairs is a multi-year project. The Mackay River Bridge is a single-lane bridge in each direction that spans 141 meters over the Mackay River in Fort Mackay, with a pedestrian walkway on the south side of the structure. After conducting a monitoring program on the structure from 2021 to 2024, it is recommended to complete structural rehabilitation based on early signs of deterioration observed. The project is currently in the design phase, which is expected to be completed by the end of 2026. Construction will follow with a completion targeted in 2027. Due to ongoing infrastructure work occurring in the community in 26, funds will be cash flowed to 27 for bridge repairs, while the bridge remains safe. Rehabilitation is required to extend the service life of the structure. $200,000 was requested in previous years. The budget request for 26 is $100,000, and for 2027 is $2,200,000, bringing the total budget for this project to $2,500,000. The project scope includes design, tendering, construction, and contract administration. There are no changes to project scope or budget. And this is a photo of the Mackay River Bridge. 3 bridge structures were identified for major repairs under the Bridge Inspection and Maintenance Program. They include Bridge BF 77130, located near Janvier, on charred siding access over the Christina River. Bridge BF 72806, located in Conklin over the Jackfish River. Bridge BF 72119, located in Draper over the Sapphire Creek. Completing these repairs maintains the integrity of the structure. The project is currently in the design phase with construction plan for 2027. $200,000 was requested in previous years. The budget request for 27 is $200,000, with an additional $600,000 being cash flowed from 26 to 27, bringing the total budget for this project to $1 million. There is no change to the project scope or the budget amount. This is a photo of Bridge 77130, located near Janvier, on charred siding access over the Christina River. Borealis Park Rehabilitation Design. The Borealis Park Rehabilitation Design Project includes the rehabilitation of 3 key assets within this mature park: the boardwalk and retaining wall structures, the trail network, and the beach volleyball courts. The boardwalk and retaining wall has reached the end of its usable life. Some piles have heaved over 25 centimeters, raising accessibility concerns. Boards are dry rotting with repairs beyond regular maintenance. The trails have reached their end of useful life. Patching and repairs have been used to extend until now, but a full replacement is necessary. The beach volleyball court requires a drainage system, new net poles, and landscaping work around the exterior. Construction costs are not included in this project, with waterfront and flood mitigation work scheduled in the area for 26 and 27. There is an opportunity to coordinate and align the replacement and rehabilitation activities to maximize efficiency and minimal disruption. The budget request for 2026 is $250,000 and an additional $250,000 in 27 for a total budget of $500,000. Overall, this project continues Council's commitment to invest in the waterfront and downtown revitalization and supports the municipality's goal of becoming an age-friendly community. The photo on the left shows the wooden boardwalk and retaining structure. The photo on the right shows the asphalt trail. The Ron Morgan batting cages, roof and lighting addition. Providing batting cages, roof and lighting allows for the association and its members to continue to practice at the facility during the inclement weather days. FMMBA has produced multiple championship teams at the provincial level, including the 12U and the 14U all-girls team in the first year of competitive play. Roof and lighting allows players to participate longer into the evenings, including early spring and fall. The budget request for 2026 is $330,000 for a total budget of $330,000. This photo showed the Ron Morgan batting cages. The Ross Henniker baseball field upgrades include replacing and extending the perimeter fence, installing protective netting, and adding field lighting. Perimeter fence replacement and extension at the current perimeter fencing, which is approximately 400 meters, is compromised due to shifting piles and no longer meets the required height or safety standards. A new wire fence is required to accommodate the increased ball travel associated with aluminum bats. Protective netting installation to ensure safety for adjacent residential properties and walking trails. Field lighting installation would also extend usability later into the evenings and further into the season, especially for provincial and national events. These enhancements will enable the FMMAB to host higher profile events while extending the lifespan of the existing facility. The proposed repairs will also improve player and residential safety. The budget ask for 2026 is $160,000 and an additional $2,260,000 in 2027 for a total budget of $2,420,000. This is the Ross Henniker baseball field. This is a multi-year project. This is the conventional bus replacements for 2025 to 2032. Procurement is currently underway to purchase 8 new conventional buses to replace units that have been reached the end of their useful life. The request for proposal has been posted and the contract award is anticipated in early 2026. The intention of this replacement program is to gradually replace conventional buses that have reached the end of their useful life cycle while implementing an asset management plan to establish a sustainable approach for future replacements. By spreading replacements over multiple years, the program reduces capital pressures associated with bulk purchases every 12 to 15 years and ensures predictable life cycling model. Transit is proposing to replace 6 to 8 buses annually per year until 2032. This is a total of 48 buses, which is the target fleet size for conventional buses outlined in the TMP. Council previously approved $7,600,000 in 2025, with $1 million allocated for cash flow that year. The remaining funding required to complete the first phase of the procurement is $6.6 million in 2026, with an additional $38 million planned for 2027 to 2032, with a total budget request of $45,600,000. And this is one of our conventional buses.
If you can hold on for 1 second there, Keith. Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Worship. And I'm sorry to interrupt in the middle of this, but I just thought at this point of the presentation, I would recuse myself for the balance of the presentation due to an upcoming pecuniary interest.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. And also, as it's a long day, if any councillor wishes to step aside, use a washroom or anything, the council meeting is live in the other room Sorry, go ahead, Keith.
No problem, sir. "2026 heavy equipment replacements. Heavy equipment refers to large, specialized machinery that utilize hydraulics such as utility equipment, dump trucks, and loaders. This request is to replace heavy equipment assets that have reached the end of their service life and are necessary for maintaining daily operations. Investing in new equipment will reduce costs on maintenance and downtime associated with aging assets, incorporate modern technology that improves service continuity and operational efficiency. The budget request for 2026 is $1,870,000. Here are some photos of the heavy equipment that is being requested to be replaced in 2026. On the left, we have a utility vehicle that's used mainly for cleaning sidewalks with accessories that can be changed out. And on the right, we have one of our tandem trucks. 2026 heavy equipment additions. These pieces of equipment are being requested by various operating divisions to support the delivery of essential municipal services. The 2026 additions will allow for improved operational efficiencies, reduction of service delays, and meet the growing needs of the community. Fleet Services works very closely with operating departments to understand their requirements and was able to accommodate some needs within the existing fleet, which helped reduce the overall size of the 2026 request. The budget request for 2026 is $3,510,000. Here are some pictures of heavy equipment additions being requested. On the left, you'll see a loader, and on the right, you will see a waste shredder for environmental services. Light equipment refers to smaller, versatile equipment typically used for everyday operational tasks. This request is for replacement of light-duty equipment that has reached the end of its service life and requires replacement. These replacements are essential to maintaining daily operations and minimizing service disruptions. Replacing the identified light equipment will reduce maintenance costs on aging assets, improve equipment availability, and introduce new technology and efficiencies that enhance productivity and safety. Fleet continues to strengthen its asset management program while ensuring the fleet size is appropriate to deliver the required services. The budget request for 2026 is $1,900,000. Here are some of the pictures of the light-duty vehicles requested for replacements, and these are examples of two of our light-duty trucks. 2026 light equipment additions. This request is to purchase additional light equipment vehicles to maintain service delivery. This request is specific to bylaw services department, and the vehicles are required following recent staffing recruitment success. This request also includes animal control vehicles to service rural areas. These additional vehicles will allow the department to effectively deliver on their mandate. The budget request for 2026 is $640,000 for a total budget request of $640,000. This is a photo of bylaw interceptor vehicle that is included in the light equipment additions request. Column hoist replacement for transit. This request is to replace an existing column hoist located at the transit maintenance shop. This unit allows mechanics to safely complete preventative and corrective maintenance on transit buses. It has reached the end of its usable life. Numerous failed repairs have been completed and is impacting daily operations. Replacement is necessary and will restore normal operation service levels and allow mechanics to continually perform daily tasks. The budget request is the budget request for 2026 is $85,000 for a total budget request of $85,000. This is a photo of a column hoist lifting a bus and what is being requested for replacement. This concludes my presentation of the proposed capital budget for Public Works. Myself, Kelly, Mark, and Elliot will answer any questions you may have.
And Elliot. Thanks, Elliot. Keith, quick question for a start. I know we had gone through this a few times. Is there a machine in here that I just missed in the presentation that we have an event where we have a big ice freeze and there's large chunks of ice? Was there a grinder in here somewhere that I missed?
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, no. So in that case, what we do use is our snow blowers. However, what you're talking about is something that we are currently whiteboarding. So when we come back with a new policy, that grinder will be in there.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'll look forward to that. Councilor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair to Keith. My questions are specifically about the spray park and beach volleyball. So are we ever assessing the usage of the spray park being used or the beach volleyball and comparing it to how much it would cost to replace or remove it to add something of more community value? I know, an example, the beach volleyball, if it's not being used, are we ever saying, oh, maybe we should put a pickleball court instead because right now it's being more used? Do you have that system in place?
Through the chair to Councilor Vardy, in 2019, we went ahead and came to council and got the Parks Master Plan approved. And at that point in time, I looked at both the urban and rural areas and seen all the assets that we had and made the suggestions on where we're over compared to other communities and where we're under and opportunities that we can do to change. When it comes to spray parks, we're definitely over compared to other communities of similar size. However, we do not have anything in place that empirically says how much they are used. But I can tell you anecdotally from my visits, from Kelly's visits, from everybody in parks, these spray parks are heavily used. However, where you're getting at, and I agree, is that when it comes to volleyball courts, again, they are used and we're often asked for more. But where we're seeing the shift, and when you're asking for pickleball, is there's opportunities where there used to be tennis courts. So tennis, at this point in time, I'm not a tennis player, so I can't say it's not quite as popular as it once was, but pickleball is taken right off. So what we're looking at is opportunities, whereas we can convert existing tennis courts to dual purpose. Or like we did with the previous council, we put some existing, or we used an existing ODR and put 4 pickleball courts into it. What my thoughts are is not in this budget. There's a lot of work to be done, but I want to work with Tony's group, and we're going to update, my plan is to update the Parks Master Plan and also incorporate it kind of like a recreational management plan that kind of comes to where we need to be with these assets.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Vardy. Councilor Roussier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, Keith, thanks for the presentation. The Cowette Crescent, you mentioned something about Cowette Crescent Playground. Isn't that a condominium? Or is that just, go ahead.
Through the chair to Councilor Roussier, Lance, that would be our playground. We do not manage any condo playgrounds. So it's on our property. It's the same as the one that's
in... Is it the skateboard park in Saps? Is that Cowette Crescent? Like, I'm trying to think where the Cowette Crescent, because Cowette Crescent is the mobile manufactured home area, and that's condominiumized. So is it where the skateboard is on, well, I call it TAPS or SAPS?
You're correct. Cowette Crescent's up in that area, and definitely the skate park is owned by the municipality.
Okay, so it's not in the condominium lands?
Through the chair, Councilor, no.
Okay.
We have 106 playgrounds, and all 106 is on our property.
Okay.
We often get asked the question too about the one that's adjacent to Bear Ridge, which is also condo, but no, that is our property.
Okay, thank you. The Fort McKay or McKay River Bridge repairs, wouldn't that be a provincial responsibility? You're talking the one on Highway 63, right?
Through the chair to Councilor Bussier, no, we're talking about the one that's off of 63 on the roadway going into
Okay.
Fort McKay. That would be our responsibility.
And that would be the same as Jackfish?
Yes.
Okay.
All bridges that I have listed, and there's 57 in the municipality that we own.
Okay. Okay. The Borealis or Haxton Park here, the request. In the old days, we used to have like paddle boats on that pond, and it was there seemed to be a lot of attention to maintaining that pond, and for whatever reason, maybe that's not the same these days. But is there talk about cleaning up the pond, the weeds? And it was down there last summer, and there was a lot of weed built up in that park, that pond area, Haxton, Borealis.
Through the chair to Councilor, I'm not aware of any program that would be to clean those weeds. I would assume if we were to do it, it would be the same as what weed harvesting we do at Snai, but I'm not aware of that plan.
Okay.
I think Elliot might have something to add to that. Councilor Bussier?
Through the chair to the question, when we met with the council committee on this particular project, the waterfront committee, they specifically asked us to look at how to draw more attention to using that water body as a recreational facility. So your paddle boards and your kayaks. So in doing this project, if it's approved, we would be able to look at how that pond is managed overall and look at how we can improve in the future.
Okay, thank you, Elliot. Yeah. Okay, and I got a bunch more, but I'll just ask the last one. Just continuing on with the Borealis or Haxton area upgrades, are we going to continue there's asphalt issues if you go past the park and head towards Mack Island? When you talk about asphalt, are you just focused on that park area, or will you continue and fix or replace the concrete as you go to Mack Island? And there's a couple benches that could use replacing. Is that included in here or just in that one area?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, I'm not sure the particulars of if those benches are included. Maybe Director White knows when he was talking with the committee. I'm not sure that those will be included.
Through the chair to the question, we are going to be picking up that area up as part of our waterfront improvements / flood mitigation work. So I would say that yes, it's considered. It's not considered as part of that particular project. It's already on the books.
Okay, I'll save the other ones for later. I'll let the other.
Thanks, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Smith, for your presentation. Going off the list again, do we have any plans, or was it just a continuation from last year, but there was the washout on the Draper Trail going into Draper on the left-hand side there? Where did we land with that project?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I've just recently acquired back rural, so I'll have to look into that one. I don't know if Director Fraser will have that in his capital, but that would not be.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Elliot has something maybe add to that as well. Councillor Weigel.
Through the chair to the question, we have hired a consultant to review the washout, provide a design and recommendations for repair. So we're well into that, but we do have a request for the construction coming up under the IR.
Awesome. Sorry for that miss. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. We were talking, I don't know if it was today, last month, I don't know. You were talking about fleets when it came to budgeting in previous, and we didn't get to finish our conversation in terms of, do you have enough fleet it's been a long day. Do you have enough equipment to meet
Do you want to recuse yourself, Councillor?
Sorry. Do you have enough equipment to meet our service level?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, at current, yes. However, with these new positions that were added through budget, I do know we added some IT and some other money. But as we were going through, I'm thinking like, what would be our fleet needs? So we would also need to look at that, what these positions are, what their needs would be. Again, when it comes to service delivery, you got people and assets, and I'm so glad you brought that up. So when we come forward, say in the next month or two, with regards to winter maintenance, that's a key part of it. So if any of our levels goes up, our fleet has to go the same way.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Luana.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Keith, I noticed we have this printout of the various grants and stuff, and we have Borealis, we have recreation facilities, amongst other things. I see no grant funding from your department for any of these projects. Can you tell me if that's something that it's just not on the sheet, or why would your department not have grant funding for especially recreational things?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, I'll definitely have to refer that to finance. They're the grant writers, the grant experts. I can tell you that based upon in the past, whenever we've done anything transit-wise, especially transit, there's always grants associated to it, but quite often it's, you apply for it, you build it, you get reimbursed. But however, I'll defer that question. I don't write the grants.
Finance? There.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier. We do have an application in right now for the Canada Transit Fund for the conventional bus replacements project. But for the most part, a lot of the grants that we would apply to the Public Works Department would be LGFF or CCBF, and our practice there is looking at projects that are contractually obligated or are in with it or close to project delivery. So we've focused on some of the projects that were proposed to us outside of Public Works in order to utilize our grant funding properly. So what we would rely on is for them to let us know when they're ready to either go to market or it's ready to be delivered, and then we would look for grants, or we could start to fund them with CCBF or LGFF. So I guess in short, the reason is just that it's more efficient to use our grant funding on other projects, knowing we can fully fund, as opposed to what the projects are within Keith's portfolio at this time.
Or you're partnering with organizations such as Minor Ball and using their status to access additional grants as well. Like I'm going to harp on it all the time. Like there is a lot of grants out there, not only for municipalities, beyond what is being accessed. And I hope moving forward, ICAO butts that the message is delivered that this is a priority and more effort is put into accessing money out there. That's further to Councillor Scott talking about earlier, the responsibility of the federal government. And there's lots here that I know is not being accessed, especially from my years of involvement with sport. So that's no criticism of you, Mr. Mayak, either, but there's lots of requests for things, and I just don't see us maximizing or grant funding that's available. So hopefully next year when we're sitting here, it's better.
Sorry, yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bussier, you're completely correct. We'd love to really utilize that flow-through method of using an external organization to kind of flow through us and go through minor baseball, for example, to support with the Ross Henniger or Ron Morgan. It's something that we've brought up recently because we're newer. My grant administrator is right here with me as well. It's newer to us, and the Alberta Council has actually provided us a lot of those opportunities. So we really want to see how we can leverage it. It's just not something that has been done yet, but it's something that we should absolutely take full advantage of. And Sunshine actually just told me that we did just get approved for the conventional bus program, so that's great.
So through the chair to Councillor Bussier, before we move on, I just want to assure you that from our perspective, we will definitely work with finance to gain any grants that we can. Majority, if not all, of the bus fleet that we have right now was purchased with green trip funding, which means that 66 2/3 of it would have been through funding. And like I said yesterday or the day before, the bus terminal and the two terminals that we have in Bolton, Thickwood, and Timberlea were heavily funded by grants.
Okay, yeah, and not the ones that just automatically come. I mean, putting forth the energy into accessing the ones that aren't just automatic, that comes because you're a municipality. That's what I'm speaking to. So, but thank you for that, Keith.
Thanks, Luana. Councillor Bussier, Luana. Councillor Bussier, Lance.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, back to Keith. Keith, the Ross Henniger baseball upgrades, what actually is the $2.4 million going to cover?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, so in my speaking notes, I talked about replacing and extending the perimeter fence. So the entire fence is being replaced, and with new fence, and there's going to be additions to that fence, but also at the same time, it's going to be some landscaping and poles put in, and the lighting itself. So it's the netting, the lights, and replacement of the fencing.
Is there a need, I guess, I don't know if the question is going to end up in Mike's lap, is there a need for a second park like this, given that we have Legacy Field at Mac Island?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, there is a need, and there's more and more requests or movement in baseball. However, if you would like Mike to come up and talk to that, he's here.
Sure.
Yep. Skedaddle, Mark.
Mayor again. I guess through the chair to the question, is there a need? Yes, I do believe there is needs in the community for building more baseball parks. You mean when I look at currently Ross Henniger, you mean that park is a premier park. You mean it's a beautiful park that when a lot of teams come to Fort McMurray provincially and or nationally, that park, since it was done as a legacy to the Western Games and back in 2014, I believe, which is now coming on to just over 10 years, that park, you mean, has served not only the 18Us, but it also serves, I'll say, the 15Us as well now a lot more. And why it does serve the 15Us is that Ron Morgan Park, which used to be, of course, the 18U field back 10 years or 12 years ago. Now when Ross Henniger got the upgrades, that moved over. But with different inclement weather, I'll say, along with that, our 15Us have used a lot more of Ross Henniger Park. And with also too then with the, of course, Legacy Dodge primarily being the Wimble team, which is separate from Fort McMurray minor baseball, we do find times more than cases that, yeah, we do find that we cannot use fields because of inclement weather or we have to postpone or move games. Ross Henniger is also used, which was part of pre-approved back in, sorry, I'm trying to remember my history right now, of 2022 of accessibility project, which council and everyone approved, which was a great addition to Ross Henniger where all those beautiful pathways were added to the park. So you mean on Mondays and during the week, we do our Challenger baseball program there for kids with disabilities. You mean Ross Henniger also, due to inclement weather, first I'm kind of more on the weather side, is that field can be used a lot more with other kids being able to access it. When I go over to Ron Morgan Park, you mean with the technology and different things that we're seeing, bats are getting better. I don't know if you ever seen online, you see the new hype fires and you see all these new bats, and you mean there's a lot more baseballs, even with the fields extended right now and the fence heights at Ron Morgan right now, there's a lot more balls that are still even going over those fences. So those fields that now are, say, an 11U or 13U now are becoming a T-ball grassroots fields. And you mean that's the portion what I kind of talked about on Tuesday was that 11U to 13U age groups that you mean we're finding a lot more of that. You mean that the fields, you mean we're growing out of the parks, I guess you could say. I mean, I know that's a long answer, I guess you could say, but we are growing out of the parks, and it's, you mean, looking at time to not only be that, you mean, natural, but as the weather shifts and changes within the area, we see that there's a lot more weather inclement that, you mean, the turf fields is something that makes it a lot easier, of course, for any kind of delays on games that within an hour or half hour, we're able to get right back again on the fields.
Okay, so through the chair, Mike, with like right now, Ross Henniger, the way it sits, what championships, what level, provincial, national, international, we hold on that field the way it is now? U11, U13?
So right now, Ross Henniger, the way it is can be held 15U regular league and or provincials, 18U regular league or provincials, and we've held nationals there. Going into the future, the 19U women's will be there as well, and then of course the 18U nationals as well as we hit 2030 and 31 as well. So provincial to nationals.
So we can host those events the way Ross Henniger sits now without any of these upgrades?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I misinterpreted your question.
And I probably didn't say it right. So currently, right now, what age bracket are we allowed to host provincial nationals?
So right now, sorry, and I may have misheard your question as well a little bit, so technically can we host them? Yes. But as the rules have changed going into 2026 with the bats, so a little back history that composite bats was a normal for that 18U, 15U. Baseball Canada has shifted this year that now BB core or aluminum bats, for easier, is now being used at that 15, 18U. So which is now going to be causing, of course, more baseballs also to be going over the fence, not only on the outfield, because that field is a short field. So in perspective, when you think of Legacy Dodge Field compared to Ross Henniger, the sides of Ross Henniger are 305 feet, with a 6-foot fence. Legacy Dodge Field on the sides is 330 feet. Center field at Ross Henniger is 365 feet, and Legacy is 405. So in perspective, that field is, we've outgrown that field where a lot more balls are going to be going over the fences. Hence why working, of course, with the Public Works team and the Parks Division has put the request in also around the safety netting, because as you hit foul balls, they're going to be on the houses on the left side. On the right side, we do have those batting cages, which a lot of balls do go into the trees, including then kids are going into the trees, which I see also as a safety act, because we are on the Birchwood Trail, natural trail for potential animals that are coming up. So we do have safety protocols, of course, in place. But again, that netting on the left and right, along with the fencing, will help then, of course, keep the balls essentially within the park.
Okay, and there's no lighting there, is there?
There is no lighting there? No, sir.
Okay. I think that's it for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Busia, and thanks for being such an expert, Mike. Appreciate you.
So,
Councilor Luana?
I had a few more questions, Mayor.
Sorry,
No, I'm done
Councilor
with
Busia.
Mr. Mayak. I
Okay,
got a
no,
couple
sorry,
on the
go ahead.
buses
I thought you were
our
finished.
vehicle fleet.
Go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were finished. Just got to kick Mike out again.
Okay, so.
Sorry, Luana.
That's okay. Through the chair to Keith. Keith, with our improved efficiencies and transit master plan and changing stuff, you're asking for 48 buses.
Yep.
Over the next, I guess, 4 or 5 years. That's correct?
Through the chair, correct. Replacing, not adding.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I meant replaced. So is that what our current stock is now, 48?
Through the chair to Councilor Bussier, no, we're somewhere in the 60s right now.
Okay.
So, and we were quite higher than that, if you can recall. Through the transit master plan, what we're doing is we're making things more efficient.
Yeah.
So that's how we're saving money also, as we're reducing. We'll end up with that number 48.
Okay, and that's where I was going. So,
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
so
sir.
we're seeing a reduction.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good. The vehicles, without getting into too many, the weeds of it, I assume it goes out to procurement and then Dodge, Toyota, GM, whoever can bid on the thing. Like everybody gets an opportunity locally to bid on vehicle replacement?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. And one last question, and it might have been an operating one. The SNI, I've mentioned a few. I don't know, is it called sluice gates, slush gates? Whatever's.
Sluice, I believe the proper terminology, I think.
Okay.
Sluice?
I'll go with that.
Yeah.
Are they functioning? Is that a capital? Like I would like to see, or hopefully, like we just open them up. Like we're allowed to open up, we just have to let the province know, correct?
Through the chair to Councilor Bussier, that's it's a lot to deal with the SNI. The sluice gates itself, I do believe that the last time they were tested, they could open. However, the inlet is buried, so even if you open it, there will be no water flow. I think what's important to note is that you don't open the sluice gates and flush out the SNI. The sluice gate was only put there when oxidation levels don't meet the proper level when in the SNI. So it's essentially the need to take clean water from the Athabasca, bring it to the SNI. However, what happened was that got in place. I can't remember when that was built, and we did do some extra work down around the SNI, and it's never truly been needed. So I don't know if we would need approval to open it. We possibly would, because you have the fish habitat and all that. Every level of government that you can imagine is tied to that SNI. So if we're going to alter any type of habitat, then we would need to do that. But as of right now, I can't say that we'll never need it, but it hasn't been needed.
Okay, I guess my question would be, it was an asset that we put in there for a reason.
Yes.
I mean, every summer the SNI seems to disappear. The water seems to disappear. And I'm not saying opening these gates is going to prevent that from happening, but I don't know why there's been a resistance or a hesitation to clean them out and open them up. My understanding is all we need to do is let whoever is in charge of the waterways that we're opening. And I would just like to see one summer where we actually have them open and see if there's any difference.
Through the chair to Councilor Bussier, the SNI itself is a definition, is a water body. It's what connects two rivers. calling the Snai is like calling a dog a dog. So when we put in the causeway to Mac Island, essentially what we did was we isolated that water body and is no longer flowing. Now the danger with that is, and may not get approved, because what happens if the water quality in the Athabasca doesn't meet or is not at the standard of what's in the Snai, then we would not be allowed to open it.
Okay.
So if you want that to be free flowing, essentially I think the only thing that you could do there is put a bridge across to Mac Island.
Yeah. Okay. We'll take it offline. Thanks, Keith.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Loin?
The bridge across the River Snai. Mike?
Motion for a bridge.
Can you come up? Sorry, man. Sorry, Mason. Sorry, Mark, yeah.
You missed a mark.
What kind of mistake? I know who Mason, I just mixed them up. Minor Ball has nonprofit status?
Correct, yes.
And you're in good standing?
Correct.
Has there ever been any discussion amongst your board of directors with, you have a healthy set of assets, like contributing anything? I'm just using like the Slow Pitch League. We bought the shade cloth for SAP, the original shade cloth. It's been replaced, but we bought the original shade cloth. Mm-hmm. Like, has there ever been an appetite to look at contributing to any of the assets of the park, or no?
So I would say that between the operating grant, there is regular items that we support. I guess to have a list or different things of quantity, I guess. I don't probably have that today, but you mean during regular operating, there's odd items that you mean that either fits in or fits through our operating grant of underneath, but nothing of, I can recall over the last 3 years, of substantial impact, I guess you could say, of value. I guess I don't know what value you're maybe talking about, but
I more mean like if there's a matching grant or something like that, because some of the athletic grants are around 50% matching or whatever. Do you get charged, this is my pet peeve, do you get charged for use of the ball diamonds?
So no, we don't for the fields that we operate. Okay. So of course the school fields that we operate, that a lot of our house league and our league use outside of our operating grant.
So no user fees at all?
So no user fees.
Okay, good. We used to. That's why we gave them back. So, okay, so you'd be willing to work with whoever in the municipality, though, to be the lead on grant funding?
Absolutely. If there is, you mean we, of course, through events, you mean working in partnership with RRC and the RMWB.
Yeah.
You mean we do look at different event, I'll say streams. We do apply every year for the summer jobs, of course, which we've been successful on, so that's helped offset as well.
I don't mean that. But I mean like if, one of the athletic through the province is put $50,000 in fund, like option to get up to $50,000 that you could apply or you would apply, and then use that money to contribute to the netting or the lights or something like that. Would you be willing to do some heavy lifting?
Of course, absolutely. Awesome. You mean, I think that, all our team would want to do some heavy lifting if there was different grants available.
Yeah.
That, we could help support.
Awesome.
Offset, of course.
Happy to help you write them too. Yep. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Cardinal?
Mike. Yeah. Mason. Mike, council approved yesterday $50,000 for the pilot project for Fort Chip. While you're down there possibly doing the pilot project, is there any way that we can have you look at the baseball diamond to see what are the needs of the ball diamond while you're down there, and come back with maybe a number or an estimate so we can work on a budget for 2027?
Yeah, I think that, I believe the parks team and facilities was up there last fall as well, doing some maybe preliminary, even when we were up there, me and parks did talk, so I think that is in the works. But for sure, any extra muscle I can provide, I'm here to help.
And back to Councillor Boussier, Luana's comments about the grant funding, especially in the rural communities and an isolated community at that, which is primarily populated by Indigenous. I think we can make something happen there.
Yeah, no, for sure. Excited to, you mean even on the, once this next trip happens, you mean to do an assessment here in early spring, once the snow's gone?
Cool, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Does council have any motions? A bunch of lights came on. Councilor Brandt.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Yeah. I, Councillor Ty Brandt, move that council direct administration to explore options to improve public notification and alerting of winter snow plowing and snow removal activities, including parking restrictions, temporary bans, and enforcement timelines. In response to public concerns regarding notice and vehicle relocation during winter operations, ensuring this work aligns with and complements any ongoing review of our GIS capabilities and is considered part of the broader winter maintenance service review currently underway, and that $150,000 be added to the 2026 capital budget for initial cost to implement such a system.
Thanks, Councilor Brandt. Thanks for second, Councilor Weigel. Councilor Brandt, would you like to speak to that?
I certainly would, Mayor Bowman. Thank you so much. Our current system doesn't exactly work the way we had hoped it would. It's putting out pylons on the entrances to roadways, it's mailing out brochures, and it's updating our website and sending out emails to those that subscribe to us. It's not enough, as I understand it. For many things, we can't expect people to come to us, and we kind of have to go to them. So this is more or less a system that I'm hoping that'll be implemented, that we can dive into even more on Tuesday, but using geofencing and enough technology to email or text. This is already implemented in other cities. Edmonton, for example, you'll receive a text if you live on a certain street letting you know that the tow truck will be there in a few hours. Move your vehicle. This is something that would actually help us in a lot of ways. It's at least one step in the right direction, and I'm not going to dive into all of our issues with snow removal, not my issues, residents' issues, but yeah, that's this motion in place for now, and it's one step in the right direction, in my opinion.
Thanks, Councilor Brandt. My question is just to Keith's team. You guys are going to be coming back to council with kind of an overall view of what's happened over the last year, improvements can be made, things that we can do better. You mentioned there was a whiteboard where you're throwing ideas on there. What do you think could improve the system we have now? Would this motion just complement that?
Through the chair to Mr. Mayor, I believe so. I absolutely am. I'm excited for this motion.
Okay, perfect. And I will definitely support this, Councilor Brandt, and I look forward to seeing what Keith and his team all come back with. We can add this to that. And I believe Councilor Scott had a motion that reads to this as well, so I think it fits very good with our current amount of snow that we received this year. Councilor Boussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm just wondering where this number came from.
This is a number, you know what, they're better to answer it, not me.
Who?
I'm not the one to answer this for this number. 150,000, this is just for the initial cost of a system like this. My personal experience with geofencing and whatnot, this lines up. But again, I'm not the one, this is just the initial cost to implement it. There are more things coming to complement this, but 150,000 is just for that particular system.
We have some frame of
Would
reference.
someone in administration be able to address where this number would get you started? Maybe ICAO? Or anybody?
I don't want to spend like
Elliot,
45
do you know?
minutes like we did on a system that was 75,000. I'm just trying to like wrap my head around. Nobody has an answer. Elliot? Was it? It was a dart, wasn't it? All right. It's fine. It's fine. Megan's going to answer? Oh.
I can sort of speak to it. So I was asked to do some preliminary research, and I will preface it by saying preliminary. We know that, and this was without any engagement from IT, so Anne-Marie, I apologize, this was quick. We just looked at some of our existing software for notification and scaled up, and we know that if this was supported, there would also be a licensing fee annually after this. We looked at City of Edmonton, and that was a custom-made application. I don't know if we wanted to do custom-made or if we would look at going out, but we felt that 150 would at least get us close to something similar that Edmonton or Winnipeg has. So it's an estimate.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Bussier. Does Council have any other questions? Councilor Cardinal?
I just, Ty, I brought a motion forward about $75,000 for a system that was given a number by administration, and, you know, I'm just saying that it didn't get supported, and
It wasn't about the support, Councillor Cardinal. You pulled that motion. I told you that I would have supported that. I just didn't understand the number and wanted more answers. You pulled that motion, so we didn't get to it.
so it wouldn't, the number on this is not, it's not an exact number as well.
This is not a physical thing that we are purchasing. This is an implementation and the initial cost for a system that we put in place. I can explain it a little bit more and go into the heavy details. We can dive into it if you really want, but it is a notification system. So this is not communications. This is public notification that would, like I said, we know that we're coming on Tuesday. The night before, you're gonna receive a text message on your phone. You didn't even have to register for it. We just know that's where you live. And geofencing, the way the program works, it's gonna send you that message and say, hey, tow truck's coming. We're clearing your street tomorrow. Make arrangements. If you're away at camp or whatever, I mean, it is what it is. Maybe we notify a couple of days in advance. The cost of doing something like that, 150 grand is just an initial cost. That's not even the total.
Yeah, I'd seen your email about the references you provided in other cities. I did see that. I think it's a great idea. I just curious that, like, if we threw a number out there, and I'm just like, I threw a number out there. I'll support the motion, but I'm just saying that.
I intend for this to cost more, but as it's stated here, this is the initial cost to implement such a program. I'm fully happy with admin coming back and explaining the licensing fees, the actual implementation of the program. Are we paying someone that's going to have to do this through communications? Do we need someone else to do it? Is this something that can work with our current systems? This is just the initial process. But again, this is not a physical thing that we are purchasing.
And I think the CFO can probably add something to that.
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt, another consideration is that we would need to look at the extremely long laundry list of IT applications and work that the team is doing. I can't commit to something for 2026 when I know that we have a massive laundry list of things to do. We'll certainly do what we can. I can say for the City of Edmonton, they have a massive group that's called the Center of Excellence. So they've got brilliant programmers that are in there, and they will create these amazing systems. They created one for me for fraud detection, comparing City of Edmonton to what we would be looking at. I don't think is comparing apples to apples, but if we could have an opportunity to take it away and come up with, a feasibility of some sort and what it would take cost-wise, timing-wise, I'd be happy to come back and report to council. I just get a little concerned about putting all these things on the books, committing to things, and this is how we end up with this massive laundry list of all these capital projects, some of which we're not able to move forward with, just respectfully.
I understand that. My concern is the amount of information we heard from our residents about snow removal, the ideas that have been floated around and brought forward, like Councillor Cardinal mentioned. I sent out an email almost going on 2 months explaining about Plow TO, what Edmonton does, what Winnipeg does, these systems that are in place. I don't want to have to hear from angry residents this time again next year if we can start implementing processes now. Again, my urgency, not necessarily your emergency, but we got to start somewhere. We're obviously not going to fix it for this winter season, but if we start now with an initial cost of $150,000 to get it started, we can update and go to emerging reserves as needed.
Fair enough, thanks.
Is it GPS in each vehicle?
No.
Huh?
Geofencing, and we already have people's information. They don't need to register when we know where their house is. We literally would pull up a database of who lives on what street, right? And the system is just going to message them saying, hey, your street is scheduled for snow maintenance. Please remove your vehicle subject to tow. That's just the start.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, thanks. I think my colleagues all know there's a motion coming forward on Tuesday. I believe this will complement that, and we've got to start something. Projections are sometimes an art rather than a science, and I appreciate the effort that's been put in. If anybody does want to see a great system, Edmonton is doing that. And I think if Edmonton's capable of doing it, so are we. And we can probably do better, quite frankly, based on what I've seen in Edmonton.
Thanks, Councillor Scott. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I echo some of the comments, specifically Lori's, about having a feasibility study first, and I'll tell you why. It's because we now have public engagement, which for a temporary time will fill that gap, but also just with my limited knowledge of legal and information sharing, we do have access to residents' information, but we actually can't distribute it and use it outside of what they registered for. So I think this is a fantastic idea. I think we're moving in the right direction. I would like to make a friendly amendment that $150,000 be added to the budget for a feasibility study. Initial costs for a feasibility study instead of the implementation.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Brandt, do you accept that?
I do. I've just been informed that citizens would need to sign up for this program, which is disappointing. Like I said, when I've used geofencing, they don't get a choice. You're going to get my information regardless. So yeah, I'm up for that friendly amendment.
Yes, feasibility instead of that. Yeah, we can get that changed for you. And yes, it'll work like our garbage collection. If you register, you'll get a text message the day before telling you garbage plus whatever is your day.
And if you don't register and your vehicle gets towed, you don't get to say, nobody told me.
So feasibility is usually operating, so it wouldn't fall into a capital, but.
Cool. I don't care where it goes.
Through the chair, Councillor Brandt, can I update your motion?
Please do.
I will. Thank you.
While CLO is updating, Councillor Allen.
Thank you. I'm loving this discussion. What I can suggest is that I would have actually just removed the last sentence altogether and keep the motion as that administration keep exploring options and then come back to us by XYZ date. I can tell you that regardless of what you've heard now, this is the first season in this position. You're going to hear this every year regardless. And every year in the fall, we host a public open house on snow removal, of which 4 people show up. They enjoy the coffee and soft drinks that we provide, and share some anecdotal stories and leave, because when it's not snowing, people don't care. It's not top of mind. I also get up every morning and I prop my bed up and make a cup of coffee, and I sit in bed and watch the news. And the city of Edmonton had an awful lot of snow too, and regardless of what systems they have in, there were a lot of complaints in Edmonton. I think every major city had a lot of complaints, and it's just, no matter what you do, every year we fix something, and whatever you fix, it causes another issue. Remember, we used to have windrows in front of everybody's houses, so we went out with little bobcats and removed those, and then that just caused another issue as to where that snow was going. So it's a really good idea, and it's a really good intent. I can support the motion, but I'm hesitant to apply a number to it until we know what the options are. And just ask the administration to explore those options. And we could do it for this coming winter season, but I'm not convinced that it's 100% effective in anywhere that it's happened. So we will hear about it next year and the year after and the year after that.
And I'm fine with that, Councillor Allen. The difference is I'll own that one. I'm being yelled at and chastised for snow removal policies and programs that were in place before I even took office. So I'm fine with being yelled at if it's my fault. If I can do something to change it, I can answer to that.
And I appreciate that, and I honestly, like I say, I can support the motion. I'm just saying, sometimes it's be careful what you ask for.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Island, and as it's budget, it's all about numbers. Councillor Weigel?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just here to cause more problems. We talked about, to Councillor Vardy's amendment to a feasibility study. Basically, we're just spending money to see if we want to do this.
We want to do this.
Exactly. And so, hence why I'm not sure why we amended it. For me, the feasibility study, I like the idea of administrator going back and seeing how to administer this, because to all the conversations tonight, you know, there could be grant funding that we could see that if, like, you know, if we administered it down the road, that we could apply for a certain grant and make it going in. And so administration looking at it to me is very different than a feasibility study. I think over the years, at least the 4.2 years I've been here so far, that we've wasted a lot of money. I remember, I don't know, 30 some ways or whatever they're called, came in and said that we had actually spent over $100 million getting consultants and doing feasibility studies on things we haven't done.
Wild.
100 million. That is an astronomical amount of money that we've wasted on stuff we're not going to do. To me, this is something we're going to do. To do a feasibility study, I think, is a waste of time. We know that we want to do this. To give it to administration to come back and how to do it, sure, they might come back and say it might be implemented in a year and a half because there's grant funding that comes around in the next cycle, and that makes more sense, and that is something I can understand. But to me, a feasibility study is like, do we want this? We want this. So I would ask that you amend it back.
You know what? So noted. Let's do that. This is only my second motion, and I'll claim it's my first day, which I usually get to do for my first year of a job. So, yeah.
So they ask of a friendly amendment to get rid of the feasibility study and just give it back to administration, like Councillor Allen had talked about. But I think leave it as it goes. Give it to administration. Let them come back with the best way to implement.
Okay, let's do that.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to end this with a vote, so let's vote. That's 150,000. 150,000. Okay. Councillor Brandt, can you read the motion that you would like?
I'm going to read the exact motion I have in front of me that I already read.
Okay, yes.
That's fine? Okay. I, Councillor Ty Brandt, move that Council direct administration to explore options to improve public notification and alerting of winter snow plowing and snow removal activities, including parking restrictions, temporary bans, and enforcement timelines, in response to public concerns regarding notice and vehicle relocation during winter operations, ensuring this work aligns with and complements any ongoing review of GIS capabilities and is considered part of the broader winter maintenance service review currently underway, and that $150,000 be added to the 2026 capital budget for initial costs to implement such a system.
Thank you, Councillor Brandt, and voting is in progress. And that's carried unanimously, everyone. And we have one more motion, then we'll break for dinner. Motion, Councillor Van Castian. And I'm sure peace officers in the back will be really happy that people will not be complaining next winter. Thanks, Councillor Brandt.
Thank you, Mayor. I, Kyle Vandekashton, move that $100,000 be added to the Public Works capital budget for the addition of benches, flowers, and seasonal decorations, including lights in the rural communities in the region, and that administration review and report on the parity of beautification service delivery across the region to ensure consistency between urban and rural communities.
Thanks, Councillor Van Castian. Thank Councillor Weigel for the second. Councillor Van Castian, would this be from Fort Chipewyan to Conklin?
Yes, it would be for all rural communities.
And I'm going to ask a question for anybody else does. And where did you derive the number of $100,000 for benches and flowers in the entire rural?
It's not meant to put a bench in every single community. The figure came from some parity pricing on the Googles, and there is a disparity between our rural communities. I am fortunate to live in a rural community that does have a significant amount of beautification. However, the further south you go in my corner of the world, the less and less that becomes apparent, and hearing concerns from Councillor Cardinal and Councillor Marcel, that works reverse the further you go north. I have the utmost faith in our Public Works Department that they will not simply plow this money into adding additional things to areas that already have it, and they will do a thorough take on where they need to put this and how they need to properly spend it.
Thanks, Councillor Van Castian. Yes, and I know Anzac is beautiful. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can I ask a question to, well, probably Parks, is what do we have in the budget now for beautification in the way of, and for capital, I think, with park benches? And because would a park bench not be a permanent, well, I guess it's permanent as long as it doesn't rot away in the weather. But whereas your other decorations are seasonal. So I'm just curious what our actual budget is now, and are we just going to supplement it up to 100,000, or are we going to add 100,000 in total to the budget?
Through the chair, Councillor Allen, as I discussed yesterday, I had the numbers for the flowers and horticultural. Mm-hmm. I don't have the numbers for the remaining. What I see with this motion, and how I see the councillor put it, is that we'll look at all the rural areas, see what the current service levels are in each area, and if for some reason one is lacking more than the other, then that's where we will concentrate that money. Yeah. We also got to take a look into what's been done historically, because this council wasn't aware of it, but the placemaking initiatives that occurred in each community. So there's already been a substantial amount of money invested into placemaking, horticulture, benches to make the communities look beautiful. However, how I see this is a report coming back saying, almost like a comparison of all the hamlets, and see if it's on par and if it compares to the urban area. Yeah. That's how I took that motion.
Just maybe as a friendly amendment to say something like up to 100,000, look at beautification upgrades, including benches and flowers and seasonal decorations, etc. Without having to, well, obviously we're not just going to go out and spend that $100,000 if we don't need to in some areas.
I'd accept that friendly amendment, and just as a point of clarity to the second portion of that motion, to address, I know there's concerns around everyone here about just throwing spaghetti at the wall for whatever in urban or rural. We're asking administration to also provide a report on parity, so we are beginning to set ourselves a service delivery standard, and we can better and more fiscally responsible. Sorry. Brain's a potato right now.
If I could just add a point of clarity, if we're talking flowers, and depending on exactly what your intent is, we're looking at a combination of operating and capital. I recognize at this point people probably don't care, but we are going to have to do an adjustment to that.
Would it change your adjustment if we put a pot behind flower and make it a physical asset? Well, I mean, I would assume we're not buying a flower pot, not putting flowers in it. So the implications there already would that ease the the budgeting?
We'll figure it out.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Thanks, Councillor Van Castian. Councillor Van Castian, just for clarity, as Director Smith, his understanding, is that your understanding, just to be equitable across the rural region?
That is correct.
Okay, perfect. I 100% support that. Councillor Brandt?
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Van Castian, when you say parity, can you expand? Are we talking per capita spend? What are we talking for parity? If Timberley has 10 benches and 30 flower pots, what are we talking parity here?
I don't mean parity in number of flowers, number of pots. Maybe parity is the wrong word to be using, but an equitable level of service delivery so that residents feel and see that that their communities are being uplifted and being beautified, and they're comfortable with it. I myself personally have had complaints from residents in Conklin and in Janvier, and I know from my other rural councillors, including Councillor Weigel, that there's similar feelings in other communities as well. So by no means am I saying we need 10 benches in every community, and I'm sure Director Smith and his team will make sure that the intent of this is carried out. He seemed to be pretty good at reading my mind on that one. So
that's why I'm curious about parity, because like I said, I did this mental math exercise yesterday on the cost of just flowers, and I'll repeat it because why not? We're here long enough. $7,000 for flowers for Fort Chipewyan, $120,000 for flowers for Fort McMurray. It's 144% more flowers in Fort Chipewyan than Fort McMurray. So that's why I'm curious about parity. I just wondering how we're addressing parity.
And I figured you might hit me with that one. So if we were to divide this equitably between all the communities, we'd be looking at about 17 grand a community. If you think of all the rural hamlets that we have, and you'd be about $50 a head. For benches and infrastructure, I feel like that's for flowers, something that dies and we replace. I understand the argument, but for a physical asset that we're going to keep, I think that's a fairly decent.
It's not an argument. I'm just trying to clarify what we mean by parity.
No,
we're talking about equity and parity.
And parity may not be the right word, and if somebody has a different one, oh.
Yeah, I think it's just making everyone look as good as Anzac. Councillor Cardinal, or sorry, Councillor Brandt, are you finished?
I am. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cardinal, you have a question, comment, or debate point before we vote?
I do. I'll support the motion, but I just wanted to clarify a little bit. The $7,000 also is $2,800 for a chartered flight to Fort Chipewyan. That's a part of it. So, because we put all our flowers on the flight, and then they go to Fort Chipewyan as one big load, I think, right? Is that how it goes?
Through the chair, Councillor Cardinal, is my understanding the 7,000 was just associated to the horticultural budget. I don't believe that includes transit or transportation. I'm not. I'll have to double check that number, but I don't believe so.
But also the benches, the placemaking, the benches in some of the rural communities are also, they're just, you sit on them, they fall over, right? So, you know, the pads that they were put on, it just, the parity comes from the flower, the quality of the flower. Here, you look at a flower box, flower pot, nice big jumbo flowers. You go into rural communities, they got these petunias, or whatever they're called. That's it, they're about this high. And if you go to the municipal building in Fort Chipewyan, that's all, it's one big row of flowers this high. You come to Fort McMurray, the flowers are big, they're in flower pots, beautiful. And what I'm just trying to say, that's where the parity comes from, is that the rural communities are not getting the quality that Fort McMurray is getting. And that's where I think that Councillor Van Castian is going with the motion, as to where we want some parity and some quality in the rural communities. And yeah, anyways.
True to chair, if I may, I agree. I understand what you're saying, and I understand the motion, and I agree that what needs to happen is that If we look at all hamlets, compare them all, look at what we've done for placemaking, because we've spent millions in placemaking in the rural communities. And then if we come back to council with those numbers, not only will that show the parity, but that will set service standards. And that's exciting. So that's what we'll do here.
Thanks, Director Smith, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Brandt, you had a comment, question, or debate point?
Yeah, once again, I feel sometimes I get misunderstood, and I just want to clarify. If we're talking about parity, is it the same bench that's in Timberley would be the same bench in Fort Chip? The same flower pot with the same flowers that's in Thickwood is the same flower pot and the same flowers. Like, we're talking about parity. We're talking about equity. That's what I'm asking. Do we buy these in bulk and it's just a matter of taking what we have and shipping up and sending down? Like, that's what I'm trying to understand. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Councillor Boussier.
Okay, boys, they have a horticulturalist.
She's amazing.
Not telling you how to do your job. She's fantastic. She can go out to each rural hamlet and give her professional opinion as a horticulturist. A canoe would look good here, an 8-inch pot here, a 24. Why don't we let the expert decide as she meanders out to all of the rural hamlets and go have supper or something? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. With that, I'll skip closing comments and go right to voting. That's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Director Smith. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to your team, and thanks for the amazing job you're doing and the extra hours everyone's been putting in. Our CFO would just like to address council quickly before we break for dinner.
I just wanted to provide a little bit of context to Councillor Luana Boussier's comments about the grants. When we're dealing with grants, we do a funding swap. So yes, we use tax dollars on the front end for budgeting purposes, but we're actually not able to apply for grants unless we have approved funding from council. So when I look back at the Q3 fiscal performance report that was just presented back in December, we actually had $20 million, almost 20 million, I'm rounding, in one-time grants. So we are constantly, we have two very hardworking grant administrators. They're working with our teams. Any opportunities we have to get grants, we get grants. And then we come back to council and we're going to be giving you that boring long list of saying, we did a funding swap, we did a funding swap. So I want you to realize that we are in fact working hard to get those grants and apply them, but we can't do it on the front end with the budget cycle. And I know that's different than what you would have experienced in. Sure. No, I just, for everybody here, I want everybody to realize that so far at the end of Q3, $20 million in one-time grants that we didn't have planned in our budget process was recognized. And I'm sure by the end of the year, there will be more. So, and thank you to council for allowing us to have that second grant administrator that just started late last year.
Thanks, Lori. Councillor Cardinal, I have a question for a CFO.
Well, both to the CFO, Councillor Scott, and Keith Smith. The Port MacKay Bridge, let's say for an example,
yep.
It services a rural Indigenous community, First Nation community, and Councillor Scott's motion with lobbying for the federal government. Do you think that there's a possibility that we could possibly get funding for them through the feds if we're servicing a First Nation community?
Want me to answer that? Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, funding for anything I would assume if you lobby is possible, but that road and that bridge is our asset to maintain and to replace.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the comment that was made by the CFO. It's one thing to put in a grant request, and it's another to go and follow it up and back it up. I was in Ottawa recently, and I asked how many people were lobbying personally for a grant, just a single grant, and it was 100 organizations all across Canada. That's just one example, and municipalities are the exact same way. Well, we're sitting here, others are doing the work there, so we just need to make sure we're doing that work to back up the grant requests.
Thanks, Councillor Scott. With that, we'll take a 30-minute break for dinner. See everybody back here at 6:21, please. 6:20. Welcome back, everyone. We'll continue with our budget deliberations. I'll ask Director White to present the Project Delivery and Facility Services 2026 capital budget, please.
Good evening. My name is Elliot White, and I'm the Director of Project Delivery and Facility Services. Project Delivery and Facility Services capital budget focuses on the delivery of council-approved capital projects and supports the ongoing maintenance of safe, functional, and reliable municipal facilities. Project Delivery and Facility Services currently has 20 active capital projects with a total council-approved budget of approximately $587 million. Of that approved funding, approximately $464 million has been spent to date, representing 79% of the total budget. The remaining $123 million is available, the $123 million in available budget largely reflects work that is either in planning or already committed. Of the 20 previously approved active projects, 8 are continuing forward with additional capital funding requests for 2026 to support ongoing delivery. The remaining do not require additional funding. In addition, 1 new capital project is listed, which was previously presented in December and was approved by council as part of the interim budget. This means that council is being asked to consider funding adjustments to a subset of existing projects, along with approving 1 project. In total, council is being asked to consider $56.8 million to support the continued delivery of previously approved capital projects, along with $3.8 million for approval of a new capital project for a total of $60.5 million for 2026. The 5 capital projects identified on the slide are being brought forward as part of this budget and were previously approved by council as multi-year initiatives. The funding requested in the upcoming year does not represent a change in scope or intent, but rather the next phase of the approved cash flow plan. Flood mitigation. So this is the construction component of flood mitigation. This multi-year capital project for the flood mitigation construction program was originally approved by council in 2014. Additional scopes were identified through the years. The work is associated with downtown waterways and Taganova flood mitigation for ice jam and open flood events. It includes elevated roads, berms, retaining walls, and underground infrastructure. Budgets approved in previous years amounted to $161,848,938, while there's been no change to the overall scope or budget in 2026. Cash flows has been adjusted to align with the planned construction phasing. This is a picture of Reach 5, the wall, and further up is some of the other reaches that have been constructed. The flood mitigation is a critical component of protecting community and community safety by identifying flood risks and implementing proactive measures. The municipality can significantly reduce damage and recovery costs. Rural water sewer servicing construction. This multi-year capital project for a rural water servicing program. This request includes costs associated with tender construction and construction administration services for installing new water and sanitary lines and services for the southern rural communities and was planned in conjunction with another program called the Rural Water Sewer Servicing Program. So this program is for the undergrounds associated with rural water servicing. Just to note, we had to do a cash flow adjustment due to the last contract we're working on down in Conklin. We were working with Alberta Culture and Tourism on recommendations associated with a historical burial ground. So that's why you'll see a cost shift, cash flow shift on this project. There's no change to the overall project budget, and we remain on target with our spend. This is the other component to RWSS construction. This is the surface. So this is a multi-year capital project for the rural infrastructure rehabilitation. This request again is for design, tendering, construction, and construction administration services for improving the level of services of existing roads and drainage in the southern rural communities, and was planned along with the other RWSS programs. The cash flow for this project has also been impacted by the historical burial grounds referred to earlier. So we are looking at a cash flow adjustment on this project. There's no change to the overall project budget. We remain on target with our spend. Transit bus barn facility. This is a new rooftop replacement exercise. So this is a new capital project request for the replacement of 2 existing rooftops. Let me reframe that. Rooftop units at the transit bus barn that have failed and beyond repair. Currently, there's no redundancy in these units. We need to operate 2 at the same time for employees to work in the facility. So what we've done is we've added a 3rd unit for system redundancy, so we can ensure that we can maintain that building and keep it open and occupied. The total request to deliver this project in 2026 is $3.75 million. This project was previously approved in the interim budget in December. This is a picture of the building with the units on top. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thanks, Elliot. And let me just take a chance to thank you for all the extra work you put in over the budget session while we were preparing for it, to meet with councils individually and really go through things thoroughly. Thank you.
Thanks.
Does council have any questions? Does council have any motion? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councilor Boussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Blake. Through the chair. Elliot, I just want to, what? Oh, is that what I called you? Oh, geez.
You've called me worse. We're good.
Yeah, I think I have, probably. Sorry, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Elliot. Elliot, first of all, I want to apologize for my last question. It's probably borderline on unfair in a public light, so I do apologize.
Thank you.
But I do have a question, 2 questions, I think. You've probably told us many times, but I know there's a few folks in the public light that don't understand what's going to happen with Marine Park and the flood mitigation. So can you speak to that now? What the plan is with Marine Park? I'm hoping the person that keeps questioning me is listening.
Okay, through the chair to the question. We had flood mitigation on the agenda as a consent a couple weeks ago, so it didn't get pulled. So the plan is to, I'm gonna be frank here, because whoever's listening, there's gonna be some new information here. We need to move that facility out of the way so we can build a berm, okay? So then we're gonna rebuild where their new location is, and we're gonna put it back. So it's not in the same location. It's further to the east of the current location.
Okay, and approximately how far would you say? It's not at the corner.
It's not currently so through the chair to the question, it's not at the corner, at the bend as we call it.
Yeah.
That is sort of what I would consider our plan B. We're currently working with Imperial Oil on our land agreement and associated works there. So the idea is that if that goes through, then the new facility will be just on the other side of that parking lot, the Queen Street parking lot. If Imperial Oil,
for whatever reason, the deal falls through, we needed a second backup plan. So then we were going to, that's why we had the bend. We were looking at the bend as a secondary option. But right now, we're currently planning on just moving it to the east just a little bit.
Okay. Thank you. Just one final, I think it's Reach 5 behind Riverwalk Villas.
Yes.
Is that completely done now?
To the chair of the question, I would say it's not completely done. This goes back to yesterday associated with the definition complete. It protects the community in the sense that it's reached 250.9. It's complete in the sense that it's met its intended purposes. We have some what I would consider cleanup work to do this coming season to wrap it up.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. And Elliot, just to go back to addition to Councillor Boussier's question, because I think the same person is messaging me and I can't answer them because we're in budget. And I've been getting mass texts by them. So when you say east, you're referring to the other side of, basically the other side of the parking lot for the shipyard?
To the chair, yes, that's correct. To the other, that Queen Street parking lot is what we call it. So to that side, correct.
Okay, and second question is, will it be still on the flood side, or will it be on the inside, on our side of the berm, or on top of it?
On top, correct.
On top of the
It'll
berm.
be based on the through the chair to the statement or question. Based on the motion, we were to protect the artifacts at 250.9, so it'll be up top. Yeah.
Perfect. So for anyone listening, it's east of the parking lot that exists there now on top of the berm.
Correct.
Perfect, thank you. Does council have any motions? Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Mayor Faulkner. I just had to get that in there. So,
was that on anybody's bingo card?
It's been a long day, but no. Thank you, Mayor Bowen. This is a motion based on conversations that were held earlier this afternoon, but presentation that we had, and related to the flood mitigation project. So I, Mike Allen, move that the work remaining at the Hardin Street and Clearwater Drive intersection be completed without a total road closure, and that appropriate signage be posted to communicate detour routes and confirm that the business is open. Further, that the flood mitigation portion regarding the road in front of Rex Turpinning Landing and the adjacent west parking lot be completed once all other flood mitigation projects have been completed. And that when the road in front of the Rex Turpinning Landing and the adjacent west parking lot portion is undertaken, that it is done without a total road closure and without a total parking lot closure. Further, that the RMWB administration be directed to discuss proposed projects with business owners and take into consideration the impact of their actions on businesses from the business perspective, and try to understand the impacts of actions on businesses when projects are in the planning stages.
Did he? Thanks, Councillor Allen. Thanks, Councillor Van Castian, for seconding that. Councillor Allen, you had quite a bit in your motion, but would you like to speak to it further?
Yes, I think I did speak to it quite a bit earlier with the presenter when she was here. I would, myself personally, I have experienced very similar issues in the past on multiple occasions, as has Councillor Weigel. I want to first of all state that Director White, appreciate your comments earlier and the efforts that you've been making with this this landowner. I spoke with her earlier before you had talked to her, so that was a pleasant surprise for her to learn that you were working with her from her perspective. And I think that's the reassurances like that is really helps a lot with small business. And you're absolutely correct that when you stated that engineers don't, and contractors, in fact, don't necessarily always communicate that well with business owners, especially small business owners, and really they don't really care about the impacts. They have a job to do, and they just want to get out there and do that job. I would suggest that I was going to add it to the motion, and I thought it's already wordy enough. But this may be an opportunity as well, similar to our social procurement program, where maybe we could have a point that has a measurement to it when businesses are bidding on a project, contractors, that maybe they could have a small piece in there that, you know, what kind of measures can you take to help mitigate potential impacts to the local business community or to those that are impacted by this construction project? Because as you say, no matter what you're doing and no matter where you're doing it, you're going to impact somebody, you're going to impact something, and anything that they can even just have in the back of their mind, those little things mean an awful lot. So I encourage my my colleagues to support this motion. It is especially when it happens year after year after year. And I think we've all seen that. Doesn't matter, in the middle of winter, sometimes I drive down the Prairie Loop Road and or Clearwater Drive and see that they're, you know, that road closure again right in front of her location. It seems it always ends there or starts there. And that's really frustrating, especially when you're renting that facility from the people that are doing the work. So just, I'll leave it on for debate with my colleagues now.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. I can support this motion based on Elliot's next answer, because it really affects business owners as 6 feet of water. And I've had my business underwater several times, and that's not a road closure. That's a major event that causes disruption in businesses. So will this motion delay our flood mitigation progress?
Through the chair of the question, I believe there's concerns associated with the motion as written right now. I think that this evening, between myself and Mayor and Council, we can get it right here. So that way, the concerns that were brought forward today, the concerns maybe of all businesses, can be managed.
Okay, if you can
I'll elaborate. If you
elaborate on that, because I can't support a motion that's going to delay flood mitigation and put our downtown at risk any longer. So if you can collaborate and let us know what we need to do to make sure the project stays on time and gets done properly.
Okay.
You have 34 seconds.
Okay. First of all, I want to just mention something, is that when we met on Friday, Ms. Kanzig and James was there, and our project manager. Perfect, appreciate that. I actually encouraged her to come here, and I encouraged her to work with Mayor and Council on a motion, because she originally talked about getting a letter from me or a letter from the ICAO. And I said, you know, I don't know if that holds enough weight for what you're looking for. So I encouraged her to come, and maybe we take this to a motion so it becomes something that we can all be accountable to. So that's the history of this. So I'll speak to each one. So the first one has to do with you want the Hardin Street work that remains in the intersection completed without total road closures, and that appropriate signage. So of course we'll do the appropriate signage, of course, in communication of detours. What I'm asking for is that we have the flexibility to close the road such that it doesn't impact the business. So what I mean by that is, if we have to do a road closure for Hardin Street this summer, that we look at doing it at nighttime. So that would be after the business is closed and it doesn't impact. So it's going to be a major, I don't want to call it major, but it's going to be paving work. And so the idea is we're going to look at paving one side while one side of the road is open and flipping it back and forth. But if there is a need for total closure of that intersection, we'll work with the contractor and do it at night so it doesn't impact her. So that's sort of the, I know I can't do friendly amendments, but that's the suggestion there. So I'll redline that up. The next one is that the flood mitigation portion regarding the road in front of the Rex Tarpon Landing and adjacent parking lot. So what it says here is basically, and these are the key words, once all other flood mitigation projects have been completed. Okay, so we were talking with Ms. Kanzig, and we were talking about the last kind of Lego pieces that go into sort of a wall. And so we have to understand that flood mitigation and the program itself is 3 separate independent areas. So waterways being completely separate and independent, downtown and Taganova. And so what I'm concerned about happening is that if we get a major delay in Taganova for whatever reason, there's some sort of gas line in the way, I wouldn't want to see that impacting the protection of the lower town site. Right. And so if there is concerns about when we do the reach, there's ways of wording this in a manner that allows us to work with the business and kind of align her appropriately for the downtown protection. I was talking to her after her presentation, and basically we would like to review in the summertime before we go to tender where we're at with flood mitigation to determine whether 2027 is the right year. And if it's not the right year, we would look at potentially pushing it another year and kind of evaluate it every summer, and then make a decision before we pull the trigger on the tender. So I'm nervous and hesitant to put a motion forward. I would strongly recommend not putting a motion forward associated with the entire program, because we still have to remember there's other areas. The comment about that RMWB administration be directed to discuss proposed projects with business owners and take into consideration the impacts of their actions on businesses from a business perspective, and try and understand the impacts of actions on businesses when projects are in their planning stages. I think you guys have helped us with that already in the conversations we had with the CAO's office and providing public interface team. So that's a start. What I'd like to see here, this is a tough one to kind of check a box. Motions typically you want to be able to check a box when we're complete. This is nothing that will ever be finished. We're always going to have to do this. What I'm recommending in the motion is that we're bringing back a policy to council this year on project delivery, capital project delivery. And as part of that policy, if we were to have something in the policy that addresses this very thing, then council can approve the policy, and then therefore forever for all projects we would have to do this step. So I'm not saying no to this one. I'm just saying it's very hard to check this box. I would offer you the opportunity to consider the policy that's coming forward. I thought there was 4, but I saw. And then the other one you mentioned, I don't see it here.
Well,
I see. There's one I kind of missed about the total road closures. When we do reach 4 and doing her parking lot, I don't know right now if it's possible to actually deliver the project without totally closing her parking lot. There may be a very short window where we have to close the parking lot in full. The parking lot has to raise the whole thing. So we want to do one section and then the other section, but there might be a period of time where we have to do a little bit of work where there's total closures. Unfortunately, that's the nature of construction. Until I understand more and understand it from a construction perspective, design perspective, I'd be nervous to sort of hamstring administration with this until we understand it better. We can come back to council prior to the tender with a plan, and you guys can then talk and possibly pass a motion then, or we can wordsmith this in a manner that gives us that opening if necessary.
I think I understand what you're saying, and obviously, if you're communicating with the proponent there, there's going to be times where you have to do that for a short period of time. Mm-hmm. I know my business just happened to be. I mean, there were plans to shut down my parking lot for about 2 months, and it ended up being 5. Yep. And at my busiest time of the year. And it was very awkward to get to. So and things happen that you can't control, and I understand that. It just, it's a struggle when the communication isn't there up front. and it's a struggle during the project when you don't know what's happening. So I'd be prepared to actually, we could communicate this a little bit later, but in the first paragraph, I would reword that, I don't know if you got this, Jade, that it could be completed without total road closure during business hours. And I wasn't aware of what was going to be, that the parking lot was going to be raised. So obviously that, I think her biggest concern right now and in delaying it till the end of the, was more so just, can we make sure that it happens this year, that we're, give some relief this year so she could catch up on the past challenges that she had. So I think we could reword the second paragraph actually just by removing that whole first sentence related to doing it at the end of the flood project, of all other flood mitigation projects, and then just in the last sentence to say that done without a total road closure during business hours, and limit any closure of the parking lot. And I would just say limit any closure, whether it's total or not. If that makes sense.
Through the chair to the comments here, I just also want to confirm the definition. I want to explain the definition from a construction standpoint. There's lane closures and there's road closures. So lane closures are, one lane, you still get access. We always last year we always had access to that particular location, that restaurant. So I can, total road closures is fine. Just understanding that there's going to be
lane closures
and things we still need to do construction.
I think that's understood.
Yeah.
I think the proponent understands that as well.
Okay.
Just there have been times where it's been total road closures and no access at all. You'd have to park in a parking lot 3 blocks down and then walk to the location.
Okay. And for the third one, that I don't know if I can offer a suggestion, but that the RMWB administration be directed to sort of rework the policy if that's something that suits you. If you direct us to update the policy to do this particular activity on all projects, I don't know how you'd reword it.
Could reword it to direct that RMWB administration be directed to amend policies to give consideration to any
100%.
other business owners
100%.
in the region for other project disruptions.
Yep.
That would work. It would actually simplify the whole.
I think so.
The whole motion. Yeah.
So to Elliot, my question now as it's written, will that delay flood mitigation? It's not written yet?
To the
She's just editing it right now, so I'll give it a minute.
Okay. I could speak to it if that's okay. Through the chair to the chair. I don't believe this is going to delay the end result of flood mitigation. The idea is that you want to be, once we're all done, then it's finished. So I think we have the opportunity to come back to Mayor and Council if there's an issue, if we come up to a hurdle
and try to break down hurdles together. So I don't have any concerns with these, and if I have a concern, I'll come back.
Okay, that I appreciate it. So as Councillor Allen's motion and as Elliot said, if there is something that comes up that will delay it, please come to us. We can try to correct that before it does delay it. So with that said, I will support this motion. Councillor Allen. Councillor Van Castian.
Thanks, Mayor Bowman. Loaded question for you, Elliot, or for maybe Rachel. With this motion, the way it reads now, are we into any active tenders or accepted any that would, by completing this motion, put us at a extended financial cost outside of what we already assumed?
Through the chair to the question, it's a great question you have. You're basically asking, does this decision cost money? Flipping from a daytime exercise to a nighttime exercise may have cost impacts. I don't believe that should, this is my own professional opinion, considering the cost of flood mitigation, the conversation we had today. I don't think we should, the organization shouldn't necessarily be concerned about the additional costs from flipping from daytime to nighttime. So.
Perfect. Yeah. I can support it as is then.
Thanks, Councillor Van Castian. Council, have any other comments, debate points, or questions? Councillor Scott.
Just a quick one. Based on all you're experiencing, when do you anticipate flood mitigation will be complete?
Another great question. Through the chair to the question. I don't have my flood mitigation book in front of me. Okay. We plan to have, and I want to talk about this a little bit because it's a bit of a loaded answer. We plan to have, I'm going to look at my team as well. We plan to have flood mitigation in the Teganova waterways in downtown, the elevation at 250.9 by the end of 2027. So we'd be protected for the 2020 river break. So what does that all mean? So what that means is it comes with caveats. And maybe this is probably the first time we've talked about flood mitigation publicly with this mayor and council. There is a lot of caveats to any project. This one in particular has a lot. And I'll tell you the major one right now. We're working with Imperial Oil on the land that they own. And we're trying to do a land transfer there, and it's contaminated land. Right now, I wouldn't say it's a red flag. I would say, for me personally, it's probably a yellow flag. Project manager, the manager that's involved probably calls it an orange flag. We're dealing with that risk. We would like to mitigate that risk. There's other risks as well. One of the interesting ones that we came across was access to clay. So that's another risk that we have. We got to make sure that we have access to clay at all given times. So our goal right now is to have it completed, as I mentioned. There's always going to be risks. The idea is that we're going to be complete the clay placement in 2027, by the end of 2027. We will then have to do additional works after in 2028, such as grass, all your surface work, your grass, your trails, your lighting, the things that are not necessarily important for protecting the community from a flood.
Like substantial protection will be done in late 2027?
Structurally complete by then, yeah. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you, Councillor Scott. Did you have any closing comments, Councillor Allen, before we vote?
I think I'm fine, Your Worship. I'd call the vote.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. So I will call for a vote. Councillor Weigel online, in favor or opposed? In favor? Thank you, Councillor Weigel.
In favor. Thank you.
And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. And thank you, Director White. Moving on with our rural relations capital budget for 2026, I'd like to invite Director Fraser, please.
Good afternoon. Good evening. My name is Dennis Fraser, and I am the Director of Indigenous and Rural Relations. I am here today to present to you our department's 2026 proposed capital budget. With me today is Michelle Brewer. She is the Manager of Rural Operations. The Indigenous and Rural Relations, or IRR, capital budget focuses on supporting infrastructure and community investment that strengthens relationship with the municipality's rural and Indigenous communities and enhances service delivery in rural and remote areas. The proposed funding is primarily directed toward completing previously approved projects, addressing safety, accessibility, and community needs, and ensuring investments aligned with Council's direction and partnership commitments. Overall, this capital plan reflects financial discipline, realistic project timing, and a focus on sustainable, community-responsive outcomes. IRR currently has 12 active capital projects, with a total council-approved budget of approximately $23.3 million. Of that approved funding, approximately $4.6 million has been spent to date, representing about 20% of the total approved budget. The remaining approximately $18.6 million is available. Budget largely reflects work that is either in its final stages or already contractually committed. Of this remaining balance, approximately $11.2 million is committed through existing contracts and purchase orders. This means that the vast majority of the department's capital funding has either already been spent or is contractually obligated, with only a small portion remaining uncommitted to manage final construction activities, closeout costs, and contingencies. In short, this is a mature portfolio with spending and commitments closely aligned to Council's original approvals. Of the 12 previously approved active projects, 6 are continuing forward, with an additional capital funding request for 2026 to support ongoing delivery. The remaining active projects are continuing within existing approved budgets and do not require any additional funding. In addition, 2 new capital projects are being brought forward for Council's consideration for funding approval. This means that Council is being asked to consider funding adjustments for a subset of existing portfolio, along with approval of a limited number of new projects. The majority of active projects are progressing as planned within previously approved authority. In total, Council is being asked to consider $3.7 million to support the continued delivery of previously approved capital projects, along with $4.1 million for the approval of new capital projects, for a total budget request of $7.8 million for 2026. This structure reflects a disciplined capital approach, focusing on completing existing work, bringing forward amendments only where required, and limiting new project approvals to those that are ready and aligned with Council's priorities. The two capital projects identified on this slide are being brought forward as part of this budget and were previously approved by Council as multi-year initiatives. The funding request in the upcoming year does not represent a change in scope or intent, but rather the next phase of the approved cash flow plan required to continue project delivery. The annual budget request simply reflects when work is scheduled to occur, consistent with what Council has already approved. The community of Sapri Creek Estates, located just outside the Fort McMurray urban service area, relies heavily on services within the city. The former community hall was converted into a fire hall to support the volunteer fire service, leaving residents without a dedicated indoor space for programs, meetings, and community events. As was discussed earlier today, on April 14th, administration will be presenting to Council on community gathering spaces in the rural hamlets, seeking strategic direction related to this project and others. This project focuses on improving drainage in Sapri Creek Estates, including replacing an aging culvert at the community entrance and addressing long-standing water flow concerns in the area. Overgrown vegetation and changes to the landscape following the 2016 wildfire have contributed to drainage challenges, and this project aims to support safer and more effective stormwater movement throughout the community. The project was approved in 2023 and currently has $2,890,000 in previously approved funding. Administration is requesting additional time to complete community engagement and review the project to ensure it aligns with the community's needs. To allow for this work, $300,000 is being shifted from 2026 to 2027. There is no new budget request for 26. The 2027 request remains $300,000 for a total project budget of $3,190,000. Anzac Walking Path expansion and enhancements. The Anzac Walking Path expansion and enhancement project would add new paved walking paths throughout the community, including Gregoire Drive, Townsend Drive, Donovan Drive, Park Drive, Hopegood Drive, and Hilliard Crescent. The project also includes lighting to improve safety, as well as refuse cans and seating areas along the route. Construction is planned to start in 2026. To support this timeline, $2,800,000 is being moved from 2027 into the 2026 budget year. In addition, $600,000 is requested in 2027 to allow for a wider trail design that better supports winter maintenance and improves year-round usability. As a result, $2,800,000 is requested for 2026 and $2,700,000 is requested for 2027, for a total project budget of $7,500,000. The Anzac Recreation Center, built in 2014, is the main recreation and gathering space for Anzac and nearby communities. The culverts along the center's main entrance are beginning to fail, causing issues with the roadway and sidewalk and leading to localized flooding during spring melt. The parking lot has also experienced wear over time and will require asphalt and curb repairs. The project was originally planned to include $300,000 requested in 2026, but due to cost efficiencies, this is no longer required. The existing $3 million approved in prior years is sufficient to complete this project. Rural Playground Program. In 2025, the safety surface at the Conklin Multiplex Playground failed inspection, and the playground was closed. The surface installed in 2018 is due for replacement, and this funding will support removing and reinstalling the required material. The Anzac Community School Playground has also reached the end of its lifespan. A full replacement is proposed to ensure the community and school have access to an updated, inclusive, and safe playground. In 2026, the 2026 budget request is $850,000, with $100,000 requested in 2027 for a total projected budget of $950,000. This request was approved as part of the 2026 interim capital request on December 9th, 2025. On this slide, you'll see both the Conklin and Anzac playgrounds highlighted as part of the Rural Playground Improvement Program. This request is for the Draper Trail Culvert Replacement Project. The Draper Road Off-Highway Trail is an important community asset, offering a safe and scenic route for residents and visitors. Heavy rainfall and drainage issues have washed out two sections of the trail, resulting in closures. This project will restore these damaged areas so the trail can once again be safely used by the community. The 2026 budget request for this work is $3,250,000, with no additional funding required in future years. On this slide, you will see the trail issues that have resulted in the closure. This concludes my presentation of the proposed capital budget for Indigenous and Rural Relations for 2026, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Thanks, Director Fraser. Great seeing so much stuff going on in the rural. I'd just like to mention it's great to see that Sapper Creek community space brought back onto the budget, and I think a lot of people forget that Councillor Weigel is a rural councillor and Sapper is the rural, so it's great to see that on there. Also really excited about the rehabilitation of that Draper Trail. Does council have any other questions? Does council have any motions? There's a question online, yes, for rural councillor Weigel. Go ahead, councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Sorry about my non-visual. I'm trying to keep my video going, or sorry, my audio going as we're driving to Cold Lake. And no, I'm not driving. So just in case anybody's wondering, I'm in the passenger. But thank you for this, Director Fraser. I really appreciate it. The one question I have is the delayed funding for the ditches and culverts in Sapper Creek. The funding that's already there, are we going to be using that current funding? I know you talked about engagement, but with engagement, but water's a major issue in Sapper Creek right now with more than 10 properties underwater, and then with the thaw, there's still quite a bit of issues. Are we looking to solve any of those this year, or are we just going to be talking to residents?
You got that, Michelle?
Through the chair to the question. The current issues with the culverts and
Do you want to put your mic down a little bit? Just he's online, he may not be able to hear you.
Sorry. The current issues with the flooding in the ditches and the culverts right now, we're managing through our operating costs. The $300,000 we're asking in 2026 to be moved to 2027. That way it will allow us to do some more community engagement.
Thank you for that. So there's a current plan to deal with the issues that stand as of right now?
Yes, through our operating, what we're doing is as they come up, we're like thawing out the culverts and stuff like that. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, there's a couple, well, there's flooding issues. So there's culverts, but there's also the overflow from two of the cul-de-sacs in the Upper Sapper area. And then as of right now, which is it's newish as of the last, I guess, 2 years, but there's 10 houses basically on Community Lane that are flooding. And so the land is flooding, and so I didn't know if we're addressing that at all.
No, not right now, but I can definitely look into that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Dennis or Michelle, what's the reasoning behind the flooding? Is it just all the paving work that was done over the last couple of years, or?
The reason for the flooding is a couple of reasons. We need to reestablish the ditches that run between all of the private residents there, and it's our easements that need to be the vegetation removed. But some of the problems that we have is it's on some of it could be on private property, so that's why we have to do some more engagement with the community.
So to the chairman, is this just due maybe because of the fire and things like that in the past?
Yes, that
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dogar. Do you have any motions? I don't see any questions.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I had one more question. My apologies.
Go ahead, Councillor Weigel.
Thank you. Thank you. With the community hall, where are we at? Again, thank you. I'll echo Mayor Bowman's sentiment about getting the money back on. I know that we do have money there. Where are we at with the engagement? When we left council last year, we were going to the community to find, again, not a huge fan of feasibility, but I think it was more of a decision of where we were going to go. We were going to talk about adding on to Vista Ridge or using that property because the underground services were already there, or if using a standalone in the property that is set for it by the municipality. Did we get anywhere, Dennis? I know, or Director Fraser, I do realize that you inherited this, but just wondering where we got with that.
Through the question, I will divert over to Director Elliott, who has a response for that.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel. Just to update, there had been ongoing conversations between the two societies in Separate Creek, the Vista Ridge Recreational Association and the Separate Creek Residents Association. I think we've got a clear understanding of what the needs of the resident society is and how the current facilities in Separate Creek could help. Those conversations are ongoing. There was some absences unexpected both from the community side and from administration over the last month or so. So those conversations will be ongoing. And in the meantime, we are working with our facilities team to see how things that we can do with the infrastructure there that can make it more usable for the community. I do understand there have already been accommodations. I think we heard from Ms. Later earlier in the week about extended hours for the facility. The use of the rink have been extended. So I think there's some good headway happening with the Vista Ridge.
Yeah, absolutely. I know the operations team has done very well this winter season for accommodating the whole community with their extended hours. So they've done a really good job. I know that the board has started a Stu Weigel fan club, and so I want to thank them for that. As well as just a question though, in the user agreement, are we looking to extend the user agreement so it does accommodate as a community facility, or where are we at with that conversation?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, we are still trying to iron out those details, and when we get to that point, we will be looking for maybe a letter of understanding between the three parties or an amendment to the operating agreement with Vista Ridge Recreational Association.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Does any councillor have any motions for this item? I'm not seeing
Sorry,
any.
Sorry, Mayor. Was Director White going to speak to where we got to with the actual community hall and where we were going to land on an actual place?
Do you have any, can you speak to that, Director White?
Through the chair to the question, you're asking Director White about. Yeah, I think you're confusing the directors. Tony Elliott or Director Elliott was speaking earlier.
Yes, sorry.
I think I'm confused.
Director Fraser was. I think he put it over to you to speak to where we got with the study. Maybe we ended up with Director Elliott on our user agreement. But is that where we've landed? Have we walked away from the fact of building an actual community hall and are just working with a user agreement? Or are we actually still looking for the community hall to be built somewhere in there or attached to or somewhat of that? Sorry, my apologies. I thought that got sent over to you, Director White.
No, I guess through the question, or through the chair to the question, I just want to clarify. So, and I'll use the departments. So community services is working between different community groups to understand what the final product will look like. Once we, the organization, including Mayor and Council, decide what that is going to look like, once that happens, then it gets passed to the project delivery team to deliver whatever that looks like, if it requires infrastructure. So if it requires a new building, then it would come to project delivery. If it requires an expansion to the existing facility, that would come to project delivery. If there's programming considerations, that would stay within community services to manage with Vista Ridge. I just want to confirm that satisfies your question.
Thank you, Director White. Not at all. But I do appreciate where you're coming from. So I get what you're saying now. So when we left last year, we were looking to see where we would land. My understanding is what Director Elliott was talking about was the fact that I thought she was speaking to an interim, I guess an interim use where I know that the Sapri Creek Residents Society as well as the Sapri Creek residents were having a hard time establishing a relationship with Vista Ridge to be able to even use the facility the way they needed to. So my belief was that her part of that was facilitating that in-between use before or until we have a community hall. What administration was tasked with last year was to go to see what the viability of was to either add on to Vista Ridge or what was actually needed. I guess my frustration in this, and not directed at you, Director White, but I know that those talks with Vista Ridge about this didn't happen till late in 2025. And so a full year went by before we even started the conversation about this. And so nothing was done until the very end. And so now we land in the exact same spot where we're having a user agreement conversation, but no community center conversation. The Vista Ridge, as it stands right now, wouldn't satisfy the needs of an actual community center, although a great facility. I know the room on the side only holds 75 people. When skiing is in, then it wouldn't be able to be used for, any elderly, any kids facilities, any stuff like that. And so the idea is how we're going to land on where the facility actually needed to go and how Vista Ridge, we could use the Vista Ridge area because the underground services are there. But I feel that we've entirely missed the mark on what was set out last year to come back with where we could go. And we're back to the same conversation that we've been having for years, that the Sapri Creek needs to go to Vista Ridge to try to use their facility that at the end of the day doesn't work for what they're trying to satisfy. And we've just now come to the end of the user agreement, so the RMs jumped in to have that conversation, which, although I do appreciate what Director Elliott is doing, which is great work to make sure that we have a short-term solution, it is not the long-term solution that Sapri Creek wants nor deserves.
I'm going to chime in quick here, Councillor Weigel. Director Fraser and Director Elliott, can we, I know we have you have a plan for rural engagements. Can we put this as one of our top priorities to get, because Councillor Weigel's right, every budget this comes up and we see the amount of money for Sapri Creek there, but, and as last year, as he mentioned, there was a commitment then to go to the community and look at the synergies between Vista Ridge and the community. Can we get something rolling sooner than later and actually get out there in the community, get the community at Vista Ridge, get Vista Ridge at the table as well, and do this?
Through the chair to the chair. Yeah, we can also engage comms. We spoke about this about maybe a day or two ago in regards to the whole engagement piece, Indigenous engagement, social engagement, I guess more of that. And so we do have some synergies going on, and yeah, we will take a look at this and make it a priority with comms as well as Director Elliott's group there, Tony Elliott.
Do you want to add to that, Director Elliott?
Through the chair, as has been mentioned earlier, there is going to be an update on all the rural community space gaps, and we'll be working collectively to come up with some strategic ideas for council to give us some direction on and where the priorities will lie. As we heard earlier, we understand, the Janvier Hamlet is also a priority. We've heard of Draper is another priority. So we will come together with and seek some strategic direction for council to give.
Thank you, Director Elliott. Councillor Weigel, do you have anything else to add there?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the second best time is right now. I just want to set out again my disappointment in this. Every year it seems to kind of get pushed to see if it's a priority or what's needed. This was slated in the master plan in 2014 as seen as a priority. It got approved in 2016 and designed in 2018. We've had a community hall built, past design and built in Fort McKay. Since then, as the last census showed, Sapri Creek is the largest by population rural area, and I think we need to get going on this. Again, I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but I would really like to set this forward this year and actually get going. Sapri Creek has waited long, so thank you for everybody's hard work, and yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. I'm sure we'll take those comments and we'll have some engagement here soon and have that plan come back for rural facilities. I don't see anything else, Director Fraser. Thank you very much. I'll now move on to Regional Emergency Services and their 2026 capital budget.
Do your slides for you. Good evening. My name is Kelly Roberts, and I'm the Acting Regional Fire Chief. And here with me today is Deputy Chief Rob Van Heck. And in the gallery, we do have Manager Aaron Anderson if questions come up. Regional Emergency Services capital budget focuses on maintaining the infrastructure, equipment, and facilities required to deliver safe, reliable, and effective emergency response across the municipality. The proposed funding is primarily directed towards new emergency response equipment required to replace aging or end-of-life assets and ensure frontline responders have the tools needed to operate safely and effectively. Overall, this capital plan reflects financial discipline, realistic project timing, and a continued commitment to protect the safety of residents, responders, and the community. I will now pass this on to Deputy Chief Rob Van Heck, who will present to you the 2026 proposed capital budget for RES.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. RES currently has 9 active capital projects with a total council-approved budget of approximately $5.3 million. Of that approved funding, approximately $1.8 million has been spent to date, representing about 34% of the total approved budget. The remaining approximately $3.5 million in available budget largely reflects work that is either in the final stages or already contractually committed. Of that remaining balance, approximately $2 million is committed through existing contracts and purchase orders. This means that the vast majority of the department's capital funding has either already been spent or is contractually obligated, with only a small portion remaining uncommitted to manage final construction activities, closeout costs, and contingencies. In short, this is a mature portfolio nearing completion with spending and commitments closely aligned to Council's original approvals. Of the 9 previously approved active projects, 2 are continue forward with an additional capital funding request for 2026 to support ongoing delivery. The remaining active projects are currently within existing approved budgets and do not require any additional funding. In addition, 11 new capital projects are being brought forward for Council's consideration for funding approval. This means that Council is being asked to consider funding adjustments for a subset of the existing portfolio, along with approval of a limited number of new projects. The majority of active projects are progressing as planned with previously approved authority. In total, Council is being asked to consider $200,000 to support the continued delivery of previously approved capital projects, along with $2 million for the approval of new capital projects for a total budget of $2.2 million for 2026. This structure reflects a disciplined capital approach, focusing on completing existing work, bringing forward amendments only where required, and limiting new projects approvals to those that are already aligned with Council priorities. The Conklin Fire Hall Water and Sewer Upgrades Capital Project identified on this slide as being brought forward as part of this budget was previously approved by Council as a multi-year initiative. The funding request in the upcoming year does not represent a change in scope or intent, but rather the next phase of the approved cash flow plan required to continue project delivery. The annual budget request simply reflects when work is scheduled to occur, consistent with what Council has already approved. The animal control kennels used by bylaw services are about 10 years old and have deteriorated from years of use. When they were relocated from the landfill to the SPCA's holding area in 2022, their structural integrity was compromised. The kennels now experience leaking and excess moisture after cleaning, creating a risk of contamination and disease spread. To maintain proper sanitation, animal welfare, and operational efficiency, Bylaw Services is requesting $76,000 to replace and install new, fully enclosed kennels that will improve safety, durability, and disease prevention. We are requesting a total of 9 individual units, 3 units placed against a wall, and 6 configured in a back-to-back layout. These units are designed to prioritize both humane treatment and animal safety, creating a safe, quiet, and consistent environment for the animals in our care. RES Fire Tower completion, second floor. We are requesting $300,000 for the completion of the second floor in our training tower. Residential fires frequently originate in living rooms, a common high-risk area. Installing this prop will allow firefighters to train in one of the most common and dangerous environments, improving decision-making, coordination, and tactical execution. This is the next step in developing the fire tower for optimal use. Enabling live fire operations on the second floor will maximize the return on investment already made in the facility. Additionally, this asset will play a key role in supporting the proposed training academy by providing a realistic and practical environment for firefighter training. It will ensure that personnel are better equipped with the skills and experience needed to respond safely and effectively in real-life emergencies. This slide illustrates the existing fire tower facility, which is used for training. $2026 ambulance replacement. RES is requesting $460,000 to replace an ambulance that has reached its 8 years or 200,000 kilometer limits. The replacement, this is a life cycle replacement project that supports our replacement strategy in maintaining a fleet of ambulances that will meet RMWB's obligation to fulfill terms of the AHS Ground Ambulance Agreement in providing reliable, high-quality EMS services to the Wood Buffalo region. RES is requesting $900,000 to replace the rescue truck at the Anzac Fire Department. This is a life cycle replacement with the existing rescue truck having exceeded its expected 20-year life cycle. The RES Emergency Vehicle Life Cycle Replacement Regulation supports the need to replace the Anzac rescue truck as it has exceeded its expected life cycle of 20 years. Additionally, many parts have now become discontinued and are difficult to source, making repairs and preventative maintenance difficult. Timelines to replace a specialized truck of this nature is approximately 18 months from the time of order. This does not take into account creating the specifications, going out to RFP, and the award process. This will place delivery of the unit in late 2027. The replacement of this vehicle will ensure a reliable rescue response to meet RES service delivery standards. Cost of this project is projected at $900,000 over multiple years, with the expected delivery in Q4 of 2027. RES is requesting $152,000 to replace 8 existing manual stair chairs with 8 power chairs. This equipment is used by RES response staff to safely transport patients from homes and multi-level buildings to the ambulance. Lifting and lowering a manual stretcher can exceed safe weight limits, especially when working in awkward spaces, such as stairways, uneven terrain, and tight hallways. Studies and field data show a significant reduction in lifting-related injuries when using powered systems. Reducing injuries helps retain experienced staff, lower WCB claims, and minimize time lost to medical leave. Power stretchers are now considered industry best practice in most modern EMS operations across Canada. The power stair chairs will protect our staff, safeguard our patients, and reduce long-term costs through injury prevention and operational efficiency. RES is requesting $365,000 to replace its light rescue truck for the Fort McMurray Fire Department. This is a life cycle replacement with the existing light rescue truck having exceeded its expected 15-year life cycle. The RES Emergency Vehicle Life Cycle Replacement Regulation supports the need to replace the light rescue truck as it has exceeded its expected life cycle of 15 years. Additionally, many parts for this truck have also become discontinued and are difficult to source, making it difficult for repair.
Rob, Councillor Allen needs to...
Thank you. I was not intended to interrupt this portion, but at this point I am going to recuse myself from the balance of the presentation due to a pecuniary interest related to Capital Project 26-315.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. I missed you because there's a long list of lights. Go ahead, Rob. Sorry.
Additionally, many parts have become discontinued and are difficult to source, making it difficult to repair and maintain roadworthiness of this vehicle. Replacing this unit will ensure sustainability of essential services and guaranteeing reliable and timely rescue response. RES is requesting $200,000 for a rescue boat replacement. This rescue boat replacement will be properly equipped with emergency gear, allowing for faster deployment, reduce response time, and increase our capacity to safely access patients in water environments. Our current boat limits our ability to respond effectively. The current rescue boat has a dry weight capacity of approximately 900 pounds, which limits space for passengers, rescuers, and essential gear. With 3 people on board, it struggles to move smoothly and ends up pushing itself through the water rather than gliding. This affects performance and efficiency. We are requesting $35,000 to purchase a new snowmobile trailer. This is a life cycle replacement, with the current trailer being approximately 23 years old. Structural integrity of this trailer has made it impractical to repair and has become unsafe for emergency response. Replacing this unit will ensure the sustainability of essential services and guaranteeing reliable and timely rescue response. The replacement of 3 light fleet vehicles is a life cycle replacement, a single-year project with a cost of $215,000 and will be completed and delivered by the end of 2026. Replacing these vehicles supports the delivery of service for emergency response and non-response functions of RES, such as inspections, investigations, training, prevention, preparedness, and maintenance. These are all life cycle replacements. RES constantly evaluates the usage of the light fleet and looks for opportunities in efficiencies and effectiveness. The replacement of these vehicles will ensure that RES service delivery standards are maintained. (2026) Urban Pumper Replacement. This is a life cycle replacement project to replace a 15-year-old pumper truck. Maintaining a fleet of 6 pumper trucks in the urban service area ensures a reliable fire suppression response. Parts for this unit are becoming increasingly difficult to find, leading to longer downtimes and delays in repairs. Maintenance costs are exceeding the value we are getting from this unit. It is no longer cost-effective to keep this unit in service. Replacing this unit will ensure the sustainability of essential service, being fire suppression. Regional Emergency Services requesting $2.5 million for the design of a new fire hall in Janvier. The current fire hall facility no longer meets the needs of the Janvier Fire Department, as the building has been outgrown, with 3 trucks now responding out of a 2-bay station. This presents a considerable safety hazard to personnel, property, and equipment when moving in and out of the apparatus bays due to limited space between trucks. Furthermore, this also presents a significant delay in safely responding for emergency calls. The feasibility study and building condition assessment conducted in 2024 found various non-compliant issues throughout the structure. The overall condition rating was graded a 3, meaning that the building overall meets minimum requirements, however, has significant deficiencies that may result in above average operating maintenance costs. The fire hall lacks a training room and exterior training area to allow for upgrading and maintaining critical skills required for a safe and efficient response. Additionally, for health and safety reasons, the fire hall requires dedicated washrooms, change rooms, and functioning showers to allow for proper health and hygiene following emergency response. Currently, there are shared washrooms with the attached municipal office. Additionally, an emergency decontamination shower is required. The image on the right shows the interior of the 2 apparatus bay, and the image on the left shows the pedestrian entrance to the existing fire hall in Janvier. It's important to highlight that the current Janvier Fire Hall was originally designed as a public works facility, and its intention was never to function as a fire hall. As previously mentioned, Sahuri and Partners architecture was retained by the RMWB to develop a feasibility study with the final report submission on September 11, 2024. The outcome of that study was to design and construct a new fire hall. RES digital messaging displays. This project, initially approved in 2022, are for the purchase and installation of digital displays that will be strategically located in municipal facilities to provide coordinated real-time communication, which will result in enhanced public safety and operational response during both emergency and non-emergency situations. We are requesting a $25,000 increase to the original approved budget as project costs have increased due to market fluctuations, resulting in higher costs for key audiovisual components required for the system development. In addition, the system has been intentionally designed with an open-ended and scalable architecture to support full future growth and adaptability without requiring a full redesign. This forward-looking approach ensures long-term value and minimizes future upgrade costs. The design also incorporates cross-facility communication capabilities, enabling real-time sharing of information between critical locations, such as the Regional Emergency Coordination Center and council chambers. These enhancements strengthen the municipality's ability to respond effectively during emergency situations and improves overall system resiliency. This concludes my presentation of the proposed capital budget for regional emergency services for 2026. We would be happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you. I'm going to ask I see I think everybody's lights on for questions, but I'd ask council if they have any questions regarding fleet. We do that first so we can allow Councillor Allen to come back in. Not yet, Councillor Allen. Not yet. So if council, we have all the lights on, so if you have a question related to fleet, put your hand up. I don't think so. Councilor Van de Castian, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Great to see the Anzac rescue truck in there. This is, I guess this might be a question for procurement. We've got this cash flowed out, I see, which multiple years is going to take to get here. We inked the contract with the $200,000 that we have budgeted for this year. I assume we're having milestone payments, but once we ink that contract, that's it. We're buying this truck. No take backsies.
That would be, through the chair to the question, that would be likely no take backs.
Thank you. Only other question on that, which I guess would be to you folks, and we kind of touched on this some time ago, with the asset management and life cycling of fleet vehicles. This one's expired. It's going to be past life by the time we get the new one. The department, I know, was advocating for this for a couple of years. It was supposed to be in last year's budget. It got pulled. Can you walk me through why is this a policy issue where we wait till the thing is going to fire heaven before we replace it, or is this just how it's happened?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Our emergency vehicle life cycle replacement regulation outlines that res fleet vehicles will be replaced at the end of their estimated economic life cycle, or if other factors dictate an earlier or later replacement. That gives us flexibility based on how often the truck is used, what the mileage is like, and its serviceable life realistically. So there is some leeway there that we can use if we've got a truck that maybe doesn't respond quite as often, is still in good shape. We can have some flexibility in that replacement life cycle.
Okay, and then just a question, John Vay Fire Hall. So 2024, you requested or you put out for a design. The designs come back. Am I to understand that?
Through the chair to the question, no, we put out a feasibility study to assess whether a fire hall would be practical to be built in Janvier.
And feasibility study said?
Yes.
And then this budget is now for the design portion?
That's correct.
we're going to take 5 years to design this?
I hope not.
Me too. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Director Remp.
Through the chair to the question, the intent with the way the cash flow is set up is to address priorities within the capital budget, all our projects, everything that we've talked about over the last months. The idea is that there's a little bit of cash on the books for 2020. I don't even know what year it is, 2026. And what that allows us to do is to start the market process. So at the end of the year, we'll take this year to write the document that goes to market. So there is a bit of a lag in this, but the idea is we stretch it out this year, write a scope of work, go to market end of the year. Then we would be out in market next year to get that design team. The design team won't be engaged until middle of next year. It's just kind of stretching that out as a way to lessen the load on our team. So we'd rather not spend 5 years on a design, but it's just a way to do that. So.
Okay, awesome.
So,
managing expectations, love it.
Fair.
Future forward thinking with this budget for a fire hall, and we've established we're gonna build one. We just haven't figured out how much it's gonna cost. At what point do we bring it forward, given the lead time on anything firefighter related, it seems? What point do we bring forward, or do you bring forward to us equipment to go in there? I know we have some, but I hate to use the word, assume that the building may be bigger and we're going to have more things in it, or different things, considering this is kind of a Band-Aid of a fire hall anyways. So is that being looked into?
Through the chair to the question, I suppose the best answer for that is once we start moving towards having an actual structure and something that we can put equipment into, then we will look at what those timelines would be like in order to be able to stock that fire hall. Currently, we do have equipment that is relatively new and is not needing replacement anytime soon. So depending on what type of a timeline we face, by the time that fire hall becomes operational, will kind of dictate those replacement timelines.
Okay, awesome. That's all I've got. Thank you for keeping these on track.
Any other questions related to the light fleet? I'm not seeing any, so we can let Councillor Allen know. And we'll start at the top of our list. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. Anderson, question about the animal control kennel replacement. So now with the addition of our new bylaw officers, if I made a motion to add an additional number of kennels, could we put them in the rule?
Through the chair to the question, the issue with that is space. I wouldn't know where to put them. The current count of the kennels that we have now at the SPCA is max. So that room that is dedicated to animal control, that's as many kennels as we can place in there. And other than that, if we add any additional kennels, I don't know where to put them in rural.
Where to put them in the rule? Okay.
And if you put kennels in rural where we don't have kennel attendants, like we wouldn't be able to put animals in them. Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Brandt.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'll start with the fire tower. You said if we get this done and this is approved and whatnot, are we going to have that in time for this current cadet program to utilize?
Through the chair to the question, no, it would not be completed in time. The vendor would have to construct it specifically to the specifications of our tower, and that would take some time for them to be able to do that. I would anticipate with approval by the third quarter next year.
All right, so the cadets that pass,
depending
our
on
current staff
also depending on contractor availability to be able to complete it as well.
Fair enough. The request was to replace one ambulance that's over 200,000 or 8 years.
That's correct.
How many of our ambulances are over 200,000 currently?
Sorry. As of this, through the chair to the question, as of this morning, we have two ambulances currently showing as over 200,000.
And how many, well, before I jump to that, what is the turnaround time on an ambulance? I heard for the truck it was 18 months. What are we talking about for an ambulance?
Sorry, let me backtrack that. I was looking at the wrong chart. We have 3 ambulances that are over 200,000 and one that's approaching 200,000.
And the turnaround time for the purchase of an ambulance?
Through the chair to the question, right now we were 12 to 18 months.
12 to 18 months.
And that timeline is extending
every
continually,
day.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So for that fourth one that's rapidly approaching 200,000, by the time 12 to 18 months rolls around, will it be over 200,000?
Through the chair to the question, I would say yes.
So the ask is for one ambulance, but we have 4 that are over. Why are we not, if we're ordering 1, why are we not ordering 4?
So, through the chair to the question, our emergency vehicle life cycle replacement regulation currently states that we have a recommended replacement schedule of 5 years or 160,000 kilometers. But based on, again, like I said, the flexibility in our ability to assess our ambulances, the preventative maintenance with the mechanics, so on and so forth, the assessments that they give, these vehicles are constantly being assessed and graded by the mechanics as to whether they are still safe to be on the road.
So you're saying 160,000 kilometers or 5 years. This request in here says 8 years or 200,000 for NFHP. I forget the acronym. I apologize. Your request in here, the RES Emergency Vehicle Life Cycle Replacement Regulation recommends replacement at 8 years or 200,000 kilometers.
Correct, and that's the flexibility that we've built in based on our ability to assess the health and wellness of the ambulance, if you will.
That's an extension of the 5 years or 160,000.
Correct.
So again, I ask, if it was 5 years and 160 with our fantastic mechanics and the way we deal with things, we're able to get them to 200,000, and we have 4 ambulances, 3 that are over 200 and 1 that is rapidly approaching. Why are we only ordering 1 new ambulance?
Yeah. So essentially what we faced since COVID is a steady increase in medical calls. And so controlling the mileage on these units has become increasingly difficult. Prior to COVID, we were able to cycle the ambulances successfully through the halls, giving them a break, if you will, to control that mileage piece.
Like the ones that go to the south and have to travel
Correct.
an hour and a half, and sometimes we're sending a pumper truck as well, right?
Correct. The additional challenge that we've also faced is an increasing build time. Previously, we were able to get an ambulance easily within the year, and that time frame has now extended in the last couple of years, and that has created an increasing pressure on us to be able to cycle these ambulances and get new ones.
Yeah, that's beyond our control, and that is something that every department is dealing with. We're not unique in that situation. So that's kind of what I'm getting at is, I mean, we've talked about the need for ambulances in Janvier and Conklin. We understand the amount that's required if Local Hero is dispatched and how we lose multiple units, the amount of kilometers that are put on these. I mean, for a city ambulance, what's the average drive? 50 kilometers at most, whereas for here, it's hundreds of kilometers for a call, so they add up rapidly. If we're cycling these ambulances throughout and they're still over 200,000, we're only placing an order for 1, it seems to me short-sighted once again, because we're just going to be back here next year saying we have now 5 ambulances over. Well, we don't have 5 ambulances, but we'd love to have a 5th ambulance out there, but we're going to have them all over 200,000, right? So I get the ask for one. I get the hesitation for asking for more stuff. I understand that aspect, but we're going to be back here again with the same problem. Unless I'm missing
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt, I completely understand what you're saying. I guess what I want you to know as well is we've recently trialed what's called a remount, and that's where we take our oldest unit, we send it to the vendor, they take the patient compartment off, they completely refurbish it, and they put it onto a brand new chassis. We essentially have got a brand new ambulance. It's substantially cheaper and it's substantially faster for us to do that. I say we're trialing that because that first unit has only just arrived in December of 2025.
Lacking side steps and lights mismatched and things of that nature.
You've been talking to people.
I certainly have.
Yeah. And so yeah, there's obviously some deficiencies from the vendor that we're waiting to have corrected. But our intention with that program is that 1 year we would do a remount, 1 year a brand new ambulance, 1 year a remount. The pressure in that is that it's not exactly on the year cycle as it used to be. It's up to that, like I said, 18 months, possibly pushing into 24 months. And so, again, like I said, we're assessing the feasibility of what that program looks like, but you are right. We do need to look at something probably a little bit more aggressive.
Through that, sorry, to the chair, to the question, if I can just add into that, looking at the current fleet that we have for our ambulances is one, we're waiting for multiple units to come online, and that will decommission. A number of those units with those higher kilometers has just been, as we just addressed, some of those delays. So including the remount that you just referenced, I believe we have 2 en route and expected this year.
Is that remount the one from the incident that happened?
No, we didn't remount that unit. That was a total loss. We're waiting for the replacement for that unit.
So we did get a replacement for that, I assume insurance. This is a replacement of another one. I mean, I'm obviously supporting this whole part of the budget. I just think it's short-sighted, and I think we're just going to be right back here dealing with the same issues pretty soon. So maybe if CFO wants to weigh in on cash flow issues and possibility of,
Through the chair to Councillor Brandt, I just wanted to mention that we're going through the data here, and we do have an ambulance on the list every year. So we are ordering annually, and with the asset management plan that we're going to be doing, we will be more consistent with having these orders happening on a cycle, right? So looking at that program versus just coming back every year and saying, I need a 2022 ambulance, I need a 2023. We want to look at the program, we want to make sure what do we need based on usage, life, and whatnot. So I believe that between RES and our procurement and our capital team, I think we are doing a really good job in doing the ordering and trying to be fiscally responsible. But at the end of the day, it's up to council. I just wanted to give you some assurance that we are, continually doing the ordering.
I get that, and I am learning. So again, I'm not a SME in this, but my concern is that, as we've already discussed and how we've learned, is that every time we don't order one, it's exacerbating longer and longer. So if we come back at this next year, there's a possibility it's a 2-year turnaround for an ambulance. And then the year after, it could be 2.5 years, right? Like, this seems to be the trend that we're dealing with. I'll get off this subject, but I'm just saying that I just think that we should perhaps be ordering a few more now, just to prevent this from having to come up.
If I could just make another comment through
Please.
the chair to Councillor Brandt, I just want to highlight that this is a relatively recent problem.
I know.
In the past, ordering 1 ambulance per year was effective in our replacement cycle. We were actually able to keep an 8-year cycle going. We have 8 total ambulances. 1 a year, we were able to order it and receive it and put it online within that same calendar year. So due to supply chain pressures that came out of COVID and that continuing pressure there, the increase with tariffs and all that, this is pressure that's really new only just in the last couple of years. So
No, I'm not blaming you folks. I'm just getting it out there in the world so that everybody understands. So yeah, it is a new problem. The policy of one a year worked a few years ago. I don't think it's working now. I don't think it will continue to work. I think it's going to be a problem more and more. I don't have a motion for this. I just want everyone to be aware.
No
of what
motion
the
at the
issue is.
time, anyway, Councillor Brandt.
I know, I'm just saying I don't have
Oh,
one
I see what
prepared.
you're saying. Very good.
So, yeah, my only other question, when you get that new sled trailer, can I buy that old trailer?
Probably on gov.deals.
But which actually, I do have one more question. We understand the life cycle for the ambulances, for everything else. How old are our snowmobiles?
Through the chair to the question, we didn't bring the full fleet list with us, but I will definitely validate that they are older units,
They're
considerably
about 19 years old.
Yep, older units that have run very effectively and are well managed by our mechanics team. And at this point, we haven't viewed them as needing replacement. They meet the job and the function of how often we use them for.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much. Once again, I appreciate what you guys do. Thank you for letting me have a tour and learning all these wonderful things. Sorry about it as well.
Thanks, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Roussier's Loana.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. My first question is to CFO. You said, Lori, you said about asset management and tracking things, yet I've heard throughout budget and since elected that that's something we're working on and getting there. So that's conflicting to me. Like, do we have all of the assets and all of that the firefighters that emergency services need on our list already with all of a 19-year-old snowmobile should probably be on the list and we'd be ordering, I would think, if it's 19 years old.
Yeah.
Okay, would you two stop?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, I'm not 100% sure about RES's fleet. I know, for example, that Public Works' fleet is very well documented.
Yeah.
We do have a lot of the data, and we have, how old is the asset, what maintenance has happened to it, when do we anticipate it needs to be replaced. I don't have the data in front of me to tell you, and I'm not sure if the RES data is in the system yet, but I can certainly find that out. We are just in the infancy of asset management and the development of it. It takes years.
No, and that was my point, is you spoke quite confidently about like the ambulances, yet I know we're working on it. You and your team are doing all the work on working on it. So it was contradictory. So I'm trying to, are we sure we're going on ambulances, to Ty's point?
Ambulance, fire truck, light vehicles associated with that. We have, every year, we have a laundry list of items for RES that comes up. And we rely on the department to be identifying when these things need to be replaced. But now with the asset management team, they have a coordinator that is assigned to them to help them with that. So I can definitely dig into more details on Monday when the team is back.
And the only reason I'm asking is, I'm not going to lie, this is the oddest. Same with last night. I have sat here and we've created how many new positions and this and this. And like, we can't give you people a gift without you opening it and giving it back to us. And it is the most odd and uncomfortable for me. But we're just going to proceed with our motions anyways. But most of the people have asked the question. The two I have left are that tower, that's the one going out to the airport. So is that second story a critical piece for the cadet training?
Through the chair to the question, it's critical for training in general, but it's a piece that we knew that we were going to develop or ask for to develop as we moved into the future. We wanted to get the tower in place as it is. It meets a lot of the requirements of the training that we want to do. This enhances our training and it helps get us to the next step. So for the current cadets, they're not going to miss out on anything because there's a lot of the training aspects required for their certifications that they will complete in the fire tower as it
So it can
stands.
still meet all of those training needs?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the very last question I had, because some people toured fire halls, and I heard that some of the fire halls are not so healthy. You don't agree? Oh, I just heard that they're in rough shape. Some of them are in rough shape. So I'm curious if you have a plan on when they're being upgraded. Has that even been discussed yet? And is that something we need to look at? You'll probably say no. So if you can just tell me what it was, and then I'll.
To the chair, to the question, in this particular instance, we'll actually have to refer it to facilities and life cycling. We're just guests in those buildings.
Okay. Bill's there. Oh, there's Elliot.
There's a question. I'm going to have to ask you to repeat the last half. Sorry.
Okay. What condition are the fire halls in?
Okay.
That's just summary.
And are you referring to in general? Or do you want specifics on each?
So, the downtown fire hall.
I'm going to let this gentleman beside me speak.
Okay.
And I'll introduce him first. If he needs any, I'm not sure.
Not to me.
But Bill Brook, he is our manager of facility services.
Through the chair to the question, Fire Hall 1, now I'm going back, I believe it was built in 1972. We did an extensive renovation to the fire hall in 2012 and then a little bit more in 2014. Major infrastructure, that kind of stuff. And then we put the 911 center from Fire Hall 2 into Fire Hall 1. I believe that was done in between 19 and 21. So a brick building like that usually has an end of useful life of 100 years. So if it was built in 72, the end of useful life would be 2072.
100 years.
100
Got
years,
it.
right? But some of the things that you have to look at too, and we work quite closely with the RAS, is their programming, the advances in technology, their staffing, everything else like that. Their programming might outgrow the space, right? So you'll have the same situation with like Fire Hall 3. It's an older fire hall. It was built mid-70s, something like that. So there's a few that that probably need an extensive renovation or expansion.
Is there any mold?
Not to my knowledge, but there is hazardous material like asbestos.
Okay, well that's worse. Yeah.
Well, asbestos is fine as long as you don't disturb it.
But is it disturbed?
Not to my knowledge. Like if you're poking holes in the brick walls and stuff like that, and the vermiculite falls out, then you get exposed to the asbestos.
So, not you personally, but do your department, have a plan for these renovations and upgrades for all of the other stuff you talked about?
Through the chair, we do have a building life cycle program. It's kind of a fundamental asset management program for facilities. We will do condition assessments on a 7 to 10 year cycle of every facility that we own. The last ones that came in are 2021. So they're due around 28 to 2030 to do the next condition assessments. They give us the end of useful life of facilities, the end of useful life of the core systems, rooftop units, boilers, everything else like that. And it's a proactive way for us to be able to budget to, for our operating and our capital. One of the capital projects that we had was for building life cycle. So that would capture all of our facilities in a given year as to everything that needs to get done in there, including the fire halls.
So can you tell me the last time you did like an assessment, walk through? Like do you look beyond like the bricks and mortar bill, like the condition for breathing quality, all of that stuff that's important, especially for people who are saving lives and buildings?
Absolutely. So through the chair, we're in every building almost every day. Because of our building operations, we manage pest control, custodial, fire alarm systems. So we manage all the big core systems. So we're in there almost like on the daily, checking different things or doing major upgrades type of thing to all the facilities. And then we bring in a company like Pure Air, and they do all of the air quality. They're the only industrial hygienist in Fort McMurray. So we use them for, if we have to do an abatement, they come in, they set up the scope and help coordinate that piece of it for us.
Okay, thanks. I haven't made it for a tour. I know Ty did, I think. So I don't have any firsthand knowledge, but just what I've heard. So thank you very much, and thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Scott?
Thanks for that. Just a few quick ones, and I might have missed it, but which pumper truck is being replaced? Is that the training truck? I understand it from my old days. I think that there was a training truck.
Through the chair to the questions, half a sec here, please. It's 2011. I just want to be through the chair to the question, the pumper that we are replacing is a 2011 pumper, and its unit number is 316. It is not the current training pumper truck.
Okay. I was just trying to keep track of it mentally. And Rob, this is probably more for you, but we heard delegates, I think it was yesterday or maybe the day before, talk about the aerial drones and not the bylaw ones. It's a separate thing, but the aerial services.
Through the aerial fire truck.
Yeah. What's your personal opinion on that request?
Through the chair to the question, based on questions this week, I kind of anticipated this question coming from somebody, and I've given it a lot of thought. As the Deputy Chief of Professional Services, I'm responsible for a great many things in my portfolio. This includes accountability to the budget and fiscal responsibility. However, and of utmost importance, there's also a responsibility to public safety and the safety of our staff. My portfolio integrates with each of the branches of RES, and the decisions I make with professionalism and great seriousness. Councillor Luana Boussier asked yesterday if I'm a firefighter, and Councillor Allen mentioned the discussions and advocacy that took place when I was on the other side of my current role. I am a firefighter. Regardless of the rank that I hold today, I'm a firefighter through and through. I know the work, commitment, and dedication it takes to become a firefighter. I know the challenges faced when responding to calls. I know the stress, the fear we face when you hear that someone might be trapped or in need of rescue, and I know what it's like to feel desperate for a unit to arrive that can make a huge difference in your firefighting and life-saving efforts. And with all of that, I know what our firefighters face when they arrive on scene and enter a burning structure, entering the unknown, but having confidence knowing that the right equipment, the right tools are coming, and that they can safely complete their assignment. And while I respect the budget and the taxpayer dollar, in my heart, I truly believe that a replacement aerial quint is a necessary and required piece of equipment that is long overdue. Delaying this truck is going to put firefighters at risk of not having the essential tools needed to keep firefighters safe, to ensure public safety, and to protect service delivery of our residents. Having a detailed life cycle replacement plan is important, and I have one. Sticking to it, planning for it, and ensuring that budgetary awareness exists with council is essential. I believe that we can cycle through our fleet replacements at healthy intervals while also having the flexibility to assess our fleet and make adjustments as we go. So while the current data that we have shows that this truck has only arrived 30% of the time, those were critical times when it was needed the most. Its increasing age does not give us any guarantees. With all that said, I also want to share a statement that's very close and important to me. Somebody has said this specifically, but just in general life situations, you've probably all heard it before. But it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. So in my opinion, which is what you're asking for, the current ladder truck has reached the end of its serviceable life. While the unit remains safe and operational, it is declining in reliability as a long-term frontline asset. As aerial apparatus age, failures in hydraulic, mechanical, and electronic systems become more frequent and less predictable. Parts become more difficult to source, and this increases the risk of an unplanned downtime or failure during critical incidents, which directly affects firefighter and public safety.
Thanks, Rob. And I've always appreciated your frankness and all you've done for this region. You're a true professional. It's incredible. Back to Kelly, or perhaps bylaw. Back to the drone question, which I got mixed up with the last question. We heard delegates, on bylaw services, there's been some discussions about the need for 2 aerial drones. Can you speak to that, or have your team speak to it, and talk about the current fleet?
Through the chair to the question, thank you. Yeah, so Katie McDonald, she's acting manager of emergency management there, created this beautiful program, the drone program. A lot of work went into that. She opened the gate to open the door to bylaw to join that program. She's probably pulling her hair out right now, but we'll work on that later. But she's been great with including us in the use of the RES drone, which is, there's one right now for the whole of RES, and certain branches use it more. But with us, it's a tool that we've been trained on to use within the wood buffalo in certain air restricted areas. That has been extremely beneficial to us with not just enforcement, education, as I'm sure you've seen on Facebook, with, I'm going to say it, off-highway vehicles and not just that, but school zones as well, where we can have aerial footage of vehicles passing stopped buses with their flashing reds, which has been successful through courts. Courts have been asking for digital footage really as evidence, and it's been extremely successful for us. So if we had an increased inventory of drones, this would be expanded to the area, different areas, different uses, and help our branch quite.
And you might not know this off my hand, or maybe Kelly does, but the number I believe is correct is 34,000 for 2. Does that sound correct based on your knowledge?
Through the chair, the question that was confirmed, yes, that is correct.
Okay, and just for my colleagues, I will be bringing a motion on this issue later, but thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Luana again.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I don't have a question, but I need to make a statement. And I can make up a question if that makes everything easier for
Just
everybody.
say, is it fair to say?
Is it fair to say?
Thank you.
Kelly, Rob, Jody, when this council was elected, we've sat in the room, we've traveled together down to conferences, and we've had many conversations that this would be a safe place. This would be a safe place to work and a safe place to advocate for yourself and the people that you work with, and that remains true today. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service, Jody. Thank you for being honest. That's it. I know that means something different to some people than others, but it needed to be said.
Thank you, Luana. I think that's appreciated. Councillor Brandt? Apology accepted. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. I had a couple questions. How much did the boat cost, the one that you got now?
Through the chair to the question, I don't have that data in front of me. It's a 2012 boat, I believe. I can definitely get that answer for you. It is in my files. I just don't have it with me today.
2012, you said?
Sorry, let me refer back to my notes. 2010.
2010. How often is the boat used?
Obviously, in the warmer months, it's used quite regularly for training. Our staff take it out on a regular basis to train. We've got a swiftwater team that trains with it. However, the need for it is because it isn't capable of what we need to do to accomplish in terms of a swiftwater rescue. And I wouldn't have called that on hand with me right now.
How many hours on it? You know?
Again, that would be in my files. I'm sorry, I don't have that. I will get that to you.
I guess a question for, is there search and rescue in Fort Chipewyan?
Through the chair to the question, search and rescue general activities are outside of the responsibilities of the fire department. There is a volunteer search and rescue service that's based here in Fort McMurray. I'm not sure how far they go. Usually when they're activated, it's through the RCMP.
Okay, I've never seen them in Fort Chip, so I'm just asking.
Yeah, it's a service outside of what we offer. True search and rescue is not one of the services that we offer.
So, no search and rescue in Fort Chipewyan to have their own boat at the fire hall?
Through the chair to the question, so we use...
I know the answer.
Yeah. So we use the Boat for Water Aquatics Rescue, not necessarily defined search and rescue activities. They're a little bit separate in their function and their services. At this point, we don't have a boat in Fort Chipewyan for the fire department. We've got some in some of the other ones, but for instance, Anzacs was purchased through a grant, not a grant, a donation, I guess, from an industry partner some years ago. So this particular one is to be styled in order to work on the river.
Oh yeah, that was my next question, because I seen the Anzac boat. Did the bylaw truck make it to Fort Chip along with the cages?
Through the chair to the question, truck's still here in town and they're still working on the kennels right now.
Okay,
it's going to make its way back though. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. Tire replacements, specific to, I guess, each rural community, especially today, like our last night, pretty slippery. If there's a fire call, how often are they changed, I guess?
Through the chair to the question, in our operating budget, that is covered as one of the regular replacement cycles that the mechanics, sorry, let me reframe that. The mechanics travel up to Fort Chipewyan at least once a year to do regular maintenance. If there is a need to bring that vehicle down, that's when all of that preventative maintenance work will be completed.
Thanks, Rob. And how much did you say the fire hall in Fort McKay cost?
Through the chair to the question, I believe that was $15 million upon completion.
15?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal.
Yeah.
If there's no other questions, we can go to motions. Councillor Brandt.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I, Councillor Ty Brandt, request that $900,000 be added to the 2026 capital budget and $2.1 million be added to the 2029 capital plan for the Regional Emergency Services Department to replace a fire aerial rescue unit. I can speak to those numbers as well.
Just hold on there, Ty. Thanks for the motion, Councillor Brandt, and thanks for the second, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Brandt, you can speak to your motion.
Understanding budget, life cycles, issues of turnaround time to actually have it procured, 900,000 for deposit, 2.1 million by 2029 to pay for it upon delivery.
Does council have any questions, comments, or debate points? Not seeing any. I will say I'll support that with you, Councillor Brandt, and I'll call for a vote. And sorry.
In favor?
Councillor Weigel?
In favor.
Councillor Vardy?
In favor.
Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Councillor Cardinal, you have a motion?
I do, thank you. I, Councillor Cardinal, move that administration conduct an assessment of the Fort Chipewyan Fire Hall, reviewing the age, maintenance, etc., and provide a report to council.
Thanks for the motion, Councillor Cardinal. Thanks for second, Councillor Van Castian. Councillor Cardinal, would you like to speak to that motion?
No, a little bit of conversation with Rob there. Just apparently the halls might have been the 80s. I don't really know exact times, but I guess just for clarity and a concrete report to council that provides that information on my motion, so we can just have some sense of what's going on with the facility.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. If council has any questions, comments, or debate points, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Bowman. Just, I guess maybe a quick question for Bill Brook. When was the last time we would have done an assessment on the facility up there?
The last assessment was 2021. So because we can utilize the canoe program, we could probably get another assessment done this year. We may be able to have a report Q3, Q4 finalized for the motion requested.
So it's doable, yeah.
It's doable, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. I don't see any lights online, so I will call for a vote. Councillor Weigel in favor.
In favor.
Councillor Vardy. Councillor Vardy, are you in favor? She may be disconnected.
In favor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Vardy. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Councillor Scott.
Hi, next motion. Jade, are you able to put it up? I'll just read it out while that's being worked on. That $34,000 be added to the 2026 capital budget for regional emergency services for the purchase of 2 drones specifically for bylaw services. The reasons were spelled out.
I'll just get a second there first, Councillor Scott.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Thanks for a second, Councillor Brandt. Go ahead, Councillor Scott.
The reasons were spelled out eloquently by the presenters. It's increased education and enforcement with OHV use, and anticipated changes or expansions of the OHV pilot, provides video photo evidence. Current drone use has been successful with vehicles failing to stop. Increased school safety in school zones, obviously. Prevent OHV use through Birchwood. Increased number of drones in the drone program. Increases range of use and have multiple teams in multiple locations. Crews could enforce in Birchwood, Tower Road, excluding the airport area, and all of the municipality.
Thanks, Councillor Scott. Way more than I had considered. When I first heard this, I was thinking Birchwood Trails because of our Ptarmigan Ski Club goes through this every year, that they have snowmobiles on the trails, wrecking their groomed trails, that we actually fund them quite a bit of money, and a lot of work goes into those trails. And those snowmobiles go through there. And one of our biggest complaints when we go to OHV engagements is residents are in favor of using OHVs responsibly, and most OHV users are, but our biggest complaint is that kind of thing. Users in the Birchwood Trails, and there's really not much we can do to stop them. And this sets our peace officers up for success. And then I didn't even think about, I can't want to call it AA, Ron. What Aaron brought up about in school zones, that's such a, I mean, if 17,000 per drone keeps a kid from getting hit walking in front of a school bus, I mean, that's what the amount of money we especially with the group we have here today, that would be the ones responding to someone getting hit from passing a school bus. I think this is a minimum expense for maximum return. I will be supporting that, Councillor Scott. Thank you. Councillor Cardinal?
Oh, sorry. Oh, you had a motion.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Brandt?
Thank you, Mayor. What are we talking about here? DJI Matrice 30T? Are we looking at thermal?
Through the chair to the question, Matrice.
Is it the 30T
Thermal.
or is it the 300 or the 400?
30T.
Perfect. Love to hear it. Thank you.
Look at you, all technology savvy.
I know a couple of things.
Does anyone have any other comments, debate points, or questions? Yours is for your motion. Okay, we'll call for a vote. Councillor Weigel, online.
In favor.
Councillor Vardy, online.
In favor.
Thank you. And that's carried unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Councillor Cardinal, you have a motion?
I do. I, Councillor Kendrick Cardinal, move that $200,000 be added to the Regional Emergency Services 2027 capital budget for one rescue boat equipped with emergency gear for Fort Chipewyan. We don't have one.
Thanks for the motion, Councillor Cardinal, and thanks for the second, Councillor Van Castian. Councillor Cardinal, would you like to speak to that motion?
Perfect, thanks. Well, obviously, emergency services have been a hot topic throughout this whole budget proceedings, primarily on safety, providing services. Search and rescue was obviously a hot topic here tonight, which was boats, search and rescue up to the buildings, and providing safety to the community. I, for one, believe that my motion consists of that, and we don't have a search and rescue boat in Fort Chipewyan. When the four hunters passed away and drowned in Fort Chipewyan, that might have been 8 years ago or 9 now. We initially we didn't know what was going on, and you know, until somebody went out there and just went for a boat ride and found the guys, but we didn't have no proper safety hooks, safety stuff that we could find the bodies with. So it took 67 days in order to find the 4 bodies. So I really think that this would be a great addition to the community of Fort Chipewyan and bring some light to what's going on there, and just to be able to have, and Councillor Brandt brought a motion about the rescue apparatus, which was $2.1 million, and that was a great motion. So hopefully you guys can support my motion and let the Indigenous communities and all the members there, Harold, Claris, all of them be able to do searches properly and feel a part of the team with that particular item and be purchased. Please and thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. And my question is probably for somebody in this room. Who currently does search and rescue in Fort Chip? Is it the volunteer fire department? Like as Councillor Cardinal mentioned, someone's missing on the river. Is that RES or is that search and rescue?
Through the chair to the question, I believe that that is the RCMP that undertake that particular function in Fort Chipewyan.
Okay, no. RCMP's not here, but does RCMP have a boat in Fort Chip?
RCMP was not at the search for those hunters.
Okay, just 1 second, Councillor. I'm just asking questions. You can. I'm not debating you. I'm just asking questions. Thanks. So it'll be RCMP search and rescue.
To the chair with the question. Again, not to speak on behalf of the RCMP, but our general understanding is we activate if required search and rescue activities through the RCMP, and they typically, at least in the urban service area, engage with the local search and rescue volunteers in our community. I know that they do respond out of the region, but I'm not exactly sure of what their general commitment is specific to Fort Chipewyan.
Okay, so because I know we have search and rescue when we do our pancake breakfast or your pancake breakfast. I just go and eat pancakes. Your pancake breakfast. When I go there, search and rescue always has something set up. Are they a separate entity to the fire department or a separate entity to RCMP?
They're a separate entity from both of us.
Okay. I'm going to keep going here.
Okay, keep
so in Fort Chipewyan, do the volunteers at the fire department, do they act also as the search and rescue volunteers, or is it a different group? You may not even know this. I'm just, if anybody knows this, I don't know.
There we go. So to the question, in part, fire department staff everywhere often do over and above what would be traditionally part of their service level, and I can guarantee that probably in our rural areas they are doing that work and doing their best to support their home community. But I defer to Councillor Brandt.
I'll go to Ty next. He can probably answer half these questions. So just where I'm getting with this is who would be operating the boat? That's my main, if we're putting it in RES's budget for 2027 to put a boat in Fort Chipewyan, who would be operating it? Would that be the volunteer firefighters, or would that be a combination of volunteer firefighters and volunteer search and rescue? Or would it be anybody that wants to grab the boat and take it to the dock goes for a ride?
So to the chair on the question, if it was something that was deemed as equipment that went to the Fort Chipewyan Fire Department, then Regional Emergency Services provides their training needs, and we would have to contract most likely with a third party to bring in the boat training required to ensure the fire department's safety. And we have what is required in order to do the general maintenance on that type of fleet.
Okay, so our volunteer firefighters would be trained and be responsible for that boat.
Correct.
Perfect. Councillor Brandt. I'll even turn your mic on.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Mayor Bowman. The current search and rescue is Fort McMurray SAR. You will find them training in the summertime, even on the road up to the sand dunes and everything. The current available boat is RCMP owned. I'm not sure if that was there 9 or 8 years ago. I don't believe that it was. I believe it's new in the last 6 years, but don't quote me on that. And now with the addition of 2 thermal DJI Matrice 30T thermal drones, they will absolutely assist in doing that, since we're going to have them as assets when they're called out. There was a lost dog on the other side of the river before. That's something that could have been used for that. So as for a boat, yes, the RCMP are the current ones that operate one up in Fort Chipewyan, and it is Fort McMurray Search and Rescue SAR that can also use local hero when needed.
Thanks, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Allen?
I think that just about answered my question. I was going to say as well, do we have the facilities to store a boat with RES? But I think you've already answered the questions to the mayor on operations and that sort of thing. We already have a boat up there with the RCMP and SAR. I think that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Councillor Van Castian?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in favor of this. We have a search and rescue boat in Anzac. It's operated by our volunteer fire department. It has been used on several occasions to look for folks that passed or drowned in the lake. And in our case, has been used to shuttle people across the lake when our bridge washes out because the province doesn't fix our road. We've talked about our volunteer SAR. They're great, but I don't think we should rely on a public type of force. We have volunteer dedicated firefighters. They are public, but they are dedicated volunteer firefighters, and we should have assets to support them and support the community needs. You live by a large body of water. You should have something you can handle emergencies on that large body of water instead of relying on the RCMP. The RCMP are not, I would not characterize them as a rescue firefighter group. They're law enforcement. So I will support this.
Thanks, Councillor Van Castian. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. If we were to add this this boat to CHIP, do we have the people, the skill sets to be able to activate it if needed?
Next motion.
Through the chair for the question, we haven't actively pursued boat training in Fort Chipewyan, so we would have to plan for that in Regional Emergency Services training budget for that rural department. We typically at this point bring in an external operator for that training.
Thank you. Is that a reasonable, that's not the question. My question is if we had this asset, that can be achieved over a short period of time, or are we looking at years to train this person?
Through the chair to the question, we typically do a group training, so as long as there's availability from the Fort Chipewyan Fire Department members themselves, we could, I think it's an 8-person max for a single boat course when we bring the operator out, so we would aim to fill that. It's a 1 week, 4-day, 5-day course in order to provide that training.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Does council have any other questions, comments, or debate points? I'm not sure if it was answered, but is there a place for storage in Fort Chipewyan for that at the fire hall?
Through the chair to the chair, I do believe that there would be space in the current fire hall facility.
Perfect, thank you. With that, Councillor Carton, do you want any closing statements before we vote?
I guess when a person gets hurt or they lose a limb or something and they get called 911, I don't think I'll wait for the drone to make its way to Fort Chipewyan. That'll take 5 hours or whatever. So I'm okay with the drone staying here. But and RCMP, they were not at the search and rescue for the hunters, nor are all of them trained to operate the boat. And I have been asking Superintendent Hancock to make sure that they're all trained. And Larry McDonald was going up to do some training on skidoos, but he wrecked his vehicle and jackknifed his truck with the skidoos on it with the RCMP truck. So that didn't happen. And so the skidoo part, I guess that's a different topic, but I'm just saying that the RCMP haven't ever been called in the last 10 to 15 years for a search and rescue ops. So I live in a community, we've spoke, and I just feel that this would be a necessity, a great addition to the community for something that's missing, and especially with the amount of water that we have in Fort Chipewyan and the amount of people that use their boats for hunting, and there's been accidents and really low response time. So I will, and for the training, Councillor Vardy, that's my next motion. So I hope that you guys can gladly support this, and yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. I'll call for a vote. Councillor Weigel?
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Vardy?
In favor.
Thank you. And that is carried with one opposed. Councillor Cardinal, you have another motion?
I do, yes. I, Councillor Cardinal, move that the Regional Emergency Services provide search and rescue training for the Fort Chipewyan Fire Department that consists of official boat and water training.
I think they said they can do that, but we can vote on it as well.
Yeah, let's have it on record.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Thanks, Councillor Van Castian for the second. Councillor Cardinal, if you want to speak to it, but I think we already spoke about it, but go ahead.
Well, it's apparent that we obviously need the training, and like I said before, last time we did, the last time the 4 hunters that drowned, and I wouldn't speak about previous ones, but we didn't have the proper tools right off the start to be able to provide high-level search and rescue mission, I guess, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, that's my motion. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Andrew's motion was to add the boat in the 2027 budget. Is this training added to the 2027 budget? Because I think they'll need the boat for the training.
Oh, sorry. I guess no. Yeah, I guess it would have to be then. Yeah. This is the 2027 budget, so.
So do you want to amend that to 2027?
Okay, I move that the Regional Emergency Services provide search and rescue training for the Fort Chipewyan Fire Department and consists of official boat and water training for the 2027 operational budget. Capital budget for emergency services.
It'd be operating.
Oh, it would be? Okay, operating.
It's people. Does council have any questions, comments, or debate points? Not seeing any. Councilor Cardinal, did you want to talk to this?
Well, I just wanted to say that the reason why I put it on to 2027 is that we do have a lot going on in 2026, and 2027 that alleviates some of the pressure off of the administration and start off good in 2027. So thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. With that, I'll call for a vote. Councilor Weigel, in favor? Councillor Vardy?
In favor?
Councillor Weigel, are you still with us?
In favor. Sorry, I just got out.
No problem, thanks. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Is there any other motions council wants to bring forward? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, everyone. Thanks for all you do, and we'll see you again in August or September, whenever we have the budget. Thanks again for your presentation, and with that, I'm going to recess until 9 a.m. Monday morning. We'll reconvene at that time to finish the capital budget of 2026, and then we'll look to pass the entire budget. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.